We begin today's broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay our respects to their elders, past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 4 of the Australian Rowing Championships here in Lake Ngambia. I'm joined again with Lizzie Chapman. People might be starting to get bored of you and I, you never know.
Oh, I thought you were going to say people will say, how wonderful, it's Razor and Lizzie again.
Oh, well, I suppose they're only human after all. So today is finals day, Lizzie, the start of the finals.
It is. It's such an exciting day, a busy day for the selectors of the underage national team, because we have throughout the age groups the finals of the B finals and A finals of the different age groups in their single sculls and their coxless pairs.
Yep, and that will, if their performance will get them an invitation to selection trials?
It'll certainly influence it, and in a number of cases it will, yes, absolutely. And the selectors will also be looking at what times they can do, so that's where the wind plays a little bit of a factor. So we'll see.
Yeah, it'll
Nice
be difficult
right
to post a really quick time, although it's not too bad at the moment here.
I know, we shouldn't have said that, Razor.
And of course, with A finals, we'll be having medal presentations.
We will, and everything's all set up and ready to go. So, yeah, everybody really excited. We have finals of the PR3 singles as well, the para singles. And then, well, I don't know about you, but I'm looking at the under-17s. So we have the finals of the singles.
Yep.
And tomorrow will be the doubles, but this afternoon they all move into coxed quads, and I can't believe how many heats there are of that. So under-17s, you're amazing.
Yeah,
you're amazing.
Well, if I recall, the 2 under-17 single finals last year were both very impressive winners, and they're both back here this year rowing at a higher level.
Yep.
And, of course, there are B finals for some of these races depending on the size of the entry.
Yeah, which is important, isn't it? Gives you an idea of where you rank nationally. Hope for the future. Reset your goals for next season if you haven't quite done the right amount of training or aren't quite ready with your race plan, or are younger and aiming to win it next year.
Yes, well, we've got someone in the under-17s who's only 15. And they're in the final.
That's correct.
And, of course, for those of you at home, the B finals, we may lose a bit of them because we have to do the medal presentations, and that's a priority. We have to do the medal presentations for the A finalists. So if you miss out until the last 200 metres of the B final, we apologise for that, but the A final medal presentations are important.
Certainly are.
So we've got our team ready down there for the A finals. Racing to begin at 8:05 this morning because Chris Grummett, who actually runs the show, the timing of everything, likes it to be. The A finals are always on the 10 minutes. So it's 8:10, 8:20, 8:30, 8:40.
That helps you plan for your coffee breaks.
Yep. So grab a coffee. If you're at home, grab a coffee and sit down, and we'll bring you racing as soon as they're ready at 8:05. Have a great day.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships. Sport Australia, the Australian Institute of Sport, Hancock Prospecting, Rowing Victoria, Strathbogie Shire Council, Ngambia Rowing Club, Greater Shepparton City Council, the Victorian State Government, Coles Supermarkets, 776 BC, Tempur, KJR, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, Sykes, Perfect Balance Rowing, Ticketmaster, The Regatta Shop, Konica Minolta, Ambulance Response Services. Rowing Australia would like to thank all event volunteers who have generously provided their time to become one of the Coles Supermarket's volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment have ensured that we can provide a successful and enjoyable event for all. A special thank you to Coles Supermarkets, who have supported all our volunteers throughout the whole event. When you're around the regatta this week, please be sure to thank our great volunteers and volunteer boat race officials for all the support they're giving us and you this week.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined in the commentary box this morning by Sarah Black. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Razor.
And Sarah, you work for Rowing Western Australia?
That's correct. Yes, I do.
Now, you were just telling me your job description. Virtually, it says, do everything that Dan Tackenberg doesn't want to do.
Pretty much. That's my job. Make him happy. No.
So, development?
Yes, I'm in charge of development of our rowers, our athletes and crews and things like that. Also our coaches, administration, boat officials, and also work with the clubs in their club development.
And events, is that in your
And
ring?
events is also in my, so I run regattas. I've also got Claire who also works with us. She helps. And so we run all of our events over there. And obviously next year we've got the Nationals over there.
Yeah, that's no secret, and I'm certainly looking forward to going back. The last time I was in Perth for a regatta was for the Masters in 2019. You were not working at
No,
Rowing?
I've only been with Rowing WA for a year now.
Yep.
And before that I was working in another sport.
Okay, so you're a long-term, despite being very tender age yourself.
Thank you.
Long-term working in sport, but you're a sports scientist.
My background was sports science, so many years ago I worked over at New South Wales and did exercise physiology over there before having a few career changes and then coming back into sports administration.
Yeah, I said to you before when we were talking about it, I used to be invited when I was working in the state government in Queensland to talk to youngsters about who were doing sports administration at university, and I used to tell them that it's not all about mixing with elite athletes all day, that's for sure, especially if you're working in a state sporting organisation.
And I think there's a lot more administration paperwork than everyone actually realises in
Yeah,
sport.
I think they're under a misapprehension. Well, I think we spend as much time in front of a PC as anybody.
Correct, we do, yep.
Yeah. So, you always loved sport?
Always loved sport. I did quite a bit of sport as a youngster, and then I've had 3 kids and they've all rowed, so probably rowing became one of my favourites, and became president of a rowing club back in Tasmania, and then sort of just drifted into,
You've been in more clubs than Slim Dusty. If you work
I've
at
been,
N Swiss and you're in Tasmania, now
Yeah,
you're in Western
yeah.
Australia.
I'm just checking out every state before I,
Decide what you want to
Perth's
do.
pretty good, even though
Yeah.
we haven't let everyone in. Perth's pretty good.
So in rowing, Margot Harley's the CEO in Rowing New South Wales. There is a dearth of female administrators in sport generally in Australia, isn't there?
Yeah, we seem to, I guess, when you look around out there, in the actual boat park, there is a lot of female volunteers. There's a lot of female volunteers at that middle level, also in administration, but we can't seem to crack into the next level up. I mean, Margot's
glass ceiling.
The glass ceiling.
Yeah.
Margot's obviously one of our CEOs, and she's doing a fantastic job. I just think we need to look outside the square a little bit. Women bring a lot of different ideas to administration. And you can see in AFL, number of female presidents now in the AFL clubs. They've really made some amazing changes, and obviously the clubs are being very successful. I think a lot of sports should actually have a look at that and see what women can actually bring to the table.
Well, I think they've won female-led teams have won about the last 5 or 6
That's correct,
premierships,
yep.
have they not?
Yep.
Yeah. Not the same in rugby league, unfortunately.
No.
And across, nationally, Lynn Anderson stepped down recently from the Paralympic Committee and was replaced by Kath Clark, but there's not too many others. In 2016, of course, Kitty Chiller was the chef de mission for the Olympic team.
Yep.
and she was in charge of gymnastics, but I'm not sure who's replacing her there. So, yes, I think it's a bit like government as well, where there's lots of women in those middle tier management positions, but they're not the Director General or Secretary of the department.
And it's also in the coaching, like I know in WA, we've got heaps of our level ones are the same amount between male and female. Level twos, there's another 30% gap, and then level three, it's 70% gap between male and females, and we've got no level fours over in WA, and pretty much the rest of the states are the same. So it's investing money in our coaches and officials to females, and there are lots of grants out. Sports Australia's got some great grants going for that, to develop that, which is fantastic, but more money needs to be obviously put into keeping those grants going and education and development of our female officials and coaches.
Yep. Well, we wish you luck with the preparation for next year.
Thank you.
And I also support you fully on what you're saying about the need to have more females in leadership roles in sport in Australia. And I'll look forward to being at Champion Lakes with
Look
you
forward
next
to having
year.
you there.
Thanks for coming,
Thanks very
Sarah.
much.
Cheers.
No worries. Have a good day.
You too.
Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Australian rowing team, and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. The AIS is the principal sponsor and partner of Rowing Australia. The Australian Institute of Sport provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management, and support structures and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increasing Australians' participation in rowing. Sport Integrity Australia's advice is that no supplement is safe to use, and athletes should not risk their careers by taking a supplement. If you choose to use a supplement, lower your risk and find a batch-tested supplement in the Sport Integrity app. No supplement is 100% safe to use. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live via its Facebook page and also linked via our website all week until the final race on Sunday. Hello to our interstate viewers. We also want to say a big thank you to Perfect Balance Rowing, who have donated a Swift single Club B scull for the club that provides the most volunteers based on percentage of club members to the Australian Rowing Championships. It is not too late to volunteer. We still have opportunities available, so you can help try to win that Swift scull from Perfect Balance Rowing for your club. Bont Rowing continues to dedicate itself to producing anatomically correct rowing shoes, supplying athletes in over 23 national teams. Designed by rowers for rowers, Bont Rowing shoes are built with a unique carbon fibre split sole for greater comfort, increased stability and maximum power transfer. Don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders to service your boats and provide spare parts. We have Sykes, Croker Oars, Wintec, Rowfit and Perfect Balance Rowing. In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of events and venue staff. All cyclists must wear a helmet throughout the venue. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended. Keep Ngambie beautiful. Make sure that you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Make sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and daily draws, visit our website arc.rowingaustralia.com.au. Check out the Regatta Village for a spot of shopping. We've got you covered from head to toe with rowing jewellery or gifts from Sport Republic and great oars, rowing apparel from Pontoon Sports and 776BC, and innovative rowing shoes from Bont Rowing. Plus, don't forget to pick up your official merchandise from the Regatta Shop. A special exhibition at this year's Australian Rowing Championships will celebrate the achievements of our Tokyo Olympians and Paralympians, as well as reliving the highlights of the Tokyo 2020 rowing regattas, including the famous 4-medal haul Hour of Power and the moment Eric Horry OAM clinched his third Paralympic silver medal. The exhibition will document the experiences of Australia's rowing athletes as they navigated a 12-month Games delay. The exhibition is up by the 1750 metre mark. Rowing Victoria is hosting the 2022 Australian Masters Rowing Championships from the 19th to the 22nd of May 2022 at Lake Wendouree in Ballarat. Visit rowingaustralia.com.au for more information. Rowing Australia are excited to welcome back the 500 metre sprint events, a fast, fun and exciting racing format in excellent viewing for spectators. These will be run on Saturday afternoon, so stick around to catch these races. This year, for the first time, Rowing Australia is hosting a coaching and officiating conference. It is at the Mantra on View Hotel in Surfers Paradise from Friday evening the 22nd to the 24th of April. Come along to hear from those involved in the Olympics and Paralympics, as well as Professor Jean Cote, one of the world's foremost coach educators. Mr. Cote will be talking about effective coaching. Buy your tickets today at rowingaustralia.com.au. Get involved with the 2022 Anzac Indoor Rowing Challenge and row 2,504 metres as many times as you can on Anzac Day, 25th of April. The 2022 Australian Rowing Championships are proudly supported by the Shire of Strathbogie, Greater Shepparton City Council and the Victorian State Government. Take your performance to the next level at the 776BC pop-up this Australian Rowing Championships. Learn how to get your club or school racing in 776BC custom teamwear, plus access exclusive regatta offers on 776BC's latest performance products, including their new technical outerwear range, developed in partnership with the Australian rowing team. Croker Oars has crafted premium stillwater rowing oars for more than 5 decades. No other oar spells quality, craftsmanship and reliability like a Croker oar. Innovation is a big part of the Croker Oars story, always searching for new and improved technology so rowers can perform at their absolute best. Visit the Croker Oars tent for oars, rowing parts, NK products, frog lights and advice on all things rowing. Every stroke counts, so when you think of rowing, think Croker Oars.
was talking to some Year 7 students here at Melbourne Copeland Secondary School about my rowing journey, the fact that it had its ups and downs and that it didn't come easy for me. It was great to talk to them and share my story.
When we met Alex, that was very inspiring to know that I'm meeting a gold medalist who's competed in the Olympics.
The students absolutely love it. At a public school, they don't get that opportunity to explore that avenue of sport.
The Coal Start to Row program is about trying to build the sport of rowing in different schools across the country.
Today I learned how to row efficiently by pushing more with your legs and with your arms.
Pretty cool meeting him, getting my hat signed, getting to hold his medal, cheering my friends on with their rowing.
They get so excited, and I think for them to see it in the flesh, they think that they can achieve that themselves.
Sam is a breathtaking building, and you're invited to step inside. Sam is experiences of awe and wonder. Sam is a soon-to-be-opened rooftop bar and a cafe with a view. Sam is the new home of Keila Arts. Sam is a visitor centre and a gallery of gifts. Sam is a meeting place that unites us all through art, history and conversations. Sam is the Shepparton Art Museum. Our ground floor is open now.
Well, good morning, Ray. We are not too far away from the opening A final of the day, race 295, the under-17 women's single scull. And we're getting some pictures through from the start line now. It's a pretty good morning here in Nagambie after all the forecast wind.
Yes, it's not too bad, Richard, and racing will commence very shortly. A bit tricky getting them lined up in the cross breeze, and we apologise for the buffering with the live streaming, but it is windy and affecting it, and obviously on site there's a lot of people using our services. So Richard, please tell us who's in this field for the B final.
So the B final is race 294 of the under-17 women's singles scull. Lane 2 is the sculler from Canberra Grammar School. That is Madison Duncan, coached by Sarah Peterswald. Lane 3 from Mantle, Lila Five, coached by Tom Gatty. Lane 4 from Kentish, Lily Barker, coached by Graham Scattergood. Lane 5 is St Pat's of Townsville, Lily Bragg, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. Lane 6 from Ballarat Grammar is Alicia Walker. And lane 7 from the Nepean Rowing Club in Sydney, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell.
And for those of you at home, yesterday the conditions were very similar to today, and we went to what is known as a preferred lane draw. So the higher up you finished in the preliminary rounds meant you got the best lanes with the wind coming from the south. The best lanes are on the southern bank, and we're underway in the B final, the first race of day 4 of the Australian Rowing Championships. And one would suspect that Madison Duncan of Canberra Grammar and Lila Fieve of Fremantle Rowing Club would be the two favoured scullers. In lane 3 is a Kentish sculler. Kentish, a newish club in northern Tasmania, and Graham Scattergood coaching Lily Barker there. But they've got off the line and they're away in this first race, the under-17 women's single scull. Umpires following them down. We do have zonal umpiring generally, but with the conditions being a bit tricky, particularly for under-17 singles, the umpires will follow the race for quite some time, I would imagine. And while that B final is getting further down the course, the finalists in the A final, where they'll race for the first medals of this regatta, moving into line. But there's about a minute or so covered, and as was the pattern yesterday, the scullers on the outside lanes, the lanes closest to the spectator area in lanes 7 and 6, tend to go out very, very hard because they know that they're going to have to work really hard to be competitive with the conditions favouring the southern bank. But according to the rules, that's the way it is with when things get tricky like it is now, and the higher up you finished meant you get those advantage, let's call them, lanes. So Madison Duncan of Canberra Grammar came back strongly yesterday from back in the field to get into this B final, but currently Lily Bragg from St Pat's of Townsville is going very strongly in the first 500 and heading to the 500 metre mark. Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar did a great job yesterday and went out very hard trying to overcome the poor lane draw. But at the moment, I would suggest is Lily Barker of Kentish, who, now, as you were, Lily Bragg of St Pat's Townsville, who's our leader in this under-17 women's single scull B final. Lily Barker of Kentish, Madison Duncan of Canberra Grammar, and Ballarat Grammar's Alicia Walker are right there as well. Lila Fieve of Fremantle in Station 3, and then back at the rear of the field is the Nepean sculler Olivia Harris. So Lily Bragg did lead through 2 minutes 14.73 and led by 2 seconds. So she's worked very hard from lane 5 to establish that lead in the first 500 metres. 2 seconds clear. A further 0.75 back to Lila Fieve, 0.79 back to Madison Duncan, then follows Lily Barker and Olivia Harris.
Right, I can solve the mystery of the one coachless sculler in this race too. From Ballarat Grammar, Alicia Walker is coached by Andy Tyndall and Sam Pullen at the Ballarat Grammar School on Lake Wendouree.
Thank you, Richard. The power of our network never ceases to amaze me. So, yes, it's a very strong effort from Lily Bragg from St Pat's of Townsville. I don't know that she'll be used to rowing in conditions like this, and it may be just a little chilly for Lily compared to her home waters in Townsville. Probably about 10 degrees cooler here than she's used to, but she's trying to win the B final, because if you want to get invited to the trials, well, the under-17s, that's not relevant, but if you can't be in the A final, make sure you win the B final and win it really convincingly.
Absolutely. And talking of the A final, they're on the start now, so let's run through who is going to be in that. In lane 2, we have Victoria Binns from Loretto Marriotteville, coached by Tom Dornbos. In lane 3, Imogen Gray from Queenwood School, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 4, from Glebe Rowing Club Sydney, Sophia Miller, coached by Milan and Thomas Parker. In lane 5, from Buckingham in Tasmania, Hannah Wigston, coached by Hamish Johnston. In lane 6, Ella Durand from Gippsland Grammar, coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. And in lane 7, from St Patrick's Townsville, Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke.
And they're underway in that event, but we'll continue to talk about the B final. And it is the other St Pat sculler. Lily Bragg continues to lead. She's spent a lot of petrol in the first 1,000 metres, but she's gone through in 4 minutes 36.68. And she's just over a length clear of Lila Fieve. She's moved up from third into second. 3.52 seconds is the margin. Just 1.14 back to Alicia Walker of Ballarat Grammar. Then follows Madison Duncan, 1.31 back. And then Lily Barker of Kentish and Olivia Harris of Nepean have both got the job in front of them. There's no doubt about that. In the A final, Victoria Binns of Loretto Marriotteville and Imogen Gray of Queenwood, clearly the two favoured scullers to get onto the dais and win the gold medal. Victoria Binns raced very well in this event last year. She's coached by Tom Dornbos, who runs a program there at Loretto Marriotteville, and Imogen Gray, coached by Katie Healy, out of the Queenwood School in Sydney. And Glebe Rowing Club, Sophia Miller, coached by Milan Parker and his son Thomas Parker. Hannah Wigston, coached by Hamish Johnston at Buckingham Rowing Club in Hobart. Ellen Durand, coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach in the Gippsland Grammar sculler. And St Pat's Townsville, Sarah Burke, is coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke, who also coach our leader in Lily Bragg in the B final. So she's starting to come under pressure now, Lily Bragg, but she's doing an outstanding job in the lead. She's had to burn up a lot of energy, and I think it's starting to tell. So a bit difficult to line them up in that sun shining in there.
Yeah, but they're into the final 500, which means we can see them. So hopefully we'll get a slightly clearer idea. But yep, your Lily Bragg continuing to lead.
Although I think on the far side, Madison Duncan is really pushing through there in station 2.
And Lila Fieve is also having a really good last 500, upping her rate of striking and fighting hard against Madison Duncan. A glance every now and then across to Lily Bragg. It's really on for young and old. And Alicia Walker from Ballarat Grammar also pressing hard in this final 500.
Yep, it's very hard work when you're on this side of the course, but that's the vagaries of the draw, and it just emphasises the need to maximise your result in every round. If you can win every round, you get the best lanes.
You do indeed.
Normally, in absolutely fair conditions, we would have the arrowhead, and these semi-final winners would be in lanes 4 and 5 in a regatta in a field like this. But today they're in lanes 2 and 3.
I don't think Lily Barker got that memo though. She must have been having a little bit of a breather because she's now pushing back really hard, and she has taken back the lead over Lila Fieves from, Lily Bragg, over Lila Fieve from Fremantle and Madison Duncan from Canberra.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see with that sun shining the way it is, and it'll only be when they get in front of that blown up sign on the far side over there where we can actually not have too much interference from the sun. But she's doing an outstanding job, the sculler from St Patrick's College in Townsville. But
she
then
is.
Across in lane 3 from Mandels, Lila Fieve.
Yeah, she's
very
dangerous.
strong rowing name from Western Australia. Jono Fieve won a World Championship in 1996 in the double scull when coached by the late Nick Garrett. And Lila Fieve living up to the expectations of the surname and is charging home after Lily Bragg. Lily Bragg spent a lot of petrol. She's hanging on tenaciously to the lead, the established in the first 1,000 metres. But Lila Fieve of Fremantle Rowing Club, coached by Tom Gaddy down at Fremantle. And these two are stroke for stroke. It's bow ball to bow ball in the first race of day 4. And I reckon that the Western Australians got a bow just in front. And it'll be Lila Fieve of Fremantle will get across in front of a very brave St Pat's Townsville sculler, Lily Bragg. Then follows Ballarat Grammar, also a brave effort. Canberra Grammar will be in 4th place. Kentish will be in 5th. And at the rear of the field will be the Nepean sculler.
Confirming the results of the B final in the under-17 women's single scull, a win for Lila Fieve of Fremantle. 2nd, Lily Bragg of St Patrick's, Townsville. 3rd, Alicia Walker from Ballarat Grammar. 4th, Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar. 5th, Lily Barker from Kentish. 6th, Olivia Harris from Nepean. Winning time 9 minutes 10.6 seconds, and the margin was just 0.66 at the end. What an exciting first race. Thank you, under-17 women's single scull, for getting the day off and running in such a fantastic way.
And the A final is through the 1,000-metre mark now, and our favourite Victoria Binns is leading,
Wow.
4 minute 24.31, and she's 5.12 seconds in front of Queenwood's Imogen Gray. Seeded 1st and 2nd, and up there they are. Hannah Wixton of Buckingham is back in 5th place, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, she obviously had a good start.
In 3rd place is Sophia Miller of Glebe, and then follows Sarah Burke of St Pat's Townsville. Wixton in 5th, and Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar has been 6th from the outset. But 5.12 seconds is almost 2 lengths lead in this single scull category.
So obviously very determined and sending a very clear message of her intentions to the remainder of the field. Looks as though Hannah Wixton, who is impressed throughout the entire regatta, because she's in lane 5, got herself off to a really assertive start, but may have paid for it in terms of then needing to take a bit of a breather in the second 500. So Imogen Gray continues to follow Victoria Binns, but she has clawed back a little of that 5-point-something lead. She's now clawed it back to 4.6, so slowly. She has another 4.6 seconds over Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club of New South Wales, who's now in third. Sarah Burke is sitting from St Patrick's Townville, sitting in fourth. Hannah Wigston remains in fifth, just behind St Patrick's of Townsville, and then our final sculler is Ella Durand from Gippsland Grammar, sitting in sixth position.
So no change in the order from the 1,000 metre mark to the 1,500 metre mark. And not surprisingly, it's Binns and Gray who are leading the race. They qualified in the highest positions, and they are living up to those qualification performances with Victoria Binns, Loretto Marriotteville, the school in Adelaide in South Australia, and Imogen Gray from Queenwood School in Sydney, and they are first and second. And in third place is the Glebe sculler Sophia Miller, and she's doing a terrific job there, and attached to a school, but the Glebe Rowing Club and the school have a relationship, and Milan and Thomas Parker are her coaches.
That's right. She's at Ascombe School for Girls. So very different, Victoria Binns and Imogen Gray, in terms of the amount of experience they have at racing at this level. Victoria Binns really impressed last year, and I'm pretty sure she made her first appearance the year before that, or 2 years before that. And she's very experienced, particularly the tactics. The Imogen, she's only just started rowing, so this is, I think, her first season, or maybe she's had a season and a half. So relatively inexperienced, and this is all very new for her, especially taking it up in the final part of the race. But I think she's doing a really good job. Her coaches, of which there are a few, will be really pleased with her progress, I'm sure.
As Loretto Marriotteville, Victoria Binns go across the line first. Queenwood School, Imogen Gray is second. Glebe Rowing Club, Sophia Miller will finish third. Fourth will be the St Pat's Townsville sculler, Sarah Burke. She was very tough yesterday to make it to the A final, and again she's rowed very strongly indeed. Fifth will be the Buckingham sculler, Hannah Wigston, and sixth will be Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar.
So confirming the results of the A final of the under-17 women's single scull, a win for Victoria Binns of Loretto Marriotteville. Second, Imogen Gray from Queenwood School. Third, Sophia Miller from Glebe Rowing Club. Fourth, Sarah Burke from St Patrick's Townsville. Fifth, Hannah Wigston of Buckingham. And sixth, Ella Durand of Gippsland Grammar. Winning time, provisionally, 8 minutes 50.46, with the margins 6.13 and 3.31. We now have the B final of the under-17 men's single scull. Alexander Williams from Geelong College is in lane 2. Thomas Gillam from Gippsland Grammar in lane 3. Albert Howard from St Peter's College in lane 4, Jack Mitchell of Nudgee College in lane 5, Max Strickland of Nudgee College in lane 6, and Noah Haas of St Virgil's, Gold Coast, is that right?
No, Tasmania.
Oh, Tasmania, sorry. He is in lane 7.
And St Peter's College from Adelaide, and Albert Howard, I'm not sure, I think he's part of Nathan Bowden's squad there. Nathan, who's been on a couple of national teams at different levels, coaches the next level down. The head coach is James McRae, and of course Tim Hennessy has been running the program there for quite some time, but Tim has recently tendered his resignation and is moving on. So Alexander Williams of Geelong College in Station 2, Thomas Gillam of Gippsland Grammar. He's coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. The two Nudgee College scullers, Jack Mitchell and Max Strickland, are coached by Lockie Willis, who coaches and is also the boatman at Nudgee College, and Noah Haas from St Virgil's is coached by Jared Connolly and Oliver Wilson Haffenden. So it was Noah Haas who led through the 1,000 metre mark in 4 minutes 13.56 over the St Peter's College sculler Albert Howard. Just 1.6 the margin there. And in third place was Alexander Williams of Geelong College, then back to Gippsland Grammar with Nudgee in 5th and 6th places. That's Strickland in 5th and Jack Mitchell in 6th place. Of course, Nudgee College, like all of the Brisbane schools, was severely impacted by the recent flooding, but they do have an alternate venue off the Brisbane River, and were able to get some training in at least prior to the head of the river. Through the 1,500 metres, and Albert Howard of St Peter's College from Adelaide has moved from second place into the lead. just 0.78 in front of Noah Haas of St Virgil's, and he's doing a great job, Haas. He's in lane 7, so the tenacity will be brought to the fore here to hang on in the dying stages after the exertion to be in the lead and still be in the mix for the top 3 after 1,500 metres. And the A final field is now on our screen.
It is, with Thomas Stevens from Brisbane Boys College in lane 2. In lane 3, Cooper Hoskin from Christian Brothers. In lane 4, Kaylin Routley from Newcastle Grammar School. In lane 5, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 6, Morgan Jones from Newington College. And in lane 7, Dylan Outram from Canberra Grammar School.
And the under-17 men's single scullers race for the Piper Cup. And the donor of that cup not here this year, normally in attendance, particularly in Sydney, to present the cup. But that cup will be presented by Mark Prater from the Reinhold Barchi Men's National Training Centre. At the B final coming towards the finish line, and a very close contest indeed between, on the far side there, Albert Howard of, in the middle, Albert Howard of St Peter's. On the far side, Alexander Williams of Geelong College, and on this side, St Virgil's Noah Haas. And it'll be the far side. Geelong College will get across first. I reckon St Peter's College will be second. St Virgil's will be third. Fourth then will be Gippsland Grammar. Fifth will be Nudgee College in lane 6. And sixth will be Nudgee College in lane 5. They're coming thick and fast, Lizzie.
They are. How exciting. So just confirming the results of the B final of the under-17 men's single scull. A win for Alexander Williams of Geelong College. Second, Albert Howard from St Peter's College. Third, we believe, Noah Haas from St Virgil's in Tasmania. Fourth, Thomas Gillam from Gippsland Grammar. Fifth, Max Strickland from Nudgee. And sixth, Jack Mitchell from Nudgee. Provisional time 8 minutes 24.92.
And in the A final for the Piper Cup, the leader through the 500 metres and the 1,000 metres is the Brisbane Boys College sculler Thomas Stevens. He's part of the Year 11 8 that won the recent Head of the River race. We are now going to do the presentation for the under-17 women's single scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-17 women's single scull. The medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-17 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth, Hancock Prospecting National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalist, Sophia Miller, representing Glebe Rowing Club. Sophie is coached by Milan and Thomas Parker. Second place and silver medalist, Imogen Gray, representing Queenwood School for Girls. Imogen is coached by Katie Healy. Gold medalist and Australian Champion of Australia for 2022, Victoria Binns. Victoria represents Loreto Marriotteville School and is coached by Tom Dornbos. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
So the under-17 men's single scull crossed the line. The final of that race crossed the line. In first place, unofficially, was Brisbane Boys College Thomas Stevens. Second, lane 4, Newcastle Grammar Kaylin Routley. Third, lane 3, Christian Brothers Cooper Hoskin. Fourth, lane 5, Mossman Lachlan Fraser. Fifth was Newington Morgan Jones. And sixth, Canberra Grammar Dylan Outram. The winning time 8:05.73. The margin 3.68. 2.72 and 4.50.
So on the course now is the B final of the under-19 women's single scull. In lane 2, Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University, coached by Jack Hanley. In lane 3, Emily Graham of the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 4, Olivia Yates from Mersey Rowing Club, coached by David Tippett. In lane 5, Morgan Brown from North Esk, coached by Trevor Barrett, and Emily Hepburn from North Esk is in lane 6. Ellie Clifford from Trinity Lutheran is in lane 7. The single scullers have now reached the 500 metre mark. Razor, I don't know if you can see them into the sun.
But the indication is that Emily Hepburn is the leader.
Yeah.
And she's done very well to come from lane 6 to lead this race. As we've said a couple of times, those on this side of the course are putting very brave efforts in and are very, very competitive. So good on them. North Esk, at the moment, it's a Tasmanian Quinella. North Esk leading Mersey. Then back to the University of Queensland's Emily Graham. North Esk Morgan Brown. And Trinity Lutheran's Ellie Clifford. So the margin was nearly two lengths there for North Esk Emily Hepburn at the 1,500 metre mark. As she comes into view now, and she's got a handsome margin given the conditions and on which side of the course she's on. So a terrific effort from Emily Hepburn from the North Esk Rowing Club in Tasmania in Launceston, and Trevor Barrett is her coach, and she's got the look back at the rest of the field. In second place is the Mersey sculler, so the Tasmanian Quinella is about to happen. Olivia Yates, coached by David Tippett, and Emily Graham from the University of Queensland. That's not a University of Queensland singlet in the middle there now. The University of Queensland has got up into second place by the look of it. It's very difficult to see in the sun at the moment. So it is the University of Queensland in second place, Mersey in third place. Then fourth will be North Esk in lane 5. And fifth will be Trinity Lutheran. So that would indicate that the Sydney University sculler did not start. Do my colleagues agree?
Yeah, definitely can't see her. Let's hope she's okay. Perhaps she's scratched. Confirming the results of the B final of the under-19 women's single scull, a win for Emily Hepburn of North Esk. Second, Emily Graham of the University of Queensland. Third, Olivia Yates from Mersey. Fourth, Morgan Brown from North Esk. And fifth, Ellie Clifford from Trinity Lutheran. The provisional time, 9 minutes, 5.05 seconds. The margin, 4.96, 4.93.
field in the A final.
And the field in the A final is on the course. So let's take you across to who we have racing. In the far lane, lane 2, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 3, Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 4, Elena Moran from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 5, Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 6, Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club, and in lane 7, Ella Spalding from Mersey.
So it is Talisa Noak Driver who led through the 1,000 metre mark over Sophie Malcolm. Just 0.63 is the margin there, so we wait for some clarification on the placings behind it, but there's very little to choose between the scullers in lane 2, Centenary, Queensland Academy of Sports, Sophie Malcolm, and the very, very promising Sydney Rowing Club sculler, Talisa Noak Driver, who's coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck. ANU ACT Elena Moran in Station 4, Canberra ACT Imogen Lang in lane 5, Penrith Madison Joins, coached by the Evergreen Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos Cutler, and Mersey's Ella Spalding, coached by David Tippett, is in Station 7. But it is Noak Driver, Talisa Noak Driver and Sophie Malcolm of Centenary QAS, and the two of them have left the remainder of the field in their wake. They've moved well clear. As I said, the very promising Talisa Noak Driver, as is Sophie Malcolm, it must be said. Sophie Malcolm won the under-17 single at the Australian Championships at Lake Barrington last year by panels of fencing, but at the moment she's no match for this very, very promising Sydney sculler, Talisa Noak Driver. New South Wales champion in this event, and the double scull and the quadruple scull. She's making every post a winner here, Talisa Noak Driver, and Centenary's QAS, Sophie Malcolm, unable to bridge the gap that was established in the middle stages by Talisa Noak Driver, and they'll get the Quinella for sure. Sydney lane 3 will be first, Centenary QAS will be second, third still pretty much in contention, but it looks to me like it's ANU in third place. It's Elena Moran holding down third place. They'll be our medalists, and then back to Mersey in fourth place, Ella Spalding, fifth and sixth still to be determined. But the winning time unofficially 8 minutes 37.22. The margin between first and second is 2.66 as we wait for fifth and sixth to come across the line, and they are racing very hard, obviously realising that the Australian selectors are keeping a close eye on them. Lane 5, lane 6, bow ball to bow ball. Oh, I reckon lane 6 may have got up just on the line over lane 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Piper Cup for the Under-17 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Mark Prater, Hancock Prospecting Men's National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalist, representing Christian Brothers, Cooper Hoskin. Cooper is coached by Daniel Ralph. Second place and silver medalist, representing Newcastle Grammar School, Kaylin Routley. Kaylin is coached by Amos Noon. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, Representing Brisbane Boys College, Thomas Stevens. Thomas is coached by John Pettigrew. Mark Prater will now present the Piper Cup. Congratulations to all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the under-17 men's single scull.
Some quick swapping of seats going up here, Lizzie, for a couple of minutes. It is the B final currently on the course of the under-19 men's single scull, and it's approaching the conclusion right here in front of us. Alec Hoskin from Kinross Wallaroi was in front after 1,500 metres, and he had a pretty substantial lead, 9 seconds on Robert van der Pol, the Trinity Lutheran sculler there. Lane 4 and Swan River's Harry Salfinger sitting in third place as they continue now into the last 100 or so metres of this race, at least in terms of our race leader there from Kinross Wallaroi in lane 2. He looks set to finish 7th overall in the under-19 men's single scull, which is race 300. We're almost at the halfway mark of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships, and it will be Alec Hoskin of the Kinross Wallaroi School from Orange in central western New South Wales, who takes out the win here in the B final. Alex Hoskin, coached by Benjamin Watt, across there for the win in lane 3. Second place, a decent margin back. It would be a bit more than 10 seconds, I reckon, by now. And it is the sculler from Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast, Robert van der Pol, coached by Sam Duncan. And Eric Rowan, who will take second spot. Third is the Swan River sculler, Harry Salfinger, who's coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. Bundaberg Samuel Klotz finishes in 4th place. And a couple of scullers listed,
College.
maybe still to come home.
Okay, so what we've seen then, still to come home.
2 scratchings, in fact, to a told. So, yeah, just the 4 scullers in the race. They're all across the line there, Lizzie.
Okay, so let's announce the results then. In the B final of the under-19 men's single scull, a win for Alec Hoskin of Kinross Wallaroi. Second, Robert van der Pol of Trinity Lutheran. Third, Harry Salfinger of Swan River Rowing Club. And fourth, Samuel Klotz of Bundaberg. The A final is on the course, racing for the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy in the under-19 men's single scull. In lane 2, we have Adam Holland from Scotch College Adelaide and the South Australian Sports Institute. He's coached by Will Raven. In lane 3, Chad Willett from Nudgee College. In lane 4, James Hart from St Kevin's, coached by Tom Swan and Charlie Dixon. In lane 5, William Gregory from Radford College of the ACT, coached by Craig Muller and Michael McCormack. In lane 6, Winston Hooper from Melbourne Grammar School, coached by Tom Abranovsky. And in lane 7, Will Clark from Ballarat Grammar. He's coached by Paul Commons.
Yeah, so they're just about, they have in fact now come through halfway, Lizzie, in that race, the A final of the under-19 men's single scull, and it's the Scotch College Adelaide sculler who leads Adam Holland with a little bit over a boat length it would be in this class of racing, 3.39 seconds from Scotch to the Nudgee College sculler, Chad Willett, who's been mentioned a few times at this regatta for his form both here and also at Lake Barrington last year, currently sitting in 2nd place. And then St Kevin's of Melbourne, James Hart there in 3rd place, 1.65 seconds further away. James Hart was the winner of the New South Wales State Championships several weeks ago now on the Sydney International Regatta Centre, where we were supposed to be this week before circumstances intervened and we found ourselves at Ngambie instead. So James Hart from St Kevin's School in Melbourne, but the winner of the New South Wales State title, sitting here currently in the bronze medal spot of the under-19 men's single scull. Then Winston Hooper of Melbourne Grammar, Will Clark of Ballarat Grammar, and also William Gregory from Radford College in the ACT, the next 3 scullers in the race. But quite a gap between the top 3 and the remaining 3 now as they approach the 1,500 metre mark of this race as well. So Adam Holland in lane 2 still looks to be maintaining and possibly extending his advantage. Nudgee's Chad Willett and St Kevin's James Hart in a good battle, which may well be for the silver and bronze medal, because Adam Holland of Scotch College Adelaide, who's coached by William Raven, looking very strong there on the far side of the course. The ever alert Lizzie Chapman has noted that just as we're about to say good things about Chad Willett of Nudgee College, he seemed to almost come to a stop there. So a crab of some sort there for Chad Willett. He's going again now and looks to have recovered quite well, but the Nudgee sculler, who was certainly sitting second, probably now narrowly back in third, and you can see, in fact, as they came through 1,500 metres, it was just 0.78 of a second between the silver and bronze medalists, provisionally at this stage of the race. Chad Willett of Nudgee is coached here by Sean Carolyn and Lachlan Johnson, and James Hart of St Kevin's, coached by Tom Swan and Charlie Dixon. So a race is really on for the silver and bronze medals here, but the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy looks like it may well be going to South Australia. Adam Holland of Scotch College Adelaide and the South Australian Sports Institute is in front here from the Nudgee and St Kevin's scullers, battling out for silver and bronze. Melbourne Grammar's Winston Hooper still there, about almost 13 seconds back in fourth place. Will Clark then of Ballarat Grammar would be fifth, and William Gregory of Radford College in the ACT, the sixth place sculler. So Chad Willett going very strongly here after that slight interruption to his flow with about 500 to go. He looks to have moved his boat right up alongside, certainly, the St Kevin's sculler James Hart. So the race for silver and bronze is on in earnest here, but Adam Holland has the best seat in the house over in lane 2. He's about 3 lengths clear and only has about 100 metres to go to win the under-19 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The race for the silver is hotting up as they do once again go stroke for stroke, and maybe the Nudgee College sculler with just a little bit more boat speed than St Kevin's now with a few strokes to go. But it will be Adam Holland from Scotch College Adelaide over in lane 2 who comes across and takes out the under-19 Men's Single Scull. He wins the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy, and silver will go to Nudgee College by a canvas. It is Chad Willett second, James Hart third. So in the end, in lane order down the page, but it took a lot of racing to get to that point. Adam Holland from Scotch College ahead of Nudgee and St Kevin's. Next time will be lane 6. That's Winston Hooper from Melbourne Grammar School, and he's followed by Will Clark and William Gregory.
What an exciting finish. Whoa, don't you love finals? So, a final for the under-19 men's single scull. They were racing for the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy, and it was a win for Adam Holland of Scotch College Adelaide and the South Australian Sports Institute. Second was Chad Willett from Nudgee College, just pipping James Hart of St Kevin's to the post, but what a fantastic finish from those two. Fourth, Melbourne Grammar's Winston Hooper. Fifth, Ballarat Grammar's Will Clark. And sixth, William Gregory from Radford College. Provisional time for that final, 7 minutes 44.77. The margins 5.15 and 0.51. We now move to the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Tom Westgarth, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalist, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Talisa Noak Driver. Talisa is coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Tech. Silver medalist, representing Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sophie Malcolm. Sophie is coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. And I do apologise, but that was Elena Moran from ANU in the ACT High Performance Programme that won the bronze medal. It is gold medalist is Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club. and Talisa is coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Sheck. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our Australian champions and medalists in the under-19 women's single scull. We've now moved to coxless pairs, still in the under-19 category, and we have the B final of the under-19 women's coxless pairs on the course with Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton of the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 2, Mariah Murray and Diana Macalino of Loreto Marriotteville in lane 3, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry of Bahan in lane 4, Minea Bishop and Alice Reddy of the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 5, Chantal Mason and Amy McLaughlin from Geelong College in lane 6. And at the 1500 metre mark, it was the University of Queensland crew in lane 1, Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton, who had taken the lead, but only by a second over the Loreto Marriotteville crew of Mariah Murray and Diana Macalino. Fahan's crew of Crosby and Fry sit in 3rd position. The second University of Queensland crew, Bishop and Reddy, currently sitting in 4th, but there is quite a gap, isn't there, between the 1st and 2nd positions, Richard?
Yeah, thank you, Lizzie. It was a great finish in that last race just completed, and then quite a tight margin here too at the top between the University of Queensland and Loreto Marriotteville, the top two. So Bridgefoot and Hutton of University of Queensland leading Murray and Macalino of Loreto Marriotteville. This is the race, again, the B final, so position 7 to 11, as it will be in this case, with five boats in the race. And it is Bridgefoot and Hutton leading from the University of Queensland, and Loreto Marriotteville close there in 2nd place as they're well through 1,500 metres now, and starting to come hopefully into slightly clearer view here in the concluding stages of the race. The crew over on the far side, they're pretty much all in lane order across the course, it does appear. University of Queensland from Loreto Marriotteville, the Farn School from Tasmania, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry, then Minea Bishop and Alice Reedy of the University of Queensland, with 2 crews in the race, and Geelong College sitting in 5th place. But a good race between these two. Still on the far side, Maya Murray and Dina Macalino of Loreto Marriotteville, who are coached by Tom Dornbos, and the University of Queensland just narrowly still in front, Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton, coached by Gus Rodero at the University of Queensland Boat Club up in Brisbane, holding sway by probably about half a length or so from the Loreto Marriotteville combination, well clear of the rest of the field in this B final of the under-19 women's coxless pair. And as it's been through the second 1,000 of this race, it continues to be the University of Queensland narrowly holding on, and they'll win it by about 2/3 of a length on the line. So Eliza Bridgefoot and Tyler Hutton for the University of Queensland take out the under-19 women's coxless pair B final. 2nd to Loreto Marriotteville. 3rd then it will be the Farn School from Tasmania. 4th will be the University of Queensland Bishop and Reedy. And back to the Geelong College, who will finish in 5th place over in lane 6. As we welcome for the first time this morning, Chris McCarthy to the bright sunshine here at Nagambie.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Lizzie, for your time this morning. It's a pleasure to be back here on finals day. Things starting to hot up here on Thursday morning. Day 4 of the 2022 Australian Rowing Championships here at Lake Nagambie. Just confirming the results of that one, race 302, the B final, the under-19 women's coxless pair. First place is to the University of Queensland, Eliza Bridgefoot and Taylor Hutton, coached there by Augustin Rodero. 2nd place, Loreto Marriotteville, Mariah Murray and Diana Macalino. 3rd place, Farn, Molly Crosby and Annabelle Fry. And in 4th place, just crossing the line now, 4th place, the University of Queensland, Minea Bishop and Alice Reddy. And in 5th place, just crossing the line now, Geelong College's Chantal Mason and Amy McLaughlin. And they're coming at us thick and fast this morning. On the course now is race number 303, the A final of the women's under-19 coxless pair. In lane 2, from the Wilderness School, Zara Hodley and Georgina Birchall, coached by Amy Mailing. In lane 3, Pine Rivers, Ella Smith and Jave Proberts, coached by Ray Smith and Glenn Smith. In lane 4, from Mercantile Rowing Club, Jess Hawker and Bethany Smack, coached by Sam Fennessy and Michael Mackay. In lane 5, UTS Haberfield, Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper, coached there by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 6, another crew from Farn, Hannah Richards and Laura Cooper, coached by Sam Manson and Chris Parnham. And in lane 7, a composite from Cand and Toowong rowing clubs, Giselle Graham from Toowong, Molly Salisbury from Cand, coached by Scott Rowe and Leo Karademetrius.
Ray Ebbett excused himself from the commentary box a couple of races prematurely not long ago. We think we know why. We'll be watching very carefully here as the Pine Rivers combination, the under-19 women's coxless pair, are on their way, it seems, to another national title. They won the under-19 women's double scull last year on Lake Barrington. They will defend that title in the race, I think, on tomorrow's program as well. But for now, it's the under-19 women's coxless pair and the Pine Rivers combination of Ella Smith and Jave Proberts are leading here. They had 7 seconds after the 1,500 metre mark of the race on second place combination from the Wilderness School, Zara Hoadley and Georgina Birchall, who are coached by Amy Mailing, and Pine Rivers, of course, coached by Ray Smith and Glenn Smith on Lake Kawongba in Brisbane, and they are certainly clear here by a couple of lengths. A further 7 seconds back to UTS Haberfield in third place, Paige Critchlow and Amelia Cooper there, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field, and then Mercantile were third ahead of Farn and also the Cand Toowong composite crew. But a very strong performance here from the crew from Pine Rivers, far better known as Scullers, but trying their hand at the Cox's pair this year for something else to do and making a fine fist of it here. The combination from the Pine Rivers Rowing Club in Brisbane, they're well inside the Red Boys now of the final 100 metres, up on 36 strokes to the minute, and a great display of pair-oared rowing here from the combination of Ella Smith and Jave Proberts from Pine Rivers, who will go across and win the under-19 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. It is Pine Rivers in first place. The Wilderness School, a good effort there in second place as well. Over on lane 2, Zara Hoadley and Georgina Birchall about 3 lengths further back, and a similar margin then it would be to the third place combination from the Farns. Mercantile is there in third place ahead of UTS Haberfield, and then it'll be Farn and also the Cand composite combination in the under-19 women's coxless pair.
Confirming the results there of race 303, the A final of the under-19 women's coxless pair. First place and national champions for 2022, Pine Rivers. Second place and silver medalist, the Wilderness School. Third place and bronze medalist, Mercantile Rowing Club. Fourth place, UTS Haberfield. Fifth place, Farn. Sixth, the Cand and Toowong composite. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy for the under-19 men's single scull. The medals and trophy will be presented by Mark Prater, Hancock Prospecting Men's National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalist, St Kevin's, represented by James Hart. James was coached by Tom Swan and Charlie Dixon. Second place and silver medalist, Nudgee College, represented by Chad Willett. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Scotch College Adelaide, represented by Adam Holland. Adam was coached by William Raven. The Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Mark Prater. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2022 Australian champion and medalists in the under-19 men's single scull.
And while that presentation was taking place, we did just see the conclusion. Behind the presentation area there of the B final in the under-19 men's coxless pair, there was one scratching in the race, the crew from Caulfield Grammar, but it was Corio Bay in first place, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Rudden. Second went to the University of Queensland, Mitch McGeever and Drew Waitman, and third then was the West Australian composite crew, Apollo Solomon of the West Australian Rowing Club and Ben Scott from Fremantle. We are still just waiting for a start now in race 305, the under-19 men's coxless pairs. We have a bit of a rush of races there early in the day as we had to catch up a few minutes, and now it will just be a couple of minutes before the next race is underway. Looks like there might be some running repairs going on to one of the boats there up in the start pontoon, but not too far until we're underway in what will be the A final of the under-19 men's coxless pair.
Bit of an interesting tidbit for this one. The top two qualifiers, the two crews from Mossman Rowing Club, both won their semi-finals. Actually haven't raced each other yet at the regatta. This is their first competition against their club mates in the A final today. So a little bit of inter-club rivalry on the far side of the course to come.
It'll be on in lanes 1 and 2, it looks like. So there is our start list, Chris. We've got the 7 crews soon to go in this A final.
And we're off in race number 305, the A final of the race for medals in the under-19 men's coxless pair. We're off and definitely racing
Demolition
there.
derby there from the start too.
A little bit of competition in the opening stages of the race. So our crews for this A final in lane 1 from Mossman Rowing Club, Brandon Smith and Oliver St. Pierre, coached there by Judith and Matthias Ungemak. In lane 2, also from Mossman Rowing Club, Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson, coached by the same dynamic duo, Matthias and Judith Ungemak. In lane 3 from the Hutchins School, Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey, coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright. In lane 4, a composite crew from Christchurch and West Australian Rowing Club, Joshua Hankey from West Australian Rowing Club and Grant Hogarth from Christchurch Grammar School, coached there by Stefano Beloso. In lane number 5 from St Joseph's College in New South Wales, James Fredrickson and Charlie Hine, coached there by David Geely and Charles Rowe. In lane 6 from the Southport School, Harry Ward and Tyler Lane, coached by Cameron Kennedy. And in lane 7 from the Hutchins School, Falcon Palmer and Archie Stewart, coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright.
And yeah, it was some interesting cheering from a couple of crews off the start. They looked like the centre lanes, I think 4 and 5, Christchurch West Australian Rowing Club and St Joseph Sydney, maybe in the 2 crews that came very close together. And you can see as a result, the Christchurch Grammar combination sitting a few lengths back behind the field now after having to correct their steering. But so we expect a good race from the 2 Mossman combinations over on the far side of the course. Certainly conditions down at the start do look a little choppier than they are here at the finish line. As we look out our window here, the water is very, very placid. But as you can see there from the Southport School combination, catching some rough water too, it is definitely not as comfortable in the first half of the course at this stage. But they are through the soon to come through. They have gone through the 500 metre. We don't have any splits coming through yet on the timing system, but it is certainly quite tight between a number of crews across the field that race. Lane 3, Hutchins, Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey was certainly right up there. Possibly the best of the 2 Mossman combinations may well be lane 1, Brandon Smith and Oliver St Pierre. Beside them is Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson, also of the Mossman Rowing Club, as they continue on now into the second 500 metres of this race, the final of the under-19 men's coxes pair. So they are through the halfway mark now of this race, and it is certainly Mossman who do lead by about a length or so. It was the lane 2 combination of Mossman. So Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson, the better placed of those two Mossman doubles, having a match race, no doubt, with some intra-club pride on the line there over on the far side of the course. Hutchins, however, from Tasmania, still there in second place. The Hutchins School, Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey, coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright. And then the second Mossman combination behind them, that is Brandon Smith and Oliver St. Pierre of the Mossman Rowing Club in third place. St. Joseph's, no, it was St. Joseph's for fourth there, but also the Southport School, Hutchins, and the West Australian Composite combination, Christchurch, and the West Australian Rowing Club there of Hankey and Hogarth. So certainly a few of the crews towards the camera side of the course, or the northern side, did seem to have a number of messy strokes over that opening half of the race, suggesting conditions, yes, in the first half of the course are a little bit challenging, especially in the coxless pair. Be one of the harder boats to row in these conditions, and not sure how experienced all these combinations would be, but doing a good job certainly from Mossman over on the far side, the crew of Lynch and Wilson. They had 3.34 seconds, so a bit over a boat length after the first 1,000 metres, and still holding that over the Hutchins School there, Gibson and Bailey in second place there in the red boat, the distinctive red boat, so often used by, often by the Tasmania University Boat Club, but a number of the Tasmanian clubs as well. And now through 1,500, that lead has extended out to 4.73 seconds it is now for Mossman over Hutchins. So Mossman, Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson continue to lead, and they're only about 450 metres away from a gold medal in the under-19 men's coxers pair. The second place crew remains the Hutchins School combination from Tasmania. Tom Gibson and Tom Bailey there, and then just over 2.5 seconds back to the second of the Mossman combinations, Brandon Smith and Oliver St. Pierre, who narrowly led. It definitely was St. Joseph's of Sydney there in fourth place. James Fredrickson and Charlie Hine, coached by David Gilly and Charles Rowe. Then it was the Southport School, Christchurch and Grammar and the West Australian Rowing Club. After that rather interesting beginning to the race, have got themselves up in the sixth place, and the Hutchins School with their second combination in the race over in lane 7. So two crews from Hutchins, two from Mossman, and it looks increasingly likely like Mossman may be able to take home 2 medals here from this race. But certainly the lane 2 combination of Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson looking comfortably out in front and enjoying the calm conditions here now in the closing section of the course. Some pretty smooth, long and powerful pair-oared rowing here in the under-19 men's coxless pair as they continue on into the final 100 metres of this race. So it's Mossman first, and having a go for second place too, I think, the lane 1 combination, Smith and St. Pierre, with Hutchins, the red boat, just struggling a bit there in the closing strokes, and St. Joseph's of Sydney, Fredrickson and Hine moving up, maybe to snatch a bronze medal as well. So the complexion changing late in this race, and it may well be Mossman Cornella here as Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson take out the under-19 men's coxers pair, and they will take the silver medal as well, the Mossman Rowing Club of Sydney. Brandon Smith and Oliver St Pierre beating home by 2/3 of a length. James Fredrickson and Charlie Hine of St Joseph Sydney. A strong finish from them to move up into the bronze medal spot. Fourth then will be a brave race from the Hutchins School, just missing out. Fifth will be the Southport School, lane 6. Sixth place will be Christchurch and the West Australian Rowing Club. And seventh will be the second combination from the Hutchins School in lane 7.
Oh, what a fantastic bit of racing. So just confirming the results of that one there. Mossman Rowing Club in first place, the crew of Lynch and Wilson. The Mossman Rowing Club number 2 crew, Smith and St Pierre in second. St Joseph's College in third. Christchurch Western Australian Rowing Club in fourth. Southport School fifth. Hutchins 6th and 7th place. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-19 women's coxless pair. The medals will be presented by Ray Ebbett. Third place and bronze medalist, Mercantile Rowing Club, represented by Jess Hawker and Bethany Smack. Crew is coached by Sam Fennessy and Mike Mackay. Second place and silver medalist, Wilderness School, represented by Zara Hoadley and Georgina Birchall. Crew is coached by Amy Maidling. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Pine Rivers Rowing Club, represented by Ella Smith and Jave Proberts. Crew is coached by Ray Smith and Glenn Smith. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the women's under-19 coxless pair. Back down on the course now, we've got the B final of the under-21 women's single scull, rapidly approaching the finish line as they approach or cross through the 1,500 metre mark at this stage. At that stage in the race, it was Olivia Georgilopoulos of the Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Club from Queensland who was in the lead, narrowly from Sophia Whiteman of Sydney University Boat Club. It was then Lindsay Calvert of North Esk in third place. A little bit of timing discrepancies there through the 1,500 metre mark. We've got Meg Cartwright occupying about 5 places in the race at that point. But the remainder of the crews in that race, we had Elizabeth Gregory from ANU, Meg Cartwright of Melbourne University Boat Club, and Hannah Kenway of Brisbane and GPS. We'll have a little bit of a change in commentary. Thank you to Richard Dorstein for the last couple of races and welcoming Stuart John into the commentary box.
Good morning, Chris. Fantastic to be here. The first day of finals, 2022 Australian Rowing Championships. It's just, you can see the excitement. You could hear the cheers on the walk in as people, and then the cheers from the actual rowers themselves as they crossed over the finish line in the medal positions.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the moment, in the B final, it is Griffith University. Surfers Paradise's Olivia Georgopoulos, who does have the lead at the moment. She's got about a boat length ahead of Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University. Then back a little bit further, Lindsay Calvert from North Esk sitting in third place. This is the B final for the under-21 women's singles sculls before moving on to the A final later on. Getting a bit of a move on though now is Sophia Whiteman. They're into the final 200 metres and it looks like she's just pulling ahead of Olivia Georgilopoulos. Then back to Lindsay Calvert, and then over on the side closest to the spectators we have Elizabeth Gregory from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University, and then Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS. But now with 125 metres to go, Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University has managed to pull ahead. She's opened up a little bit of clear water between herself and Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and then back another couple of boat lengths to Lindsay Calvert from North Esk. Into the final stages now of the under-21 women's single scull B final, and it will be Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University who'll cross over the line. A fantastic finish there. They were about even going through the 1500s, but Sophia with a strong finish ahead of Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Lindsay Calvert from North Esk will come through in third place. And then a little bit of a battle in for fourth place, but Lizzie Gregory from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport will finish in fourth ahead of Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University, and then Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS making up the fields.
And we are making up a little bit of time after a little mechanical on the start of the under-21 men's coxless pair earlier. So we do have the final, the A final of the under-21 women's single scull on the course now, and rapidly approaching the finish line, I might say. In lane 2, Sydney University and the ACT High Performance Program's Madeline Vagg. In lane number 3, also from Sydney University, Grace Turner. In lane 4, from Melbourne University, Livia Rosea. In lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free. In lane 6, we have Jessica Malcolm of Centenary. And in lane 7, we have Sophie Barr, coached by Christine McLaren, representing the Adelaide University, supported by the South Australian Sporting Institute. And it does look like at that 1,500 metre mark, it was Madeline Vagg and Grace Turner, both Sydney University scullers, occupying the gold and silver medal positions as they approach the last 250 metres of the race.
Yeah, Madeline Vagg with an 8-second lead over Grace Turner as they pass through the 1,500 metres. We've got a good battle on for bronze at the moment as well. Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise really pushing hard against Livia Rosea from Melbourne University, and then back a little bit further, another battle between Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Barr for those 5th and 6th positions. But Maddie Vagg from Sydney University and the ACT High Performance Program, she has a lot of clear water between herself and the rest of the field, and you can see her still just taking it very easy coming up towards the finish line. She's got about 125 metres to go. Grace Turner from Sydney University sitting in second place at the moment. And then in that battle for the bronze, it's Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise ahead of Livia Rosea from Melbourne University. We saw Livia yesterday with a really strong finish. Has she got enough to try and come through and pinch the bronze? Sophie Barr leading Jessica Malcolm for 5th and 6th. But it will be Maddie Vagg from Sydney University and the and the ACT High Performance Program who'll come through with the win in the under-21 women's single scull. The silver medal will go to Grace Turner also from Sydney University. Danica Free, a strong finish for her, going through for the bronze ahead of Livia Rosea from Melbourne University. And then finishing in 5th will be Sophie Barr from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, and Jessica Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club. So a win there. Maddie Vagg, Grace Turner, 2 former ACT rowers, 1st and 2nd in the under-21 women's single sculls.
Stuart, it was the Sydney University Quinella in the A final of the under-21 women's single scull. Confirming the results of that one there. First place and national champion, Madeline Vagg from Sydney University, Grace Turner from Sydney University in the silver medal position, Danica Free from Griffith University in the bronze. In 4th place, Livia Rosea from Melbourne. In 5th, Adelaide University's Sophie Barr. And in 6th place, Jessica Malcolm of Centenary Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rhett Aliff, Reinhold Bacci Men's National Training Centre head coach. Third place and bronze medalists, St Joseph's College, New South Wales, represented by James Fredrickson and Charlie Hine, who was coached by Dave Cheeley and Charlie Rowe. Second place and silver medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, represented by Brandon Smith and Oliver St Pierre. crew is coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermann. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Mossman Rowing Club. Represented by Joe Lynch and Joshua Wilson. The crew is coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermann. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-19 men's coxless pair. And on the course now, just crossing the finish line, we'll have the B final, the Under-21 men's single scull. From start to finish, it has been Blake Wyatt of the Western Australian Rowing Club who has led that race by quite considerable margin from Max von Appen of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. We'll just cross the line now in second place. It is a battle on for third between the University of Queensland sculler Noah Roseman and the Canberra Rowing Club sculler Raphael Priest. It will be the Canberra Rowing Club sculler Raphael Priest crossing the line in third place by half a boat length from Noah Roseman of University of Queensland in fourth. The sculler from Western Australian Rowing Club, Araya Almasi, coached there by Stefano Beloso, crossing the line in fifth place, just 2 boat lengths ahead of Banks Rowing Club's Mark Putter. Back down on the course now, we have race number 309, the A final of the Under-21 men's single scull in lane number 2 from Canberra Rowing Club and assisted by the ACT High Performance Program, Cormac Hayes, coached by David Framano. In lane 3 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Felix Oliver, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Minifie. In lane 4 from Mossman Rowing Club, Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias Ungermark. In lane 5 from Nepean Rowing Club, Miles Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6 from Sydney University Boat Club, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Hamish Danks, coached by Christopher Holiday and Thomas Lorich. And in lane 7 from Northwest Rowing Club, we have Rue Colley, coached by Brendan Long and Trevor Barrett.
And at the 1,000-metre mark of the A final of the men's Under-21 single sculls, it was Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, leading Felix Oliver from Melbourne University by just 0.2 of a second. We could be in for a fantastic finish here in this race. Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club sitting in third place ahead of North Esk's Rue Colley, and then Patrick Burke from Mossman Rowing Club sitting in fifth place as they passed through the 1,000 metres. So not much between, certainly between third, fourth and fifth. So a bit of battle going on there, and a battle out at the front. It does look like Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club is in the lead and opening up a little bit of a gap ahead of Melbourne University's Felix Oliver, as well as Miles Harold from Nepean. Miles Harold certainly giving it a bit of a go to try and get up into those silver medal positions, as is Hamish Danks from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. So a strong battle going on. They're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark of the Under-21 men's single scull event. We've got Cormac Hayes with the lead. He's now increased his leads from under a second to nearly 6 seconds. Miles Harold sitting in third place behind Felix Oliver in second. Rue Colley 2 seconds behind third in fourth place, with Patrick Burke from Mossman sitting in fifth place as they go through the 1,500 metres. It's still Cormac Hayes with the lead and looking strong. He's into the final 400 metres ahead of Felix Oliver from Melbourne University, Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club. That's our 1, 2, 3, our medalists for the men's under-21 single sculls as things stand. Cormac Hayes, part of that group from the ACT High Performance Program, the ACT Academy of Sport, coached by Dave Romano, leading Melbourne University's Felix Oliver, who's coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi. Into the final 200 metres now. It's still Cormac Hayes with the lead. Felix Oliver sitting in second place. We do have Miles Harold from Nepean holding off a strong run from Patrick Burke from Mossman Rowing Club in that battle for third. And then over on the far side, Rue Colley from North Esk sitting in fourth place as well. He's not giving up without a battle. Out in front now, it's 125 metres to go. Cormac Hayes, a lot of clear water between himself and Felix Oliver from Melbourne University, and then Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club in third place in that bronze medal position. With a few big strokes to go, it will be the man from the capital, Cormac Hayes, who will come through and win the gold in the men's under-21 singles scull. He crosses the line in a time of 7 minutes 39.17. Coming through in second place will be Felix Oliver in a strong row from him. Silver medal for Felix Oliver from Melbourne University. Third place will go to Nepean's Miles Harold ahead of Rue Colley from North Esk and then Patrick Burke from Mossman. So a win there for Cormac Hayes and the men's under-21 single sculls ahead of Felix Oliver from Melbourne University and Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club.
Thanks, Stuart. A confirmation of results there in the A final, the under-21 men's single scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-21 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ellen Randall, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalist, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, represented by Danica Free. Danica was coached by Duncan Free. Second place and silver medalist, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Grace Turner. Grace was coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Madeline Bagg. Madeline was coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the under-21 women's single scull. Back down on the course now, we've got the B final of the under-21 women's coxless pair on the course, just approaching the 1500 metre mark as we speak. In lane 2 from UTS Haberfield, Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpeniotis, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy, or is it Reddy, coached by Augustin Rodero. In lane 4 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Zara Lavery and Katrina Bitsios, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from Western Australian Rowing Club, Holly Cannon and Aquila Ambrosino, coached by Stefano Beloso and Jack O'Day. In lane 6, a composite crew between the Adelaide University and Adelaide Rowing Club, Grace Seppelt from Adelaide Rowing Club and Claire Romaniuk from Adelaide University, coached by our own Jirik Hasselgrove. And in lane 7, the Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Eliza Dunlop and Freya Neville, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck.
And into the 1,000 metre mark, it is the pair from the University of Queensland, Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy, with the lead by about 5 seconds over Melbourne University's Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios. Then back a little bit further, only a couple of seconds behind, to UTS Haberfield, pair of Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpeniotis. So that's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Sydney Rowing Club, is sitting in third place at the 1,000 metre, ahead of Adelaide University and Adelaide Composite and the West Australian Rowing Club, making up the fields through the 1,000 metres. Coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, though, it is still the University of Queensland in the lead. Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. A fantastic lead there at the moment. A number of boat lengths ahead. 5 seconds between first and second. Melbourne University, Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios sitting in second, and only 2.5 seconds back to the UTS Haberfield crew of Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpeniotis in third place. This is the B final for the under-21 women's coxless pairs before we head on to the A final. Sydney Rowing Club sitting in fourth place ahead of Adelaide University Adelaide Composite, and then the West Australian Rowing Club sitting in sixth place. Coming now into the final 400 metres. It's still the University of Queensland in the lead. They've got a couple of boat lengths ahead of Melbourne University. UTS Haberfield sitting in third place, and then a battle for the minor placings, fourth, fifth and sixth. Sydney Rowing Club, Liza Dunlop, Freya Neville sitting just ahead of Adelaide University, Adelaide's Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak, and also West Australian Rowing Club's Holly Cannon and Aquila Ambrosino. Past the last 250 metre, boys. Still the University of Queensland out in the lead. A good battle in for second. Melbourne University still holding on to second place, but they are now under some pressure from UTS Haberfield for second place in this B final. And then back again, Sydney Rowing Club still sitting in fourth, maybe about a boat length between them and the Adelaide University Adelaide Composite in lane 6, and then the West Australian Rowing Club crew in lane 5, also looking to make a bit of a march in the last 200 metres or so. But out in front, the University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. They're coached by Gus Rodero, and they are looking very good coming into the final 100 metres or so. Only a few strokes left to go in this B final of the under-21 women's coxless pairs. Some big strokes coming now, and they will cross the line in first place. A good win there. Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. Coming in second place will be Melbourne University, Zara Lavery and Katerina Bitsios. And then in third from UTS Haberfield, Sarah Fard and Taylor Kerpeniotis. In fourth place in the battle for fourth, we do have Sydney Rowing Club. In fourth, Eliza Dunlop and Freya Neville. And then in the battle for fifth, it does look to be just the West Australian Rowing Club's Holly Cannon and Aquila Ambrosino ahead of the Adelaide University Composite of Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak. So a win there for the University of Queensland ahead of Melbourne University and UTS Haberfield.
And on the course now we have race number 311, the A final, race for medals in the under-21 women's coxless pair. In lane 2, Tasmania University, represented by Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver. In lane 3, the Sydney Rowing Club, supported by the ACT High Performance Program and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett, coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Scheck and Dave Romano. In lane 4, the University of Queensland, represented by Nancy Duncan-Banks and Lucy Hope. In lane 5, the Fremantle and Swan River Composite, Lola Quinn from Swan River Rowing Club and Charlotte Broad from Fremantle, coached there by Mark Beer, Neville Kempton and Tom Gaddy. In lane number 6, Mercantile Rowing Club, represented by Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent, coached by Mike Mackay and Samuel Fennessy. And in lane number 7, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Evelyn Dow and Romy Cantwell, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller.
Into the final 250 metres, it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett who are leading the women's under-21 coxless pairs event. Behind them, Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver, ahead of Nancy Duncan-Banks and Lucy Hope from the University of Queensland, Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad from Swan River and Fremantle. Also battling it out for that bronze medal, ahead of Evelyn Dow, Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University and Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent from Mercantile. Final into the final 150 metres, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in the lead. This could be the second win in a row for Caitlin McManus-Barrett in this event, and they're looking quite strong ahead of Tasmania University, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver. And then in the battle for third, University of Queensland's Nancy Duncan-Banks and Lucy Hope sitting just ahead. But with a couple of big strokes to go, it will be from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus-Barrett are the 2022 Australian Under-21 Women's Coxless Pair champions. Second place will go through to Tasmania University. University of Queensland just managing to hold off a very fast finishing Fremantle Composite. So first to Sydney Rowing Club, second going through to Tasmania University, and third to the University of Queensland. The Fremantle composite of Lola Quinn and Charlotte Broad finishing just in 4th place ahead of Mercantile's Hannah Magasanik and Olivia Sargent, with Melbourne University's Evelyn Dow and Robbie Cantwell making up the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rhett Aliff, Reinhold Barchi Men's National Training Centre head coach. Third place and bronze medalists, Nepean Rowing Club, represented by Miles Harold. Miles was coached by Daniel Waddell. Second place and silver medalist, Melbourne University Boat Club, represented by Felix Oliver. Felix was coached by Matt Ryan and Tom Menifee. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program, represented by Cormac Hayes. Cormac was coached by David Framano. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2002 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-21 Men's Single Scull. And on the course now, we've got the B final of the Under-21 men's coxless pair on the course, approaching the last 100 metres. It does look to be the crew on the far side of the course from Fremantle Rowing Club, Liam Davis and Alex Chechel, coached by Thomas Gatti, who have a commanding lead all throughout the race. They'll be followed across the line by Mercantile Rowing Club's Flynn Stimson and Joshua Bertolucci. And then their club mates, also from Mercantile in 3rd place, Austin Reiner and Dom Frederico. Both those crews coached by Mike Mackay and Brendan Scott. It'll be Fremantle Rowing Club in 1st place in the B final, the Under-21 men's coxless pair. Mercantile in 2nd. Mercantile number 2 in 3rd place. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise's Max Taylor and Mackenzie Branch in 4th place. UTS Haberfield's Mitchell Kaponis and Lucas Stefanovic, coached by Alex Field. Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti in 4th place, or 5th place rather. The combination from New Norfolk, Aidan Midson and Thomas Morgan, crossing the line in 6th place. Just leading out the crew from Mercantile in lane 7, Charlie Clark and Liam Burks. The crews finishing in lane order across the course, 1st to 7th place. And out on the course now, the A final of the same event, the A final, the Under-21 men's coxless pair, just approaching the 1,500 metre mark at the moment. We have in lane number 2 a composite from the West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle. Liam Walker from Fremantle Rowing Club and Alex Baroni of Western Australia, coached there by Tom Gaddy. In lane 3 from Cairns, supported by the Queensland Academy of Support and our current race leaders, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson, coached by Christopher Holiday and Thomas Lorridge. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendenning and Bradley Graham, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane number 6 from Cairns Rowing Club, Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley, coached by Scott Rowe. And in lane 7 from UTS Haberfield, we have Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, coached there by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti.
Race number 313. It's the A final of the Under-21 men's coxless pairs. And out in the lead, it's the men from Queensland, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, representing Cairns Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. They were leading at the 1,000 metre mark ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Declan Glendenning and Bradley Graham, and they are still leading at the 1500 metre mark. The Sydney Rowing Club still sitting in second place though. They're just under 5 seconds behind our leaders, with Sydney University less than 2 seconds behind them. The crew of Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson sitting in fourth place at the moment. We do have the West Australian Fremantle composite of Liam Walker and Adam Baroni ahead of the second can crew Samuel Atherton, Daniel Horsley in lane 6, and the UTS Haberfield crew of Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. But out in front, it is our leaders. They've come down from the north, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, and they are leading the men's under-21 Coxless Pairs A final. We've got a good battle going on for second place. Sydney University's Henry Ryan, Ryan Gibson pushing hard against Sydney Rowing Club's Declan Glendenning and Bradley Graham. We're into the last 250 metres with the battle definitely on for the minor placings. The West Australian Fremantle composite of Liam Walker and Alex Baroni sitting in fourth place at the moment ahead of Samuel Atherton, Daniel Horsley from Cairns Rowing Club, and then UTS Haberfield's Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. It's Cairns out in front, Sydney Rowing Club in second place, Sydney University in third. They're our medalists at the moment. There's just over 120 metres to go. Cairns, though, looking very strong, this crew of Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. They've got a lot of clear water between themselves and the chasing crews from Sydney. Sydney Rowing Club just holding off Sydney University, but we're starting to see a little bit of a push from Sydney University. Are Sydney able to hold on? They're just extending the lead out in the last 50 metres or so. It will be a win for Cairns Rowing Club, and supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, the 2022 Australian champions. Second place to Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendenning and Bradley Graham, with third going to Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson from Sydney University. Coming through in fourth will be the West Australian Fremantle composite of Liam Walker and Alex Baroni, ahead of Cairns Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley, and then Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson from UTS Haberfield making up our field.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ellen Randall, Hancock Prospecting National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalists, the University of Queensland Boat Club, represented by Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope. The crew is coached by Gus Rodero. Second place and silver medalists, Tasmania University, represented by Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport and the ACT High Performance Program. The crew is coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Seck and David Framano. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pair. Back down on the course now, we've got the B final, the Under-23 Women's Single Scull, rapidly approaching the 1500 metre mark. In lane 2, we have Sydney University Boat Club and New South Wales Institute of Sport, represented by Element Scenes, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 3, the Western Australian Rowing Club, supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport. We've got Jolie Patterson, coached there by Jamie Hewlett. In lane 4, from the Mercantile Rowing Club, Louisa Bongrain, coached by Michael Mackay and Alistair Matthews. In lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club, India Hobbs, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 6, Swan River Rowing Club, represented by Georgia Hughes, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. And in lane 7, from the Australian National University, Ella Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding.
And going past the 1500 metre mark, it was Ella Menzenis from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport with a 7-second lead over second place Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club, supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport. Mercantile's Louisa Bongrain sitting in third place ahead of Sydney University's India Hobbs, Georgia Hughes from Swan River and Laura Kelly from ANU making up our field. So this race, the B final of the under-23 women's single sculls, sitting as per the seedings. Ella Menzies from Sydney University sitting in the lead, coming up towards the 1750 metre mark. She's got a lot of clear water between herself and Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club, and then back about a couple of boat lengths to Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile, India Hobbs from Sydney University and Georgia Hughes from Swan River and Laura Kelly from ANU. Into the last 250 metres though, Ella Menzies has been leading and rowing strongly. She's just coming up towards the 1750 metre mark and still looking quite strong. We've got a nice little battle going on for third place between Louisa Bongrain of Mercantile and India Hobbs from Sydney University. Just starting to see if she can close the gap a little bit. There's only about 200 metres to go, and she will need to put in a big effort to try and move ahead. We've got George Hughes from Swan River and Laura Kelly from ANU making up our field. Out in front though, Ella Menzies from Sydney University, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. She's into the last 100 metres and she's got a lot of clear water between herself and second place Jolie Patterson from the West Australian Rowing Club. Mercantile's Louisa Bongrain still holding off India Hobbs from Sydney University in that battle for third place. It's about a boat length between them, and it might just be a little bit too much for India to make up in the final 100 metres or so. But coming across the finish line, it will be Ella Menzies from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport coming through and winning the B final of the women's under-23 single scull. Jolie Patterson from West Australian Rowing Club will finish in second, with Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile holding off India Hobbs from Sydney University. And then Georgia Hughes will finish in fifth ahead of ANU's Laura Kelly. So win there, Ella Menzies in the B final of the under-23 women's single scull in a time of 8 minutes 41.54 seconds.
And back down on the course now. A little bit more of a gap, a little bit easier for the commentators between races at the moment. The race approaching or just coming through the 1,000 metre mark now is the A final of the under-23 women's single scull. In lane 2 from Mercantile, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, Paige Barr, coached by Mike Mackay. In lane 3 from UTS Haberfield and supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport and our current race leader, Laura Goulet. In lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane number 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Nicola Greenland, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. In lane 6, the Swan River Rowing Club, represented by Leah Franklin, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. And in lane 7, the University of Queensland, Elizabeth Newell, coached by Augustin Rodero.
And through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Laura Goulet from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, leading Nikki Greenland from Sydney University in second. And then back a little bit further to Paige Barr from Mercantile. and then to the University of Queensland's Elizabeth Newell, Swan River's Leah Franklin, and Emily Shepherd from Sydney University. As we're coming up now towards the 1500 metre mark, we'll just get a bit of an idea there. And it does look to be UTS Haberfield's Laura Goulet with a commanding lead at the moment. She's got a lot of clear water between herself and second and third. We've got a nice little battle going on for second and third place. Nikki Greenland is leading Paige Barr by less than a second. It's a battle going on for the silver medal. Nicola Greenland from Sydney University just leading Paige Barr from Mercantile Rowing Club. Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland sitting in fourth place ahead of Emily Shepherd from Sydney University, and then Leah Franklin from Swan River. But Laura Goulet from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport has the lead in the A final of the Under-23 women's single scull event. She's got a lot of clear water, and then that battle going on. Paige Barr from Mercantile in lane 2, Nicola Greenland from Sydney University in lane 5. The battle for the minor placings. It's a good row here from Elizabeth Newell in the unfavoured lane 7 from the University of Queensland. She's sitting just in fourth place at the moment. Don't know if she'll be able to make up the ground over the last 250 metres or so to try and go through and pinch a bronze, but certainly still going hard at it. Emily Shepherd from Sydney University sitting in fifth place with Leah Franklin from Swan River, just dropping back a little bit into the last 250 metres. Out in front with about 150 metres to go, Laura Goulet. She's led from start to finish. UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. There's a lot of clear water between her and second place Paige Barr from Mercantile, and also Nikki Greenland from Sydney University. It looks like Paige Barr just moving ahead of Nikki Greenland, and there's about a boat length between the two at the moment, coming into the last 125 metres. Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland still holding off Emily Shepherd from Sydney University. But out in front, the 2022 Under-23 Women's Single Scull Champion will be Laura Goulet from UTS Haberfield, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. Coming through in second place will be Paige Barr, coached by Mike Mackay from Mercantile Rowing Club, with Nikki Greenland from Sydney University finishing in third place, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Coming through in fourth place will be the University of Queensland's Elizabeth Newell, and then she'll finish ahead of Emily Shepherd from Sydney University and Leah Franklin from Swan River. So our 2022 Under-23 Women's Single Scull Champion from UTS Haberfield, Laura Goulet, in a time of 8 minutes 19.31.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Lyle McCarthy, Reinhold Barchi Men's National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalists, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Henry Ryan and Ryan Gibson. Crew coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lorridge. Second place and silver medalists, Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Declan Glendenning and Brad Graham. Crew coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Canned Rowing Club, represented by Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. Crew was coached by Scott Rowe and supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-21 Men's Coxless Pair. Moving from the pairs to the single sculls in the same in up and age category, we have the B final on the course now, the under-23 men's single scull race, 316 on your program. That race rapidly approaching the finish line now through the 1,500 metre mark. In lane 2, it was UTS Haverfield, Alexander Wood, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloff, Burtonetti. In lane 3 from Corio Bay, we have Xavier Hall-Sullivan, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Max Crow, coached by Don Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 5 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, coached by Ross Tong and Robin Mackney. In lane 6 from Melbourne University Boat Club, James Gardner, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi. And in lane 7 from the Sydney University Boat Club, Tom Anderson, coached by Donald McLaughlin and Christopher Holiday.
Going through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Alexander Wood from UTS Haverfield leading ahead of Max Crow from Sydney Rowing Club, sitting in second, and then Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 5, sitting in third place ahead of Melbourne University's James Gardner and Sydney University's Tom Anderson. So it's looking like a 1-2-3 for the Sydney rowers. It's still Alexander Wood from UTS Haverfield with a very comfortable lead at the moment. There's quite a substantial amount of clear water between himself and second place Maximilian Crow from Sydney Rowing Club. Mitch Blackmore-Cram still sitting in third place ahead of James Gardner from Melbourne University and Tom Anderson from Sydney University. We're seeing some big finishes come up here. Alexander Wood from UTS Haverfield, though, not needing that big of a finish. He is very comfortable out in the lead heading into the last 100 metres. Second place is still Maximilian Crow from Sydney Rowing Club. And then the battle for third place, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, a boat length ahead of James Gardner, and then a couple of boat lengths back to Sydney University's Tom Anderson. But as he approaches the finish line now, it will be a start-to-finish win in the B final of the under-23 men's singles scull for Alexander Wood from UTS Haverfield. He'll finish ahead of Maximilian Crow from Sydney Rowing Club. Big finish coming up for third place with Drummoyne, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, having to just put the foot down a little bit over the last 50 metres or so to hold off a very fast finishing James Gardner from Melbourne University, with Sydney University's Tom Anderson finishing in fifth. The win for Alexander Wood, the B final of the men's under-23 single sculls in a time of 7 minutes 52.7.
Thanks, Stuart. Back down on the course now. Crew's just moving through the 500 metre mark. Is race 317 on your program, the A final of the under-23 men's single scull in lane 2 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise and supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. We have Cormac Kennedy Leverett, coached by Lincoln Handley. In lane 3 from the West Australian Rowing Club and supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport, Alex Rossi, coached by Jamie Hewlett. In lane 4 from UTS Haverfield and supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Marcus Delamata, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloff, Burtonetti. In lane 5 from the Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucas Matic, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi. In lane 6 from the Sydney Rowing Club and supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Harry Crouch, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane number 7 from the Commercial Rowing Club, Sam Green, coached by Charles Green.
And Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith University Surfers Paradise and the Queensland Academy of Sport, favourite for this race in the men's under-23 single sculls. It's the A final there, and then after this race we'll move on to the under-23 men's and women's coxless pairs, the B and A finals for both of those. At the 500 metre mark, it was Cormac Kennedy Leverett with the lead of about 5 seconds over Alex Rossi. As we just see them come through the 1,000 metre mark, it's still Cormac Kennedy Leverett, still looking comfortable out in front. A big gap between first and second place. Lucas Matic from Melbourne University sitting in second place at the moment. There was a 9-second gap between first and second, but then it gets tight between second and third. Marcus Delamata from UTS Haverfield sitting in third place at the moment. He's a second behind, and then less than 0.2 of a second between Marcus Delamata in third and Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club in fourth. So a good battle for the minor placings between second, third and fourth. Less than 2 seconds between those three rowers. Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in fifth place at the moment, with Sam Green from Commercial up in Queensland sitting in sixth place. So it'll be interesting to see how our rowers go, and we can see them on the picture at the moment. Cormac Kennedy-Leverett out in front, the far lane in lane 2, and then the battle between Lucas Matic from Melbourne University, Marcus Delamata from UTS Haberfield, and Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. All those 4 of the athletes in this event being supported by their respective state institutes. Cormac Kennedy-Leverett supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Harry Crouch and Marcus Delamata supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, and Alex Rossi supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport. So some very high quality rowers in this event, and you would expect to see quite a few of them moving up into Australian national teams over the coming years. In particular, the man out in front, Cormac Kennedy-Leverett, he's a multiple Australian national champion, and he's looking very, very good to add to that collection of golds as he comes up towards the 1,500 metre mark. Cormac Kennedy-Leverett, coached by Lincoln Handley from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. A very, very strong lead. There's some big gaps between himself. Second place at the moment, moving up, has been Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club, but again, less than 2 seconds between second Alex Rossi, West Australian Rowing Club. Lucas Matic from Melbourne University sitting in third, and Marcus Delamata from UTS Haberfield sitting in fourth place. But again, less than 2 seconds between second and fourth. All of those 3 rowers in with a very good shot of picking up a minor placing. Sydney Rowing Club's Harry Crouch sitting in 5th place at the moment, with Sam Green from Commercial in 6th place. Coming into the last 250 metres, it's still Cormac Kennedy-Leverett with the lead. The battle for second, third and fourth. Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club has been moving quite strongly. Had an excellent third 500 metres or so, and he does look to be pulling ahead of Marcus Delamata and Lucas Matic from UTS Haberfield and Melbourne University respectively. Just seeing Lucas Matic drop off a little bit off the pace. He went out very hard, very early, but just starting to drop about a boat length behind second and third place, with Harry Crouch and Sam Green making up the field. Marcus Delamata now starting to make his move up into second place from UTS Haberfield, ahead of Alex Rossi, with Lucas Matic from Melbourne University dropping a little bit further back. So it's a battle in 2 for the silver and the bronze medals between Marcus Delamata from UTS Haberfield and Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. Out in front though, Cormac Kennedy-Leverett from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. He's only got about 20 metres to go. He'll go through and be the 2022 Australian champion of the men's under-23 single scull event. Confirmation there of the win for Cormac Kennedy-Leverett. Marcus Delamata has moved well ahead now into second place, putting over a boat length between himself and Alex Rossi. So it'll be second for UTS Haberfield's Marcus Delamata. Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club in third place. Lucas Matic from Melbourne University in fourth, ahead of Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club and Sam Green from Commercial. So a win there for Cormac Kennedy-Leverett and the gold medal in a time of 7 minutes 24.35, with silver going to Marcus Delamata from UTS Haberfield and bronze to Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ellen Randall, Hancock Prospecting National Training Centre Senior Coach. Third place and bronze medalists, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Nicola Greenland. Nicola was coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Second place and silver medalists, Mercantile Rowing Club, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport. Mercantile is represented by Paige Barr, coached by Michael Kai. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, represented by Laura Goulet. Royal was coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2002 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-23 Women's Single Scull. And back down on the course now, we have a B final underway for the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pair Race 318. On your programs, in lane number 2, we have a crew from Tasmania University, Amy Bain, and Anna Blackwell. In lane number 3, a composite crew from Cand and the Pine Rivers Club, Georgia Stoddart from Pine Rivers and Lukey Smith from Cand Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe and Ray Smith. In lane number 4, from a composite crew from the University of Queensland and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Monica Bitsios from Griffith University and Carly Furman from University of Queensland, coached by Gus Rodero and Lincoln Handley. Lane 5 from Adelaide University has scratched. In lane 6, we have a composite crew from Buckingham and North Esk, Abby Butcher from North Esk and Jessica Stevens from Buckingham, coached by Abby Crow and Trevor Barrett. And in lane number 7 from Adelaide University, Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson, coached by Jurek Hasselgrove.
And as they passed the 1,000 metre mark, it was that Canned Pine Rivers composite of Georgia Stoddard and Lukey Smith who do have the lead. They're about 5.5 seconds ahead of the Tasmanian University crew of Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell. Then back another 4 seconds to the University of Queensland, Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite of Monique Bitsios and Carly Furman, with Buckingham North Esk composite of Abby Boucher and Jessica Stevens, ahead of Jemima Richer and Cleo Wilson from Adelaide University. Coming in to the 1,500 metre mark of the B final of the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pairs, and it is still the crew from Queensland, Georgia Stoddard and Lukey Smith, with the lead. 5.5 seconds ahead of Tasmania University's Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell, with the University of Queensland, Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite of Monique Bitsios and Carly Furman holding on to third place at the moment. Only a second behind them are the Buckingham North Esk crew of Boucher and Stevens, ahead of Adelaide University's Jemima Richer and Cleo Wilson. Into the final 400 metres or so, it's still Georgia Stoddard and Lukey Smith out in front, with Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell just starting to make a little bit of a move now. They look like they're just starting to close that gap a little bit. It was 5.5 seconds at the 1,500 metre mark, and they do look to just be pulling up a little bit closer. You can see the effort coming from all the rowers at the moment as the Canned Pine Rivers composite note the danger and start to up their rate themselves. Sitting in third place at the moment are still the University of Queensland, Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite in lane 4, but they are being put under pressure by the Buckingham North Esk composite in lane 6, and then back a little bit further to the Adelaide University crew in lane 7. Into the last 200 metres, Canned Pine Rivers, Georgia Stoddard, Lukey Smith still in the lead of this B final for the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pairs. They're holding on to that length lead ahead of Tasmania University's Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell. With the battle for third going on, can the Buckingham North Esk composite row over the top of the University of Queensland, Griffith University composite in lane 4? Out in front, though, it's still Georgia Stoddard, Lukey Smith, looking quite comfortable. They've kept their boat length and they've started to increase it. There's a lot of clear water. It's almost 2 boat lengths between first and second at the moment. So they will go through, and with a couple of strokes to go, take the B final of the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pairs. Win there for Georgia Stoddard and Lukey Smith. Amy Bain and Anna Blackwell from Tasmania University in second. A big row coming through at the finish from the Buckingham North Esk composite. Abby Boucher and Jessica Stevens finishing in third place over the top of the University of Queensland, Griffith University crew of Monique Bitsios and Carly Furman, with the Adelaide University crew of Jemima Richer and Cleo Wilson finishing in 5th. So a win there for Georgia Stoddard and Lukey Smith in the B final of the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pair in a time of 8 minutes 11.06.
And with the conclusion of the B final, we turn our eyes back to the course for the A final of the under-23 women's coxless pair, who are fast approaching the 1,500 metre mark. In lane number 2, a composite from Swan River and Fremantle rowing clubs, Genevieve Hart from Fremantle and Jackie Swick of Swan River, coached by Jamie Hewlett, supported by the WA Institute of Sport. In lane 3, a University of WA and Swan River composite, Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River Rowing Club and Claire Netherway from the University of Western Australia and supported by the WA Institute of Sport, that crew coached by Mark Beer and Jamie Hewlett. In lane 4, a composite between Melbourne University Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, joined with Eliza Gaffney of Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, that crew coached by Mitchell Nelson and Lachlan Carter. In lane 5, a composite between Buckingham and New Norfolk, Molly McCausland of New Norfolk Boat Club and Isabel Higgins of Buckingham Rowing Club, coached by Abby Crow and Brett Crow. In lane 6, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Bridget Harwood and Sarah De Ure, coached by Mitchell Nelson. And in lane 7, from the Cairn Rowing Club, Rosie Turnbull and Jess Scott, coached by Scott Rowe.
And going through the 1,000 metre mark, it was that Swan River Fremantle composite of Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swick out in the lead. Less than 2 seconds, though, between them and Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Club in second place, and then less than 2 seconds again to the University of WA Swan River composite of Rebecca Pretorius and Claire Netherway. So that's our 1, 2, 3, and all 3 crews in with a shot coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. Back a little bit further to the Buckingham New Norfolk composite, canned in 5th place, and then Melbourne University in 6th. Through the 1,500 metre mark, though, it is still Swan River and Fremantle's Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swick with the lead. They've opened up it now to just over 2 seconds ahead of Melbourne University, Sydney's Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney, and then back again to another 4 seconds or so to the University of WA, Swan River's Rebecca Pretorius and Claire Netherway in 3rd place, ahead of Buckingham and New Norfolk's Molly McCausland, Isabel Higgins, Cairns, Rosie Turnbull, Jess Scott, and the Melbourne University's Bridget Harwood and Sarah De Ure. Out in front, though, Genevieve Hart, Jackie Swick, and looks like they might just start to be put under a little bit of pressure from Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney, Rebecca Pretorius and Claire Netherway, sitting then about another boat length back ahead of the Buckingham New Norfolk composite of Molly McCausland, Isabel Higgins, and then Canned and Melbourne University making up our field. Into the last 250 metres, they've led from start to finish. Can they hold on at the end? It's Genevieve Hart from the Fremantle Rowing Club, Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club, both supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport. They've got a boat length between them and Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University, with Rebecca Pretorius and Claire Netherway from University of WA and Swan River currently sitting in 3rd place. It's just about a boat length, maybe a little bit more, between 1st and 2nd at the moment. They're into the last 120 metres. Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swick, they've come over from the west, and it does look like, with about 100 metres to go, a boat length in the lead ahead of Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney, and then Rebecca Pretorius, Claire Netherway sitting in 3rd place. But they'll cross the line, boat length ahead. It will be a win for Genevieve Hart from Fremantle, Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club, finishing ahead of Lauren Graham from Sydney University, Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University. Coming in 3rd place will be the University of WA Swan River composite of Rebecca Pretorius and Claire Netherway. They'll finish ahead of Molly McCausland and Isabel Higgins from New Norfolk and Buckingham Rowing Clubs. And then back again to Rosie Turnbull, Jess Scott from Cairn, Melbourne University's Bridget Harwood and Sarah De Ure. So a win there for Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swick in the A final of the under-23 women's coxless pairs in a time of 7 minutes 49.77.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Lyle McCarthy, Reinhold Barchi Men's National Training Centre Senior Coach. third place and bronze medalists, West Australian Rowing Club, represented by Alex Rossi and supported by the West Australian Institute of Sport. Alex was coached by Jamie Hewlett. Second place and silver medalist, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, represented by Marcus Delamata, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Marcus was coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, Griffith University Surfers Paradise, represented by Cormac Kennedy Leverett, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Cormac was coached by Lincoln Handley. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2022 Australian champion and medalists in the under-23 men's single scull. And as we return to the course now, we have the B final well underway of race 320, the B final of the under-23 men's coxless pair. We have 3 crews starting in this one. In lane 2 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Hamish Winpope and Charlie Batruni, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi. In lane 3, Cairns Rowing Club, supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Angus McCasker and Dylan Rhodes, coached there by Scott Rowe. In lane 4, a composite crew of Tamar and Swan River, Riley Reese-Turner from the Swan River Rowing Club and William Birchmore of the Tamar Rowing Club, coached there by Mark Beer and Brendan Long.
And through the 1,500 metres of the men's under-23 coxless pairs B final, it is Melbourne University's Hamish Winpope and Charlie Batruni who have a 3.5-second lead over Cairns Rowing Club's Angus McCasker and Dylan Rhodes. Then back a little bit further to Riley Reese-Turner from Swan River and William Birchmore from Tamar. Into the last 200 metres, Melbourne University still in the leads. They've got a little bit of clear water, about 3 boat lengths between first and second at the moment. Cairns Rowing Club's Angus McCasker and Dylan Rhodes. They're supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport. Our leading crew from Melbourne University, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi. Cairns Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe, and then the Tamar Composite, coached by Mark Beer and Brendan Long. Into the last 100 metres or so, Melbourne University's Hamish Winpope and Charlie Batruni looking very comfortable out in front, very efficient in the strokes. They've got about 2 boat lengths ahead of the Cairns Rowing Club crew. And with a couple of strokes to go, it will be Melbourne University, Hamish Winpope and Charlie Batruni winning the B final of the under-23 men's coxless pairs ahead of Cairns Angus McCasker and Dylan Rhodes. And then the Tamar Swan River composite of Riley Reese-Turner and William Birchmore making up our field. So win there, Melbourne University in a time of 7 minutes 5.23.
Back down on the course now. We've got a very tight race unfolding in race number 321, the A final of the under-23 men's coxless pair. Less than a second and a half between all crews across the field at the 500 metre mark. We'll go through the crews. In lane number 2 is a combination of Melbourne University Boat Club and Cairns Rowing Club. Miller Rowe of Cairns, supported by the QAS, and Rohan Lavery of Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, coached by Tom Manifi. In lane 3, Melbourne University Boat Club, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, Nick Smith and William Ackerman, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi. In lane number 4, Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, once again, Fraser Miss Campbell and Harry Fox, also coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi. In lane 5, from the Swan River Rowing Club and supported by the Western Australian Institute of Sport, Johnson Daubney and Hayden Coote, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermark, coached by Matthias Ungermark. And in lane 7, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Nicholas Vlachodimitriopoulos and Tom Murray, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi.
And out in front at the 1,000 metre of the under-23 men's coxless pairs A final, it was the Melbourne University canned composite of Miller Rowe and Rowan Lavery with a 3-second lead over the Melbourne University crew of Nick Smith and William Ackerman. Sorry, that was Fraser Miss-Campbell and Harry Fox sitting in second. Nick Smith and William Ackerman sitting in third place at the 1,000 metres. And then back a little bit further to Johnson Dabney and Hayden Coote from Swan River Rowing Club. And then Melbourne University's Nicholas Vlachodimitropoulos and Tom Murray. Back to Mossman's Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermack as they went through the 1,000 metres. So Miller Rowe and Rowan Lavery from Canned Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, as well as Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport. Victorian Institute of Sport also supporting the Melbourne University crews of Nick Smith, William Ackerman, and then Fraser Miss-Campbell and Harry Fox, with the West Australian Institute of Sport supporting Johnson Dabney and Hayden Coote from Swan River in lane 5. Coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, it is still Rowe and Lavery out in the leads as they cross over there in a time of 5:09.07. 500 metres to go. They've got just under 4 seconds ahead of Nick Smith and William Ackerman, moving up into second place over that last 500 metres, with Fraser Miss-Campbell and Harry Fox sitting just under 3 seconds behind in third. A gap of 4 seconds back to the Swan River crew of Johnson Dabney and Hayden Coote, and then Melbourne University's Nicholas Vlachodimitropoulos and Tom Murray, and then Mossman's Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermack as they went through the 1,500 metre mark. Coming into the last 400 metres or so, Miller Rowe and Rowan Lavery still out in the lead. They've got a boat length ahead of Nick Smith, William Ackerman, then Fraser Miss-Campbell, Harry Fox. So the 1, 2, 3 going as per the lanes. Over in lane 7, we're seeing a bit of a move from Nicholas Vlachodimitropoulos and Tom Murray from Melbourne University ahead of Johnson Dabney, Hayden Coote from Swan River and Nicholas Pender, Torben Ungermack from Mossman Rowing Club. We're into the last 175. It's still Melbourne University Canned Rowing Club in the lead, boat length between them and second place. Nick Smith and William Ackerman sitting in second place. And then a nice little battle going on for third. Fraser Miss-Campbell and Harry Fox were sitting in second place through the 1,000. They are now being put under a little bit of pressure over the last 150 metres or so. Out in front, though, Miller Rowe and Rowan Lavery. They've led from start to finish. They're holding on to a boat length lead into the final 50 metres or so. Nick Smith and William Ackerman, a good third 500 metres, bringing them up into second. And it will be Miller Rowe, Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University and Canned Rowing Club with the win ahead of Nick Smith, William Ackerman in second. In the battle for third, it will be the second Melbourne University crew of Fraser Miss-Campbell and Harry Fox finishing in third. We'll have a photo for fourth place, a very strong finish from the Mossman crew. It'll be a photo for fourth between Swan River and Mossman, with Melbourne University's Nicholas Vlachodimitropoulos and Tom Murray finishing in sixth. So a win and the gold medal to Miller Rowe from Canned Rowing Club, Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University in a time of 6 minutes 52.12.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Keogh, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre head coach. Third place and bronze medalists, a composite of the University of Western Australia and Swan River Rowing Clubs, represented by Rebecca Pretorius and Claire Netherway. The crew coached by Mark Beer and Jamie Hewlett. Second place and silver medalists, a composite of Melbourne University Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, composite of the Swan River and Fremantle Rowing Clubs, represented by Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swig. Crew coached by Jamie Hewlett. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 women's coxless pair.
Thanks to Chris McCarthy and Stuart John. Back here with Lizzie Chapman now for the next few races. We do watch the concluding stages here of the B final here of the Open Women's Single Scull, with a field of 6 already through the 1,000, just about through 1,500 metres as well, in fact. And it's Melbourne University's Miller Marston who leads this race on lane 3 by just over a second from Hannah Dobby of Buckingham and Thea Adamson from the University of Western Australia in this B final of the Open Women's Single Scull, racing for position 7 to, well, in fact, positions 6 to 11 it would be, with a scratching, unfortunately, in the A final, which we'll get to shortly. But it is Mia Marston here leading this race for the Melbourne University Boat Club. Narrowly still there on lane 3. The Buckingham Sculler lane 2 is Hannah Dobby, coached by Abby Crow, and Miller Marston coached by Mitch Nelson. The two scullers pretty well clear on the far side of the course, and then still looks to be Thea Adamson from the University of Western Australia there in 3rd position. The A final is also underway, so that race we'll turn our attention to very shortly, but just on 200 metres to go for our race leader here. It's been a pretty good finish too from Thea Adamson of the University of Western Australia there. It looks like moving up behind our top 2, but still remains Miller Marston, the race leader, from Hannah Dobby. So Melbourne Uni and Buckingham, the two scullers on the far side of Lake Ngambie. And then the brightly coloured boat there of Thea Adamson from the University of Western Australia, certainly sitting in 3rd place ahead of Liza Marie Lutz and Madeline Williams, two scullers both from the University of Queensland Boat Club, and Catherine Kahn then from the Australian National University in Canberra would be there in 6th position over on the northern side of Lake Ngambie. So the B final here will be taken out in a few strokes' time by Miller Marston from the Melbourne University Boat Club. She's well clear now after it was close with 500 to go, but she's got clear water, and in fact a few rough strokes there for Hannah Dobby of Buckingham on the far side. She's going to slip back a place or two, I suggest, and unfortunately has ended up in the waters of Lake Ngambie, in fact, late in the race. But it's Miller Marston who takes the win. 2nd place will now be Thea Adamson, the pink boat there from the University of Western Australia. 3rd will go to Liza Marie Lutz, narrowly from Madeline Williams, the two University of Queensland scullers there, and Catherine Kahn of the Australian National University still coming home in the northern lane, and the Buckingham sculler there, Hannah Dobby, will be attended to by the rescue boat and our officials hopefully very soon. She's close enough, you're right, Lizzie, she could swim herself across the line.
Still finish. I don't think you have to be in your boat, do you? Just have to get your bow ball across the line.
Exactly right, just about 20 metres there away from the finish line. So hopefully
and
that
those
situation.
plucky Tasmanians, I'm sure she'll say, "Get off! I'm swimming across." Yeah, looks like she is.
Indeed. So Catherine Kahn about to cross too. She'll finish 5th, and hopefully Hannah Dobby of Buckingham in 6th place. And Lizzie, the A final also here on the course.
It is indeed, and unfortunately we're missing Tara Rigney, who should have been in lane 2, and we'll get to that later. The Sydney University sculler Rowena Meredith from the New South Wales Institute of Sport is in lane 3. Fellow Olympian Sarah Horth, representing Sydney Rowing Club, and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport is in lane 4. In lane 5 is Annabelle McIntyre, another Olympian. She's representing her club Fremantle and the West Australian Institute of Sport. Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport is in lane 6. And Lily Alton, representing the University of Queensland Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, is in lane 7. Yeah, so we're really sorry, and we know she's listening in live stream. We're really sorry to hear that Tara Rigney is unwell. I know she was really looking forward to this singles final. She was also supposed to be representing in the Nell Slatter Trophy on Sunday, the single scull for New South Wales, and she has designs on the single scull slot for Australia, so she's got a lot to prove, and yeah, I know she's very sad not to be here, so we wish her well. Quick recovery, Tara, and I'm sure you'll be back in the boat soon. And in the meantime, Rowena Meredith is doing her very level best. Well, I know Rowena wanted to have a good race with Tara too.
We'll enjoy the finish here, Tara Rigney, because there's a good one coming up in the Open Women's Singles Scull too. With so Rowena Meredith was the winner of the other heat, so is in what's now the outside lane. But Annabelle McIntyre, unsurprisingly from Fremantle too, right up there contending for the lead. So it was Meredith by just on half a second with 500 to row, and it remains a narrow margin as they come into the final 250 metres of the race now. So it is Rowena Meredith. Three Olympians here. Yes, a great sight here. And Lake Ngambie battling for the 3 medals. They will surely be on the podium shortly. The order yet to be worked out, but Rowena Meredith just holding on in front. Annabelle McIntyre certainly chasing hard for Fremantle and the West Australian Institute of Sport. And then Sarah Hall, but I know as a sweep or rower from the Australian Women's 8, sits there currently in the bronze medal position, about 2 lengths off the lead. But Rowena Meredith, who won the heat way back on Monday, I think it was, Lizzie had a commanding win in her heat, and she maintains the advantage here over Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle in second place, and Sarah Hoare in third for the Sydney Rowing Club. But it will be the sculler from the Sydney University Boat Club, Rowena Meredith, in the NTC boat there, as both of our leading 2 scullers are, and she'll come across and win the Open Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia by almost 2 lengths. It's Rowena Meredith across the line. She'll take the gold medal. Silver to Annabelle McIntyre of Fremantle, and third in the bronze medal goes the way of Sarah Hall from the Sydney Rowing Club. 4th place will be lane 7. That's Lily Alton of the University of Queensland, and 5th place will be Georgie Gleeson from the Sydney University Boat Club as well.
What a fantastic finish. The results of our A final of the Open Women's Single Scull was a win for Rowena Meredith of Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Second, Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport. Third, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. Fourth, Lily Alton from the University of Queensland Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. And fifth, Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Provisional time, 8 minutes, 10.45 seconds. The margins, 2.83 and a further 4.74. Presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rhett Aliff, Reinhold Barchi Men's National Training Centre head coach. Third place and bronze medalists, Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport. Fraser Miss-Campbell. And their stroke, Harry Fox. The crew is coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Beneathi. Second place and silver medalists, also representing Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Nick Smith and William Akerman. This crew is also coached by Matt Ryan and Tom Beneathi. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing Melbourne University Boat Club and Canning, the Victorian Institute of Sport and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Miller Rowe from Cant and Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University Boat Club. This crew is coached by Tom Beneathi. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists and champions in the men's under-23 coxless pair. We now have the B final of the Open Men's Single Scull with Joel Kane in lane 2, representing Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport. Joseph Wilson from Buckingham and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport in lane 3. In lane 4, James Meads, representing Banks Rowing Club. In lane 5, Tyler Mason from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 6, Devlin Walsh, representing Sydney University Boat Club. And in lane 7, Callan Brieske, representing the University of Queensland Boat Club.
Thanks, Lizzie. And just underway, or back at the 500 metre mark now in this B final of the Open Men's Single Scull. And it's the Mercantile Sculler, Joel Kane, who in lane 2 was the first through the timing point, leading it by almost a boat length there, 2.33 seconds, the lead for Joel Kane of Mercantile, ahead of Joseph Wilson from Buckingham. And then the lane 6 sculler from Sydney University, Devlin Walsh, narrowly third by half a second from James Meads of Banks, Tyler Mason from the Melbourne University Boat Club, and also Callan Brieske from the University of Queensland. The 6 scullers here in the B final. And the A final also be underway fairly shortly in this race. But Joel Kane, the early leader, as they head through about 750 metres now in this B final, the Open Men's Single Scull. Certainly see from those camera shots in the first half of the course, the conditions do look a bit more challenging down there in the first 1,000 than they are here at the finish end of Lake Ngambie. Rather placid conditions here, really, at the end of the course, where you look out the window and can see the presentation area below us as the athletes coming in for the last A final to prepare for that presentation. But the racing still continues on the course, and Joel Kane of Mercantile does look to be extending his lead here in ahead of Joseph Wilson in the B final. The Open Men's Single Scull, of course, is the race for the Steve Hinchy Memorial Trophy, named after one certainly of the great man of both Queensland and Australian rowing over many years. And we have also now had a start in the A final. So these 2 races will be with us in pretty quick succession, it does appear, with Joel Kane still leading here and extending his lead from Joseph Wilson in the B final as they go through the 1,000 metre mark now of this race. And Joel Kane in 3:44.17 is out to 4 1/4 seconds. His lead now over Joseph Wilson, and a further boat length or so, 2.79 seconds back to Tyler Mason in third. Then Devlin Walsh, James Meads there as well, and Tyler Mason's come up again, but it will be Callan Brieske from the University of Queensland, the other sculler in that race. And this Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy has been created to honour the name of one of Rowing Australia's, and in fact rowing's greatest ever contributors, who sadly passed away on the 8th of July 2020. Dr. Steve Hinchy, OAM ASM, was a life member of Rowing Australia, Rowing Queensland and the Commercial Rowing Club. He was the Queensland Councillor to Rowing Australia for a number of years and the President of Rowing Australia from 1996 to 2000, when he successfully brought Rowing Australia back from a very parlous state from both financial and credibility viewpoints. Steve was also an international boat race official and determined to officiate at his 50th straight national championships in Penrith in 2020, which unfortunately, of course, did not eventuate. And Lizzie, we have got a start in this race now, the A final for the Open Men's Single Scull.
We do indeed. We have Jack Hargreaves OAM in lane 2, member of the gold medal winning Coxless 4 at the Tokyo Olympic Games. He represents Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 3, Caleb Antill, a bronze medalist in the men's quad at the Tokyo Olympics. He represents the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme. David Bartolo from Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport is in lane 4. In lane 5, Alex Pennell, OAM, another member of the gold medal winning Coxless 4 from the Tokyo Olympics, representing Sydney University and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Paddy Holt from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport is in lane 6, and Jackson Free from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, member of the Free family who we keep mentioning, is in lane 7.
Yes, the Free family have had a lot of references over the course of this regatta and most of the recent national championships in my memory at least. But it was Jack Hargraves leading there from David Bartholow after 500 metres by just under 2 seconds, very narrowly. David Bartholow from Caleb Antle, then Paddy Holt, Jackson Free probably in 5th place, and Alex Purnell in 6th position. But some pretty tight margins in the battle for the Steve Hinchy Memorial Trophy in the A final of the Open Men's Singles Scull. The B final also approaching its conclusion here, just on a couple of 100 metres to go as these rowers come towards the finish line here. Joel Kane has led this race handily from the very first timing point and continues to do so for Mercantile there on lane 2. Joseph Wilson of Buckingham, pretty tight with Banks James Meads and also then Devlin Walsh of Sydney University. So they're pretty much in lane order across the course, but Joel Kane's lead probably has been narrowed a little in the concluding stages of this race, but it should still be a pretty comfortable B final win, and 7th place overall it will be to the Mike Mackay coached sculler at the very strong Mercantile Club in Melbourne by a couple of boat lengths at least over Joseph Wilson of Buckingham and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport in 2nd place. So Joel Kane goes through in a couple of strokes and will take the win in the B final. 2nd to Joseph Wilson of Buckingham. 3rd, James Meads from Banks. 4th will be Devlin Walsh. 5th place, Tyler Mason. And 6th will be Callum Britsky. So they're past the 1,000-metre mark now in the A final. Jack Hargraves continues to lead by about 2 seconds from Caleb Antle.
Bartolo.
And David Bartolo there in 3rd place. Alex Purnell about 6 seconds back. Paddy Holt and also Jackson Free. But we did mention this was the race for the Steve Hinchy Memorial Trophy, and it's worth briefly retelling a bit more of the contribution of Dr. Steve Hinchy to rowing. He began his BRO journey in Brisbane in 1964. After rowing in the King's Cup in 1962, he was the team doctor for the Australian junior, under-21, under-23 and senior teams on upwards of 20 tours from Trans-Tasmans to World Championship and pre-Olympic tours, and was both the team manager and doctor at the 1986 Commonwealth Games. Steve was the rowing section manager of the Olympic team in 1988 in Seoul, having been senior A team manager from 1985 to 1988. The trophy will be presented this year by Ray Ebbett on behalf of Steve's wife Barb, who's watching at home in Queensland. I understand Steve's brother Roy and his daughter Kelly and the whole Hinchy family. And we also thank Rowing Australia Life member Andrew Guerin, who donated the trophy, having purchased it a number of years ago in England. And Greg Smith, BRO, who helped to create the trophy using timber from the start pontoon of the Lake Barrington course used for the 1990 World Championship Regatta. So that is the Steve Hinchy Trophy to be handed out very soon. Likely, you would think, to Jack Hargraves, who leads this race by about 2.5 seconds still from Caleb Antle and David Bartolo there. So it's lane 2 from 3 from 4 as they come into the concluding stage of this race. It was Cameron Girdlestone, the inaugural winner of this great trophy last year. And it looks like the baton will be passed to Jack Hargraves, Olympic gold medalist from the Tokyo Games, with about 130 metres still to race. He is clear by just over a length from Caleb Antle and David Bartolo there, as they're spread out pretty much across the course in race order here, so not too much work for our officials to need to do in the concluding stages as Jack Hargraves looks to extend his lead now in the closing strokes of the race. Caleb Antle holding on there to the silver medal, and David Bartolo ahead of Alex Purnell and Paddy Holt and Jackson Free as they head up towards the finish line. It will be Jack Hargraves who wins the Open Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia and the Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy. Jack Hargraves in first by 2 lengths from Caleb Antle. 3rd place will go to David Bartolo, the bronze medal. He will take home 4th to Alex Purnell. 5th then Paddy Holt of UTS Haberfield, and 6th place to Jackson Free of Griffith University Surfers Paradise.
Confirming the results of the A final of the Open Men's Single Scull, a win for Jack Hargreaves of Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. The silver medal to Caleb Antill of the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme. And bronze medal to David Bartolo of Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Fourth, Alex Pennell, Sydney Uni N-Swiss. Fifth, Paddy Holt, UTS Haberfield N-Swiss. And sixth, Jackson Free, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. The provisional winning time, 7 minutes 13.05 seconds. The margins 4.08 and 5.84. The presentation of medals for the Open Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by John Keogh, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre head coach. Third place and bronze medalist, representing Sydney Rowing Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Sarah Hoare. Sarah is coached by Brett Crow. Second place and silver medalist, representing Fremantle Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, Annabelle McIntyre. Annabelle was coached by Jamie Hewlett. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022. Representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Rowena Meredith. Rowena was coached by Don McLaughlin and Alfie Young. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champion and medalists. On the course now is the final of the Open Women's Coxless Pair racing for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy. In lane 1, Katrina Werry and Lucy Steffen representing Melbourne University and Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 2, Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club and Kate Rowan from Sydney University Boat Club representing the West Australian Rowing Institute of Sport and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 3, Jean Mitchell from Melbourne University and Anna Kirkwood from Mercantile representing the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 4, Ella Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute and Emma Fessy from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price. In lane 6, Morgan Reamer from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Ellen Posey from the University of Queensland Boat Club. And in lane 7, Adelaide University Boat Club's Diana Alcock Tunney. Sorry, that's Alico Tunney with Adelaide Rowing Club's Diana Johns.
Thank you, Lizzie. As they're through 500 metres now in the final of the Open Women's Coxless Pair. In fact, approaching the halfway mark of the race, and it was again a few of our Olympians are on the course here, and a crew with two of them on board. Kat Werry from the women's 8 and Lucy Steffen, the gold medalist in the Coxless 4, leading the race in lane 1 here. They had just under 2 seconds, 1.78 seconds at the 500 metre mark, and they're about to go through the 1,000 with a slightly bigger lead, you would think. Just clear water between those top two crews now. And the computer's telling us it's Sydney Uni, but it is certainly Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen there over in lane 2, our race leaders, the Melbourne Uni Mercantile combination, and then Georgia Patton and Kate Rowan from Sydney University Western Australian Rowing Club, and the Mercantile Melbourne Uni combination in third place there is indeed Jean Mitchell and Anna Kirkwood. So lane 1 from lane 2 and lane 3 at the halfway stage in the race for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy, which was created to honour the memory of Olympic silver medalist Sarah Tate following her passing in 2016. The trophy, dedicated to the life and achievements of Sarah, was first presented in 2017 by Sarah's parents, Barbara and Simon Uthwaite. and also Sarah's husband, Bill Tate, to the winning crew of the Open Women's Cox's pair. Sarah tragically lost her life in 2016 after a valiant and long battle with cervical cancer, and Simon and Barbara described at the time how honoured they were that Rowing Australia had decided to dedicate the trophy to their daughter. Sarah Tate first represented Australia in 2000, winning a silver medal in the Cox's 4 at the World Junior Championships, and then rode in 2002 and 2003 in the under-23 team, winning gold both years in the Cox's 4 in 2002 and double scull in 2003. She went to the Athens Olympics and in 2005 won silver in the pair with Natalie Bale, who was the bridesmaid at her wedding to Bill, and also a gold in the women's 8. Sarah rode at 3 Olympic Games in total, twice in the women's 8 and in London 2012 in the pair with Kate Hornsey, where they won a silver medal behind Great Britain. The trophy will again be presented by Ray Abbott, life member of Rowing Australia and manager of the Australian senior teams from 2005 to 2012, a period in which Sarah was a highly regarded team leader. And so the trophy itself, it's definitely far from ordinary. Sarah was a proud West Australian, and the large silver swan is most profound and certainly catches your eye. Australia has enjoyed success at Olympic level in the women's pair, and this trophy is a fitting tribute to Sarah and inspires all elite female rowers to race hard in national championships in an attempt to have their name added to the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy. And coming down towards the finish here of this race, and it certainly is continuing to be in race order as it was after 1,000 metres. So a line right across the course to make it very easy from us here in the finish tower. And Kat Wary and Lucy Steffen look likely to be the names added to the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy. It was won last year by what became the Australian women's pair of McIntyre and Morrison. So we just saw Annabelle McIntyre rowing in the single scull, of course, in the a couple of events ago. But it's very much looking like Kat Wary, member of the Australian Women's 8, and Lucy Steffen from the Cox's 4, who do lead Georgia Patton and Kate Rowan there in second place. And then the Mercantile Melbourne University composite crew, Jean Mitchell and Anna Kirkwood in third place. So as it was in the previous race, they are spread across the course from the far side of Lake Ngambie. Fourth place would be Ella Bramwell and Emma Fessy. Fifth, Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price. Sixth, then Morgan Reamer and Ellen Posey. And seventh, Diana Johns and Alacoque Tunney. But on the far side of Lake Ngambie, it's looking like Kat Wary of Mercantile and Lucy Steffen of the Melbourne University Boat Club, two members of the Australian Olympic team as well, just a few strokes away from claiming the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy for 2022 as they approach the line, and they will win the Open Women's Cox's pair, and they'll win it by 2.5 lengths. A strong win there to Katrina Wary and Lucy Steffen. Second place, Georgia Patton and Kate Rowan will win the silver medal, and bronze will go the way of Mercantile Melbourne Uni. That is Jean Mitchell and Anna Kirkwood there in the bronze medal position. Fourth place to Ella Bramwell and Emma Fessy. Fifth beside them will be Jamie Ford and Eleanor Price. Sixth then Morgan Reamer and Ellen Posey. And seventh place to Diana Johns and Alacoque Tunney.
Yeah, and Diana Johns fairly new to rowing. She's part of the talent squad at Sassy, so good for her. Confirming the results of our final of the Open Women's Coxless pair. Wonderful win there for Melbourne University Mercantile Composite, Kat Wary and Lucy Steffen. In second place, Georgia Patton and Kate Rowan from West Australian Rowing Club and Sydney University Boat Club. And in third, Jean Mitchell from Melbourne University Boat Club and Anna Kirkwood from Mercantile. Fourth, the UTS Haberfield Adelaide Composite. Fifth, Sydney University Boat Club. Sixth, University of Queensland and Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise Composite. And coming into the finishing line now, our final crew, Adelaide University and Adelaide Rowing Club. Provisional time for that win for Kat Wary and Lucy Steffen, 7 minutes 32.57 seconds. The margin's 6.25 and a further 9 seconds. Pretty good win. The presentation of medals and the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Ray Ebbott, Rowing Australia Life member and former Australian rowing team manager. accompanied by Greg Smith, international boat race official. Third place and bronze medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, David Bartolo. Second place and silver medalist representing the Australian National University Boat Club and the ACT High Performance Programme, Caleb Antill. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Jack Hargreaves OAM. The Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Greg Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Australian champion and our medalists in the men's open single scull. On the course now is the Open Men's Coxless Pair Final, racing for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy. In lane 2, Nick Lavery from UTS and Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club, both supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 3, Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 4, a composite of Henry Yule from Tamar and Sam Hardy from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 5, Jack Cleary from West Australian Rowing Club and Sam Marsh from Swan River Rowing Club, both members of the Western Australia Institute of Sport. In lane 6, Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport pair of Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien. And in lane 7, Spencer Turrin from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport with Angus Widdicombe from Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport.
Thanks, Lizzie. In a race thick with Olympians once again here, as you'd expect, in the Open Men's Cox's Pair A final. The race this time for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy here. And as we can see, right in the opening quarter of this race, a good line across the course, but the lane 7 combination has certainly gone out strongly. That is Spencer Turrin and Angus Widdicombe in lane 7, so certainly asking all the questions in the opening section of this race. The Mercantile Sydney combination there on lane 7, who leads this race by just 0.41 of a second. Looked a little more than that, but in any case, it certainly is Turrin and Widdicombe, our race leaders from then Sydney Uni in lane 3, Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench. Third was the Sydney Tamar combination on lane 4. That's Henry Yule and Sam Hardy, the top 3. But less than a second between each of the crews at this stage, Liz. So a great race you'd suggest here, this Open Men's Cox's Pair A final.
It certainly is, and obviously challenging water at the start of the race there, so it's good to see that Turrin and Widdicombe have just gone off all power and passion, that pair.
Yeah, nothing.
They were delighted to qualify, and
exactly.
they're capitalising on it, aren't they?
Leaving nothing behind out in lane 7 and really going out hard from the start. And hopefully it does appear the conditions on the course improve as the rowers move towards the finish line here. So having dealt with the trickier water, and we'll see what this race settles down to as they're deep into the middle 1,000 section now, heading up towards the halfway mark. Certainly lane 3 there, it looks like Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench also leading all the crews around them on the far side of the course, on the southern bank of Lake Ngambie. And just out of shot at the moment, but we think that Spencer Turrin and Angus Widdicombe still do look to be the narrow race leaders on the camera side of the course as they head up towards the halfway mark in this final of the Open Men's Cox's Pair. But no, it is definitely the Lane 3 crew now who have assumed the lead. So Turren and Whitcomb, despite that speedy start, have certainly dropped back by a length or two now after a very strong beginning to the race.
So Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench, of course, competed for the under-23 pairs slot last year, and I think they ended up in the 8. And have progressed into the senior ranks. They've been very, very keen to make the King's Cup 8, and they finally cracked into it this year. So they're looking forward to that and racing that. And I think they've been really delighted with their progress in the pair. They've been at camp at the National Training Centre for some time and raced really well at trials, and are now into the Big Boys 8, hopefully, for the international season.
Indeed, into the Big Boys race here as well, mixing it with a number of Olympians here. So yes, it was Turren and Whitcomb who asked all the questions early on, but now back in 6th position, and O'Shannessy and Kench over a boat length lead it was after 1,000 metres there, the combination on lane 4, and they certainly continue to have a discernible margins over the crews on either side of them. It was probably the Sydney Tamar combination there still in 3rd place. Henry Yule of Tamar and Sam Hardy from the Australian men's pair, and the Sydney Rowing Club sitting in 2nd place. And then Melbourne Uni Composite, Melbourne Uni UTS, Nick Lavery of UTS, Simon Keenan of Melbourne University, who both rode together in the Australian 8 at the Tokyo Games as well.
I think it's worth pointing out that the only person racing in this race that isn't actually mixing it at the National Training Centre is Lockie Miles, who's in lane 6. He's come in as a replacement for Marcus Britt, who unfortunately is unwell and has had to remain in Sydney. Now, Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien raced together in the Junior Coxed 4 with Sarah Cook as their coach back in the day when Sarah was the head coach at St Joseph's College in Sydney. So the two boys raced there, and they actually were in a 4 with Marcus Britt. So Lachlan back with his old mate Jack O'Brien back in the pair, and that's really making it move nicely. And I think Lachlan has an idea that perhaps he'll give rowing another serious crack. Why not?
I think he should, based on this. There is not too much between really all 6 pairs in this race, so very much in contention. The medals yet to be totally sorted out. Certainly Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench look strong there out in front by a bit over a length from Henry Yule and Sam Hardy in 4, Nick Lavery and Simon Keenan over in lane 2, and also Jack Cleary and Sam Marsh in lane 5 there in the centre of the course. So they were spread out all over Lake Ngambia here. There was a race for lanes, but no heats, I don't believe, in the Open Men's Coxless pair. So possibly some interesting factors at play there in that opening race a few days ago. But certainly Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench continue to lead. The question being asked now by Nick Lavery and Simon Keenan on the far side of the course, who've closed to within a length and are really coming out after our race leaders. The course may be a bit short, but they are leaving nothing in the tank here as they charge towards the finish. Lavery and Keenan behind O'Shannessy and Kench, who should be able to hold on from there. A couple of strokes to go, and they'll win the Open Men's Coxless pair. Sydney Uni first, Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench. Second goes to Melbourne Uni UTS, that's Nick Lavery and Simon Keenan. Third place will be Henry Yule and Sam Hardy. Next home, lane 5, Jack Cleary and Sam Marsh. 5th place will be lane 7, Spencer Turren and Angus Whitcomb, narrowly from Lachlan Miles and Jack O'Brien of Sydney University.
Just recapping the results of the A final in the Open Men's Coxless pair: a win for Sydney University Boat Club and Swiss O'Shannessy and Kench. Silver medal to Lavery and Keenan of Melbourne University and UTS and the VIS. And the bronze medal will go to Henry Yule and Sam Hardy of Tamar and Sydney and the Institute of Sport. 4th, Swan River Composite. 5th, Mercantile Composite. 6th, Sydney University. We move now to the presentation of medals and the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy for the Open Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ray Ebbett, Rowing Australia Life member and former Australian team manager. Third place and bronze medalists, representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Jean Mitchell from Melbourne Uni and Anna Kirkwood from Mercantile. This pair was coached by Mitch Nelson and Al Matthews. place, and silver medalists. Representing Sydney University Boat Club, the West Australian Rowing Club, Georgia Patton from West Australia Rowing Club and the West Australian Institute of Sport, and Kate Rowan from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing Melbourne University Boat Club and Mercantile Rowing Club, Katrina Werry and Lucy Stephan. Katrina Werry from Mercantile Rowing Club and Lucy Stephan from Melbourne University Boat Club, both of them Victorian Institute of Sport holders. The Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy will now be presented to Lucy and Kat by Ray Evans. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our Australian champions and our medalists in the Open Women's Coxless pair. On the course now, we have the final of the PR3 men's single scull. In lane 2, Nicholas Neils from the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 3, James Talbot from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 4, Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 5, Aaron Skinner from Nestles. In lane 6, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg.
And not in lane 7 because he's sitting here beside us, Lizzie, Stuart John, helping us in commentary right throughout the rest of this regatta as well. But field of 5 just in this race. They did have the race for lanes a couple of days ago. And Nicholas Neils was a pretty impressive winner of that race. And looks to be doing exactly the same here.
Yes, Nicholas Neils, relatively new on the scene. He came to para rowing through being spotted at the orientation week at the Australian National University, talking to the strength and conditioning coach by Nick Hunter, one of our boat race officials and an international umpire and a great supporter of para rowing, both in Australia and overseas. And we're really glad indeed he did spot that Nick has an impairment that qualifies him for para rowing. He this season joined the ACT High Performance Programme, where he's coached by David Frage Framano, and he is doing incredibly well in the single scull, so much so that he did well at he was invited to trials this year, and he will be, fingers crossed, competing in the PR3 Coxed 4 at the Gavirate Para International Regatta in May, and the first World Cup over in, I'm trying to remember where it's going to be held. I think it might be Belgrade.
Yes, it's the Poznan and Lucerne the next two. So,
yes, so
yes,
I think it's
Belgrade.
Belgrade the first one.
So he was talent spotted not having rowed before?
He did row at Albert Park College. Yes, that up-and-coming rowing programme.
Yes,
on Albert Park. And James Talbot, of course, in lane 3, very experienced. He's been to 2 World Championships and the Paralympic Games regatta as stroke of the PR3 Coxed 4 since 2018. A very handy sculler, and he'll be representing New South Wales in the Interstate Regatta. I believe Nick is representing the ACT as well, and Mac Russell.
Mac Russell will be rowing for Queensland yet again.
He wouldn't let anybody else have that seat, surely.
No,
that's his.
Absolutely. He's had great success in that event over the years.
He has, and unfortunately he doesn't meet the criteria for the international PR3 Coxed 4 because that only caters for physical disabilities, and Max is an intellectual impairment. However, Mac is a multiple gold medalist at the INAS Global Games.
Yeah, absolutely.
And similar. And then we have Aaron Skinner, who I think is probably representing Victoria again this year and has done for a few years. And again, I believe that's an intellectual impairment. And Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg. who had his first National Rowing Championships last year and is coached by Alan Goff, who also coaches our Queensland Women's PR3 representative, Rebecca Markwell, doing a grand job up there. So I think it was a bit shock to the system for Christian last year, but he looks a lot more confident this year. His sculling has really progressed.
Yes.
So fantastic to see so many scullers. And in the women's, we actually had 2 heats.
Yes,
which is very exciting.
Elimination required before we got to the final, which will take place later on today. The women's para single final, Lizzie, but we'll confirm that one later. It's certainly the men's PR3 single scull here on the course, which is coming through now at about probably 700 or so metres to go. It certainly has been Nicholas Neils of the Australian Capital Territory, well, the Australian National University, and he who's led this race from the beginning. He had about 3 seconds, I think it was, after 500 metres, and then out to 5.5 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark, and it may well have extended again beyond that now as they come up towards the 1,500 metre mark of this race, the PR3 men's single scull final. So Nicholas Neils from James Talbot, and also Mac Russell sitting in the medal spots at this stage. Aaron Skinner of Nestles, we think we're going with, Lizzie, from Warrnambool in
After
Western
much
Victoria.
discussion, yes, I think so, Nestles. Though you and I both think it should be Nestle.
Nestle, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. But he's a very regular feature, Aaron Skinner, in both this regatta and many regattas throughout Victoria, and sitting there in 4th spot. And then, yes, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg, which is certainly becoming a bit of a centre for para rowing with both
Yes.
him and Rebecca Markwell
Up there.
coming from Bundaberg, and they've come all the way to Nagambie to race against the best that the country has to offer.
Fantastic. And we certainly, I was listening to, I think it was yourself and some of the other commentators yesterday, just discussing how much para rowing is growing. So that's very true, and it's obviously taken a number of years. It's a bit like lightweight rowing or underage team rowing, in that there's a certain set of criteria that you need to comply with in order to qualify to race in this event. But I think if you have any form of impairment, it's definitely worth hopping onto the Rowing Australia website and checking it out, or Paralympics Australia website. You might be pleasantly surprised, and there might be another category of racing that you can do at your local, state and national regattas.
It's certainly great to see the visibility of the Paralympics last year. It may have been, especially for us in Melbourne, because we were locked down again, but a lot of time to sit at home and watch TV, and the Paralympics received almost the same exposure as the Olympic Games did a few weeks earlier, and
Yep.
it was really compelling viewing. So I think great, not just for para rowing, but for para sports in general.
Oh, I would agree with that. I think that the London Paralympics in particular really transformed the profile of para rowing, and it's very exciting.
It is indeed. So Nicholas Neils might be a name to look out for the future when it comes to the Paralympics. I would suggest he's clear by several boat links now and about to take out the PR3 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia over there in Lane 2. Nicholas Neils, coached by David Framano at the Australian National University, training on the waters of Lake Burley Griffin in the nation's capital. He wins the PR3 Men's Single Scull. James Talbot will be second, who's coached by Christopher Holliday and Tom Lorich there at the Sydney University Boat Club. And the University of Queensland's Mac Russell, coached by his father Michael Russell, will claim another national medal to add to his growing collection, with a bronze here in 3rd place in the PR3 Men's Single Scull. And they'll be followed by the remaining 2 scullers. A few strokes to travel still for Aaron Skinner of Nestles in Warrnambool, and that red boat, as he always does. And then Christian Lane Krebs also of Bundaberg there in 5th position.
I'm just so impressed with how much Christian has improved over this last year. It's really fantastic work there, Alan Goff. Good on you. We'll have to try and find a few more athletes for you, I think, if they're going to make that kind of improvement.
Well, they've got a great rowing course not just outside Bundaberg, the Bucka Weir, which tends to alternate generally with Fitzroy River and Rockhampton for the state championships. Although now they've got access to Wyre near Brisbane as well, but they've got their own championship 2,000 metre course about 15 minutes outside Bundaberg, so great waters to train and race on there without doubt.
Oh, very interesting to know that. Oh, just that wind's a little bit tricky, isn't it? But safely across the finish line now. Aaron Skinner, our Victorian sculler, representing Nestles Rowing Club. And smoothly making his way now in slightly more sheltered waters towards the finish line, Christian Lane Krebs representing Bundaberg Rowing Club. So confirming the results of the final of the PR3 men's single scull, a win for Nicholas Niels of the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme. Second, James Talbot from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. Third, Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Fourth, Aaron Skinner from Nestles. And fifth, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg. Winning time 7 minutes 57.67 seconds, the margin 14.96 and 14.71. We now move to the presentation of medals and the presentation of the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Andrew Gearin, Rowing Australia Life Member and Trustee of the Bromley Trust. Third place and bronze medalists representing Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport and Tamar Rowing Club, Sam Hardy and Henry Ewell. Second place and silver medalists representing Melbourne University Boat Club, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Simon Keenan and Nick Lavery. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Jackson Kench and Will O'Shannessy. Will and Jackson are coached by Don McLaughlin. The Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Andrew Gearin to the Sydney University Boat Club rowers Will O'Shannessy and Jackson Kench. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating our 2022 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Men's Coxless Pair. So just crossing the finish line there was the under-21 lightweight women's single scull B final, a win for Sophia Suhinin of Adelaide Rowing Club, who's coached by Ron Mobbs. Second across the line was Phoebe Teal from Buckingham, coached by Abby Crow. Third across the line was Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, coached by Lincoln Handley and Anthony Cook. Christina Kamenev from Melbourne University Boat Club was fourth. She's coached by Mitch Nelson and Ed Fuller. Fifth was Erica Smith from Banks, coached by Jeff Walker and Tom Krieber, and our lineup was completed by Charlotte Ryan of ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. And we now move to the A final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, where in lane 2 we have Rebecca Bolster from Swan River. In lane 3, Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 4, Lola Davies of Swan River. In lane 5, Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 6, Olivia Georgilopoulos from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. And in lane 7, Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club.
Thanks, Lizzie. And Rebecca Bolster from the Swan River Rowing Club was the first sculler through the halfway mark of this race, the final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. So Rebecca Bolster from crossing the west is coached at Swan River by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton, and led it by just over a length, 3.11 seconds, in fact, from the Centenary QAS sculler Sophie Malcolm, coached by Michael Stelton and Peter Wadsworth, who I think already has had one row over the course this morning. Sophie Malcolm in one of the earlier races, if we recall correctly. It's been a long morning already. Lola Davies is third, also for the Swan River Rowing Club. And then Sydney Rowing Club's Laura Cypher, the Queenslander from Rockhampton Grammar School originally, in fourth place. So, yeah, Sophie Malcolm is second place. So a silver medal already this morning in the under-19 women's scale, beaten by a very good row from Talisa Noak Driver it was to take out the under-19 women's single ahead of Sophie Malcolm and also Elena Moran of the ANU. So Sophie Malcolm having her second race for medals here in the space of only about 3 hours. And she's every chance to take another one here, I'd suggest.
And so she's a lightweight as well.
Yes, which is...
So there we go. Good on you, Sophie.
And she's an under-19, obviously.
I want what she's eating
in the
to stay
under-21.
that slim and that strong.
Yeah, and to have the energy to go around and do it twice in a couple of hours. And I wouldn't call them warm kitchens here, but it certainly takes a fair bit out of you a 2,000-metre race, so I'm told. It's been a long time since I've done one, Lizzie, I can assure you.
Likewise.
And that's the reason we sit up here. There's
Indeed.
no doubt about that. So it is to Rebecca Bolster, who leads for the Swan River Rowing Club. So Swan River, well, it was Rebecca Bolster. Now it looks certainly to be Sophie Malcolm there in that distinctively coloured yellow and red boat. So she was down by 3 seconds at halfway. But as they come through 1,500, I think you'll find that whatever Sophie Malcolm has been eating is working out extremely well for her, because they head towards the 1,500-metre time point, and there is clear water all of a sudden behind the sculler there from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. So that is certainly a premiership quarter for the record books there from Sophie Malcolm of the Centenary Rowing Club in the upper reaches of the Brisbane River in Queensland, leading from now Lola Davies and also Rebecca Bolster, the top two, the next two there for Swan River. So Lola Davies in lane 4, Rebecca Bolster lane 2 was certainly leading at the halfway mark, but now back probably in the bronze medal position, and she has the margin over 2 scullers then from the Sydney Rowing Club. Liesl Page in lane 5, Laura Cypher lane 7, and Olivia Georgilopoulos of Griffith University Surfers Paradise is there in lane 6 as well. So the 6 scullers have just over 300 metres to race here in the final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. And Sophie Malcolm from the Centenary Rowing Club in Brisbane has a silver medal already this morning, looking to upgrade that to a gold here in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, and she's extremely well placed to do so. A good battle between the two Swan River scullers there for second and third, Lola Davies and Rebecca Bolster. I do wonder if Rebecca Bolster may have had a few messy strokes in the middle stage of the race, because she was certainly the race leader after 1,000 metres. Now they're probably in third place, but battling for the bronze medal also with Liesl Page of the Sydney Rowing Club, who is coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck, as is our lane 7 sculler, Laura Cypher from Sydney. And then 6th place would be Olivia Georgilopoulos, the Lincoln Handley coach sculler from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Club in lane 6. But it is on the southern side of Lake Ngambie where the action is, and Sophie Malcolm is making this look easy as she closes in on the finish line here. Lizzie, that's some great rowing from the leading sculler.
Certainly is. She was impressive last year, but she's obviously got a Queensland Academy of Sport scholarship as well, so I wonder if that's helping her, but she's so talented, and this is really impressive.
It is, and she's come certainly from a length or so down at the halfway mark, but she's more than 2 lengths clear now. So it's silver already, and a gold medal coming up to Sophie Malcolm of Centenary. She wins the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. Swan River will take the silver and the bronze. It'll be Lola Davies second and Rebecca Bolster in third place. Fourth then looks like it'll be the first of the 2 Sydney scullers, Liesl Page, there across ahead of Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club as well. And 6th place will be Olivia Georgilopoulos in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. And Lizzie, I'll leave you in the company of Chris McCarthy to take over the race commentary.
Thank you, Richard. Confirming the results of the A final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, a win for Sophie Malcolm of Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Second, Lola Davies of Swan River. Third, Rebecca Bolster of Swan River. 4th, Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club. 5th, Laura Cipher of Sydney Rowing Club. And 6th, Olivia Georgilopoulos of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Provisional winning time, 8 minutes, 35.14 seconds. The presentation of medals for the PR3 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Gordon Marks, Rowing Australia Para Head Coach. Third place and bronze medalist representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Mac Russell. Mac is coached by Michael Russell. Second place and silver medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, James Talbot. James is coached by Chris Holliday and Tom Lorridge. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, representing the Australian National University Boat Club and the ACT High Performance Program, Nick Neals. Nick is coached by Dave Romano. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the PR3 Men's Single Scull. We have the B final of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull in progress, with William Tozer of Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 2, Hamish Roberts of Mercantile in lane 3, Sam Parry of Toowong in lane 4, Jackson Boyd of Canberra Rowing Club in lane 5, and Harry Dixon of Nudgee College in lane 6. We always say Nudgee College, don't we? St Joseph's College, Nudgee.
Yes, exactly.
St Joseph's College, Nudgee.
So, continuing with our late morning session of lightweight athletes, it is William Tozer of the Melbourne University Boat Club who has led this B final of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull from start to finish and has a rather commanding lead over Mercantile Rowing Club's Hamish Roberts, who's sitting back in second place as both scullers approach the last 100 metres of the race. It's William Tozer of Melbourne University Boat Club over there in lane 2 in the slightly more sheltered conditions of Lake Ngambia on the southern side of the course. So across the line to take out the B final of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. Hamish Roberts of Mercantile Rowing Club will join him across the line in second place. In third place, it will be Toowong Rowing Club's Sam Parry, coached there by Leo Karadimitri and Michael Hawke, as he takes his last 3 or 4 strokes into the finish line. Following him across the line, just entering the last 100 metres now, will be Jackson Boyd of Canberra Rowing Club, coached there by Mike Kwiatkowski and Tom Hayes.
Just confirming the results of the B final in the under 21 lightweight men's single scull. So it was a win for William Tozer from Melbourne Uni, second Hamish Roberts from Mercantile, third Sam Parry from Toowong, fourth Jackson Boyd from Canberra. And now we move to the A final in the under 21 lightweight men's single scull. Harry Curtin from UTS Haberfield is in lane 2. Laurie Dean from North Esk is in lane 3. Riley Williams from Townsville James Cook University is in lane 4. Mika Talbo from Cathedral Townsville is in lane 5. Ethan Toscan from Canberra and the ACT High Performance Program is in lane 6. And Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club is in lane 7.
And from start to finish, the crews here in the A final of the lightweight, under-21 lightweight men's single scull have rowed down the course in lane order. Harry Curtin from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club in New South Wales with a commanding lead at the 1500 metre mark, 8.39 seconds from North Esk's Laurie Dean. Harry Curtin following in the footsteps of his older brother Matt Curtin, who won this event a number of years ago. He'll also be following in his footsteps, hopefully on Sunday afternoon, as he represents New South Wales in the lightweight men's four for the Penrith Cup at the Interstate Regatta. His brother Matt was in the last New South Wales crew to take home the Penrith Cup in 2017, I believe. And looking to have really a replica of his regatta from 2017 if he's going to be coming home in the lead of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. Be pretty hard work out there as a lightweight athlete with the blustery conditions, but into the relative calm of the last 250 metres now. It's Harry Curtin leading Laurie Dean from North Esk, Riley Williams from Townsville JCU in third place. Those will most likely be our medal positions. A 6.19 second gap then back to Canberra Rowing Club's Ethan Toscan in fourth. Cathedral Townsville's Mika Talbo in fifth place, and Canberra Rowing Club's Alex Tomanovitz in sixth place at that 1500 metre timing point. But it is all about Harry Curtin of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club as he strides towards the line, entering the red buoys of the last 100 metres of the course here at Lake Ngambie. Harry Curtin, barring disaster, will be our under-21 lightweight men's single scull Australian national champion for 2022. Looking very composed and not letting his foot off the gas despite a considerable margin that he has built up over the course of his journey down the course this morning. Harry Curtin is your 2022 under-21 lightweight men's single scull national champion. He leads by a considerable margin over North Esk Rowing Club's Laurie Dean in lane number 3. Laurie Dean there, coached by Trevor Barrett, will take home the silver medal in the 21 lighty men's single scull. In third place, it will be the sculler in lane number 4, Riley Williams from Townsville JCU, coached by Harrison Parks in third place, who will take home the bronze medal in the lightweight men's single scull, the under-21 division. Canberra Rowing Club's Ethan Toscan, coached by Dave Framano, supported by the ACT High Performance Program, in fourth place. The sculler from Cathedral in Townsville in lane number 5, Mika Talbo, coached by Luke Thomas, who crossed the line in fifth position, just one boat length ahead of Canberra's Alex Tomanovitz.
So confirming the results of our under-21 lightweight men's single scull final. A fine win there for Harry Curtin of UTS Haberfield. In second place, Laurie Dean of North Esk. In third, Riley Williams of Townsville James Cook University. In fourth, Ethan Toscan from Canberra and the ACT High Performance Program. In fifth, Mika Talbot from Cathedral Townsville. And in sixth, Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club. Winning time 7 minutes 39.16 seconds. The margins 13.62 and 11.47. The presentation of medals for the under-21 lightweight women's single scull championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Margot Harley, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing New South Wales. Third place and bronze medalist representing Swan River Rowing Club, Rebecca Bolster. Rebecca is coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. Second place and silver medalist, also representing Swan River Rowing Club, Lola Davies. Lola is also coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, representing Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sophie Malcolm. Sophie is coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating all of our medalists in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull. We have the B final now of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. In lane 2, Jessica Malcolm representing Centenary. In lane 3, Hannah Tippett representing Mersey. In lane 4, Olivia Evans representing Mercantile. In lane 5, Ant De Cosmo representing Banks. Lane 6 has scratched. In lane 7, Demetria Kyriakopoulos from Mercantile.
So we've just seen a medal presented to Sophie Malcolm for the under-21 lightweight single scull, and now at right at the head of the field in the B final of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull is her older sister, Jessica Malcolm of Centenary Rowing Club, coached by Michael Oppenston and Peter Wadsworth. She's been leading from roughly the 750 metre mark. We had a change of the lead between her and Hannah Tippett of Mersey Rowing Club. But at the 1,000 metre mark, Hannah Tippett sits back in second place, ahead of Ant De Cosmo from Banks Rowing Club, my apologies, who leads just narrowly over Olivia Evans of Mercantile Rowing Club and Demetria Kyriakopoulos also of Mercantile Rowing Club, rounding out the field back in fourth place at the 1,000 metre timing point. We will see these crews approaching the 1,500 metre mark in the next minute or so. But it is a fairly healthy lead there to, Jessica Malcolm and Hannah Tippett both sitting out the head of the field, exchanging blows, and a fairly healthy gap then back to Ant De Cosmo of Banks in third place at this B final for the under-23 lightweight women's single scull. Does look like as we approach the 1,500 metre mark, it is Jessica Malcolm who has really strode out in that lead over Hannah Tippett of Mersey. Just 1.7 seconds separated them at the 1,000 metre mark, and we'll get some updated timing through the 1,500 metre mark in a moment, but it looks like Jessica Malcolm taking no prisoners in the third 500 metre mark. This B final of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull, extending her lead out to approximately 3 or 4 boat lengths. I think Henley Royal Regatta, they'd be calling this one easily as Jessica Malcolm comes across the 1,500 metre mark and with a margin of 5.81 seconds. So extending that lead by about 4.5 seconds over the course of the previous 500 metres there. Jessica Malcolm still leading out the under-23 lightweight women's single B final. Ant De Cosmo of Banks Rowing Club still sitting back in third place, narrowing that gap back to second, but still a little bit of work to do as we approach the last 500 metres of the race. Olivia Evans of Mercantile in fourth place, just a second behind her, and Demetria Kyriakopoulos in fifth place, a little way back at the back of the field at this stage. So as we approach the last 100 metres of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull B final, it is still Jessica Malcolm over in lane 2, enjoying those calmer conditions of the last couple of 100 metres of our course here at Lake Ngambie, who is striding towards a win in this B final ahead of Hannah Tippett of Mersey. That's following a little battle for first and second in the early stages of the race, but Jessica Malcolm getting down to business and striding ahead in the closing stages. A little bit of a battle appearing for third place here. Ant De Cosmo of Banks Rowing Club and Olivia Evans of Mercantile have been neck and neck all the way through. So Jessica Malcolm from Centenary crosses the line in first. No doubt about Hannah Tippett from Mersey in second place. We're coming down really close down to the line. Mercantile Rowing Club's sculler really lifting towards the line. Ant De Cosmo of Banks, really tight. I think the Mercantile sculler there in lane 4, Olivia Evans, just edging out by a bow ball or so over Ant De Cosmo of Banks Rowing Club. And then the final sculler from Mercantile Rowing Club crossing the line now. It's Demetria Kyriakopoulos, just approaching the last couple of 100 metres.
That was a great finish there for positions 3 and 4 in our under-23 lightweight women's single scull B final, but it was a win for Jessica Malcolm of Centenary, second Hannah Tippett of Mersey, third in the end Olivia Evans from Mercantile Rowing Club, just over Ant De Cosmo from Banks, and fifth Demetria Kyriakopoulos from Mercantile, winning time 8 minutes 39.55 seconds. The A final of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull is on the course, with Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in lane 2, Georgia Seed of West Australian Rowing Club in lane 3, Maggie Foley of Corio Bay in lane 4, Alexandra Moylan of Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme in lane 5, Eve Timms of Drummoyne in lane 6, and Isabel Watson from Adelaide University Boat Club and the South Australian Sports Institute in lane 7.
So the A final of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull is well underway as they approach or move through the 1,500 metre mark shortly. It is Sydney Rowing Club's Grace Cypher, supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport, who has broken out a Clearwater lead at the three-quarter timing point, 3.75 seconds over her doubles partner, Georgia Seed from the West Australian Rowing Club in lane number 3. Alexandra Moylan of ANU, supported by the ACT High Performance Program, sitting in the provisional bronze medal spot at the moment, but not to discount Maggie Foley of Corio Bay, sitting just 1.1 seconds behind her at this stage. Isabel Watson of Adelaide University in 5th place, a little way back and a little bit out of contention for the medals at this stage, and then Eve Timms from Drummoyne Rowing Club sitting in 6th place at the 1,500 metre timing point. So as crews approach the last 175 metres of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull, it's still Grace Cypher ahead of Georgia Seed. Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club leading Georgia Seed of the Western Australian Rowing Club, who just narrowly leads Alexandra Moylan of ANU, just falling back into 4th place rather. Maggie Foley of Corio Bay moving up in the final 500 metres to secure a bronze medal position. That looks, our medalists looking fairly certain at this stage. It'll be Grace Cypher striding into the last 100 metres of the race. Grace Cypher moving from Rockhampton to row at the Sydney Rowing Club and finding great success down there. Just a 2 boat length lead over Georgia Seed from West Australian Rowing Club. A boat length of Clearwater in between them. Corio Bay's Maggie Foley really knocking on the door of Georgia Seed, but I don't think it'll be enough in the dying stages of the race. Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club for the gold medal in the under-23 women's lightweight single scull. Georgia Seed just ahead. Corio Bay's Maddie Foley by just a bow ball, hanging on the line for silver. Maggie Foley for the bronze medal. ANU's Alexandra Moylan coming across the line in 4th place, just outside of medals in this one. In 5th place will be the Adelaide University sculler Isabel Watson, followed across the line by Eve Timms from Drummoyne.
So confirming the results of the A final of the under-23 lightweight women's single scull, a win for Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club. Second, Georgia Seed of West Australian Rowing Club. Third, Maggie Foley of Corio Bay. Fourth, Alexandra Moylan of the ANU and ACT High Performance Programme. Fifth, Isabel Watson from Adelaide University Boat Club and the Sassy Talent Programme. And sixth, Eve Timms from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Winning time, 8 minutes, 22.13 seconds. Presentation of medals. For the Under-21 Lightweight Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ian Jekyll, CEO of Rowing Victoria. Third place and bronze medalist representing Townsville James Cook University, Riley Williams. Riley is coached by Harrison Parks. Second place and silver medalist representing North Esk Rowing Club, Laurie Dean. Laurie is coached by Trevor Barrett. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, representing UTS Haverfield Rowing Club, Harry Curtin. Harry is coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-21 Lightweight Men's Single Scull. So on the course now we have the final of the Under-23 Lightweight Men's Single Scull with Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 2, coached by Matt Ryan. In lane 3, Jack Bowser from Toowong Rowing Club, coached by Leo Karadimitris and Michael Hawke. In lane 4, Nick Zygetta from Banks Rowing Club, coached by Tom Krieber and Tony Lee. In lane 5, Christian Place from Toowong Rowing Club, coached by Leo Karadimitris and Michael Hawke. In lane 6, Liam McCoy from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by Michael Russell. And in lane 7, Harry Ross from Melbourne University Boat Club, coached by Matt Ryan.
So from the women's to the men's, just a single final here for the Under-23 Lightweight Men's Single Scull. No B finals required. We did have a race for lanes earlier on in the week, which I believe was won by Melbourne University's Damien Schroeder, who has secured that coveted lane 2 on the far side of the course, which will assist him in having the least possible disruption of the wind, but and it is at the moment. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Toowong Rowing Club's Jack Bowser out the head of the field by just 0.69 of a second over Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University Boat Club. Nick Zygetta from Banks only 0.7 of a second behind at that timing point as well in third. and Christian Place from Toowong in 4th. Liam McCoy from University of Queensland in 5th, and Harry Ross of Melbourne University Boat Club in 6th place at that timing point. And it does look like those positions are staying relatively solid through to the 1,000 metre mark, albeit with some extended margins. So Jack Bowser at the head of the field of the under-23 lightweight men's single scull at the 1,000 metre mark. Damien Schroeder of Melbourne University Boat Club in 2nd place, just half a boat length behind, the margin 1.06 there. Nick Ziegler of Banks Rowing Club in 3rd place, and Christian Place of Toowong in 4th, only 1.5 seconds behind. So no places quite solidified yet. This is lightweight rowing. We do see a lot happen towards the finish, as we saw in a couple of B finals earlier on, some fast finishes and some pretty even competition across crews, given that they've all weighed in the last hour and a half's time. So the margin from 1st to 2nd only a second, and then the margin from 3rd to 4th only a 1.5 seconds. So could definitely see some challenges to get on the podium, and a challenge for the gold and silver medal between Jack Bowser and Damien Schroeder. Damien Schroeder moving to Melbourne from the ACT, rowing at Radford College, and now a reserve for the ACT Youth 8 this weekend on Sunday. So as we approach the 1,500 metre mark, looks like a great battle happening for the gold medal at this stage. It looks like Damien Schroeder of Melbourne University has moved through in the third 500 metre mark to take almost a boat length's lead from Jack Bowser of Toowong. So that lead changing in the third 500 metres. It is still Nick Ziegler of Banks in 3rd place, just holding off Christian Place by about half a boat length. 1 second the margin, 3rd to 4th there. So a little bit of a change in the guard. 1st and 2nd fairly safe from competition from 3rd and 4th, but 2 races unfolding here. 1 for the gold medal and 1 to get onto that podium. Liam McCoy of University of Queensland sitting a little while back in 5th place, followed by Harry Ross of Melbourne University Boat Club rounding out the field. So some classic lightweight racing unfolding on the course out here at Lake Ngambie. Tight finishes and a changing of the lead. It looks like Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University really pushing on now in the final 500 metre mark. They're approaching the 250 metre to go point, and it looks to be only lengthening that lead from Jack Bowser of Toowong Rowing Club, who maybe just faltering, maybe just spent a few tickets too early on in the race, but is still holding off any thoughts of a challenge from Banks Rowing Club's Nick Ziegler in lane 4. Who is having his own battle with Christian Place of Toowong, who looks to be putting on a lot of pressure in the last 230 metres of the course. It's still Damien Schroeder of Melbourne University Boat Club with a decisive push in the third 500 metres to secure his place at the head of the field. Entering the red boys of the last 100 metres now, it'll more than likely be Damien Schroeder of Melbourne University Boat Club who will take the gold in the under-23 lightweight men's single scull, leading by about 3 boat lengths from Jack Bowser of Toowong Rowing Club. Damien Schroeder will be your national champion in the under-23 lightweight men's single scull for 2022. Silver medal will go to Jack Bowser of Toowong Rowing Club. Nick Ziegler of Banks Rowing Club finishing strong and holding off a late charge from Christian Place of Toowong Rowing Club. Nick Ziegler from Banks in the bronze medal position. Christian Place of Toowong Rowing Club coming across the line in 4th. We'll have Liam McCoy of the University of Queensland entering the last 50 metres of the course to take 5th place in this under-23 Lighty men's single final, and he'll be followed across the line by Harry Ross of Melbourne University Boat Club.
Confirming the results of the final of the under-23 lightweight men's single scull, a win for Damien Schroeder of Melbourne University Boat Club, 2nd Jack Bowser of Toowong, 3rd Nick Ziegler of Banks Rowing Club, 4th Christian Place of Toowong, 5th Liam McCoy of University of Queensland, and 6th Harry Ross of Melbourne University Boat Club. Provisional winning time 7 minutes 40.98 seconds. presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Margot Harley, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing New South Wales. Third place and bronze medalist representing Corio Bay, Maggie Foley. Maggie is coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. Second place and silver medalist representing West Australian Rowing Club, Georgia Seed. Georgia is coached by Stefano Belosso. Gold medalist and our Australian champion for 2022, representing Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Grace Seifer. Grace is coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull.
Underway in race number 337. It is the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Coxless Pair. In lane 2 from Tasmania University, Sophie Robertson and Kate Oliver.
So the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Pair added to the World Championship program a couple of years ago and added to the National Championship program at around the same time. Not a particularly well-entered event traditionally over the last couple of years, still finding its feet. And this year, just the one entry from the Tasmanian University Boat Club, Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver, making their way down the course. And of course, at the National Championships, if there is only one entry in an event, we don't just can the event. The crew is awarded a gold medal as national champions for this year. They do just need to complete the course, which may be easier said than done this morning at Lake Ngambie with some blustery conditions down at the start. This is, of course, maybe a little bit foreshadowing of this afternoon's racing, where we will see, due to forecast increased winds, we will see our heats of some of the school events and some of the under-21 events run as time trials. So great to see Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver, the Tasmanian University Boat Club, out here still having a race, not rowing it down too easily. This pairing, of course, this is their second row down the course for this morning. We did see them in race 311, the under-21 women's coxless pair, where they took home a silver medal quite convincingly from the University of Queensland and behind the Sydney Rowing Club crew. So these girls just having another hit out. Mustn't have too much more racing to get underway with for this week, and really enjoying their time out on the course this morning. Well, this afternoon rather, just ticked over midday. So just approaching the last 160 metres of racing here this afternoon in the final of the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. It is Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver enjoying their time out on the course, rowing down towards their gold medal and putting on quite a good show for the crowd as they lift their rating into the past the grandstand, past the finish tower, into the red boys of the last 100 metres. Trying their best to put down an impressive time, possibly in the eyes of selectors. Over there in lane 2, it's Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver, who will be your national champions in the under-23 lightweight women's pair for 2022.
Confirmation of the results in the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pairs final. A win for Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver from Tasmania University in a time of 8 minutes 15.95. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. The medals will be presented by Ian Jekyll, CEO of Rowing Victoria. In third place and bronze medalist from Banks Rowing Club, Nick Ziegler, coached by Thomas Krieber and Tony Lee. In second place and silver medalist from Toowong Rowing Club, Jack Bowser, coached by Leo Karadimitris and Michael Hawke. And the gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022 from Melbourne University, Damien Schroeder, coached by Matthew Ryan. please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Underway in race number 338, the final of the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pairs. In lane 3 from Mercantile, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitmey. In lane 4 from Corio Bay, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Raden. In lane 5 from UTS Haberfield, Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson. And in lane 6 from Melbourne University, Lockie Phillips and Hamish Payne.
And the coxless pair being the last of the lightweight sweep events to maintain its spot at the World Championships. The lightweight coxless 4 still contested here at the Australian Rowing Championships and of course in the Interstate Regatta on Sunday for the Penrith Cup. At the 500 metre mark now in race 338 in your program, the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair. It was the Mercantile Rowing Club combination of Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitmey, coached by Michael Mackay and William Legg, who had a fairly commanding lead, 3.75 seconds over Corio Bay, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Raden, coached by Jeff Watt. Then back to the UTS Haberfield combination of Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloth Bertonetti. They were just leading out the Melbourne University combination, Lockie Phillips and Hamish Payne there, coached by Matthew Ryan. So for those of you listening on the live stream who weren't privy to the over-the-ground announcement from race 358 this afternoon, racing will be conducted using a time trial format, with each race conducted as an individual time trial. The race schedule will be updated and published online, with race 358 commencing at 2:30 p.m. Crews will be marshalled for each race as usual and will be started in lane order from lanes 3 and lane 4 alternately. If you are caught by a crew, you will need to move to the outside lane, i.e. lanes 2 or 5. There will be a briefing for athletes and coaches at the boat shed at 12:30 p.m. and the president of the jury will remain there if practicable. So at the 1,000 metre mark, it is still Roberts and Whitmey, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitmey of Mercantile Rowing Club, coached by Michael Mackay and William Legg of that are still leading out our field in the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair. Quite convincingly, I might add, by 6.03 seconds. William Legg, himself a previous national champion of this event a number of years ago for the Mercantile Rowing Club. And then Corio Bay in the provisional silver medal position, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Raden, coached by Jeff Watt. They're just 2.8 seconds over the UTS Haberfield combination, Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson. Cameron Ogilvie moving over from the Glebe Rowing Club, where he learnt to row and pursuing a lightweight career at UTS Haberfield and doing very well to develop himself as one of the many lighties at in the teal and black colours of Iron Cove. Melbourne University's Lockie Phillips and Hamish Payne, coached by Matthew Ryan, just bringing up the rear of the field at this stage. It's a little bit of a race starting to appear for the silver medal position as crews across 1,250 metres to go, and the conditions start to calm down a tiny bit in the closing stages of the course here at Lake Ngambie. So at the 1,500 metre mark, the standings remaining unchanged. Mercantile Rowing Club, that is Roberts and Whitney, sitting out nice and comfortably at the head of the field. Not an easy task to row a lightweight pair in conditions such as these, but 2 or 3 boat lengths then back to the Corio Bay combination, Tyrrell and Radin. Sitting in second place, UTS Haberfield just dropping back a touch, still maintaining that bronze medal position. Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson sitting there nice and comfortably. So I wouldn't say too much change predicted in the closing 400 metres or so of the race at this stage of the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair. Mercantile Rowing Club extending their lead, if anything, in the closing stages of the race as they approach 175 metres to go in the final of the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair. Looking very clean, very tidy out at the head of the field as they approach the calmest waters of the course, the last 100 metres. Just extending their lead ever so slightly as they power towards the finish line. They lead from Corio Bay's Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin in lane number 4, who are about 3 boat lengths themselves ahead of UTS Haberfield's Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson, coached there by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman, Elliot Shackloff, Burton Eddy. But it is Mercantile Rowing Club, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney, coached by Mike Mackay and William Legg, who take out the national championship in the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair for 2022. Silver medal will go to Corio Bay, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin, coached by Jeff Watt. They lead out the UTS Haberfield combination, Jack Henderson and Cameron Ogilvie, coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman, Elliot Shackloff, Burton Eddy, for the bronze medal position. And then the Melbourne University Boat Club crew in lane number 6, Lockie Phillips and Hamish Payne. They'll come down the course now in the next 30 seconds or so to secure 4th place.
Confirmation of the results in the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pairs. A win to Mercantile Rowing Club, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney in a time of 7 minutes 33.06. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. The medals will be presented by Margot Harley, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing New South Wales. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson and Kate Oliver. Please congratulate our 2022 Australian champions. Race number 340, the A final for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. In lane 1, from Hewen and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Georgia Nesbitt, coached by Paul Newbon. Scratching in lane 2 from Sydney University. In lane 3 from the Australian National University, Anika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4 from Hewen and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Eve Muir, coached by John Dreesen. In lane 5 from the Australian National University, Sophie Gerapetridis, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 6 from UTS Haberfield, Michaela Franz, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And in lane 7 from the University of Western Australia, Laura Glendinning, coached by George White.
So as scullers are underway competing for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy in the A final of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull, we can see the Hewen TIS supported sculler Georgia Nesbitt at the head of the field, just 2.75 seconds ahead of Eve Muir, also from Hewen Rowing Club, supported by the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. Anika Reardon of the Australian National University in third place, only narrowly behind Eve, and Sophie Gerapetridis, also of the Australian National University, just sitting really narrowly behind there. So second, third and fourth, all within about a second and a half of each other. So could be in store for some great lightweight racing in the closing stages of this one. Michaela Franz of UTS Haberfield in fifth place. Lara Glendenning of the University of Western Australia in sixth place over in lane number 7 at this stage. So Georgia Nesbitt, our current race leader, she is the reserve for the Australian lightweight women's double scull for 2022, or for at least for the first 2 World Cups later on in a couple of months' time. Anika Reardon, who's currently sitting in second place, she is selected in that double scull alongside Lucy Colwyn from Sydney University Boat Club, who has scratched from this race. So Georgia Nesbitt obviously out with a point to prove at the head of the field, and looks to be only extending that lead through the second 500-metre mark ahead of Eve Muir and Anika Reardon, who do look to be locked in a little bit of a battle. So at the 1,000 metre mark, as called, Georgia Nesbitt extending her lead over the field, 5.44 seconds ahead of Anika Reardon of the Australian National University. Eve Muir, also of the Hewen Rowing Club, just 0.6 of a second behind Anika Reardon. So tight battle there for the silver medal. Sophie Gerapetridis of the Australian National University sitting back in fourth place at the moment, but just 1.77 seconds behind the medals at this stage. UTS Haberfield's Michaela Franz sitting back in fifth place, and Lara Glendenning, the University of Western Australia, in sixth place at the halfway point. So at the 1500 metre mark, our leader, Georgia Nesbitt from Hewen, supported by the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, has only furthered her lead, 8.06 seconds at the 1500 metre mark from Annika Reardon of the Australian National University, who leads Eve Muir of Hewen in the TIS by 1.92 of a second, and then Sophie Gerapetritis of the Australian National University sitting back in fourth, just outside the medals at this stage, but only 1.3 seconds in it. So could be in for some really great racing, especially between the lane 4 and lane 5 scullers, Eve Muir and Sophie Gerapetritis in the closing stages of the race. And I would definitely be picking Sophie Gerapetritis to be putting on a mean finish here and be contesting for a spot in the medals of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. Georgia Nesbitt, though, of the Hewen Rowing Club, sitting comfortably out in front, and she'll be the betting man's favourite here for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy to take out the national championship of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. But a good race starting to develop for the minor placings here. Sophie Gerapetritis pushing up on Eve Muir, so ANU on Hewen Rowing Club for third place. It does look like Annika Reardon of ANU is just starting to push away and solidify that silver medal position as they come into the red boys of the last 100 metres. Georgia Nesbitt's well out in front. She'll come home in the gold in a couple of strokes' time, but a great race unfolding for the bronze medal. Sophie Gerapetritis moving through Eve Muir. Sophie Gerapetritis of the Australian National University moving up into the bronze medal position, taking almost a boat-length lead over Eve Muir of Hewen in the dying stages. Georgia Nesbitt of Hewen and the TIS will take the gold medal in the national championship in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull. Annika Reardon of Australian National University in the silver medal position. Sophie Gerapetritis coming home really strong in the dying stages of the race to take the bronze medal from Eve Muir of Hewen and supported by the Tasmanian Institute of Sport. It'll be Michaela Franz of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club who will cross the line in 5th place, and she'll be followed by Lara Glendenning of the University of Western Australia.
Confirmation of the results of race number 340, the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull A final for the Herald and Weekly Times Trophy. First to Georgia Nesbitt from Hewen Rowing Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport in a time of 8 minutes 8.84. Second to Annika Reardon from ANU, and third to Sophie Gerapetritis from the Australian National University. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pairs. The medals will be presented by Ian Jekyll, CEO of Rowing Victoria. Third place and bronze medalists representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Cameron Ogilvie and Jack Henderson. They're coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackloth Bertinetti. Second place and silver medalists from Corio Bay Rowing Club, Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin. And they're coached by Jeff Watts. And the gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022, representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitmey. And they're coached by Michael Mackay and William Legg. please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
And on the course just behind them, we'll have the B final of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. Coming across the line is Austin Dipple, who has led the race start to finish, coached by Leo Karadimitri and Michael Hawke. Tasmania University's Samuel Casey looking about 2 lengths behind him at this stage. It'll be Austin Dipple crossing the line in first place of the B final. Sam Casey from Tasmanian University Boat Club in second place. Be Banks Rowing Club's Harry Cathcart in third place, and then the University of Queensland's Mac Russell in his second race of the day will be crossing the line in fourth place in just a moment's time.
Confirmation of the results in race 341, the B final of the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. A win to Toowong Rowing Club's Austin Dipple in a time of 8 minutes 7.37. Second place to Tasmania University's Sam Casey, and third to Banks' Harry Cathcart. Underway in race number 342, the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull A final. In lane 2 from Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Red Matthews, coached by Michael Mackay. In lane 3 from the Australian National University and the ACT Academy of Sport, Hamish Harding, coached by David Fermano. In lane 4 from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Oscar McGuinness. In lane 5 from North Esk and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Connor Ryan, coached by Brendan Long and Trevor Barrett. In lane 6 from UTS Haberfield, Michael McRae, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 7 from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Blaine Heseltine.
So at the 1,000 metre mark, unsurprisingly, it is Red Matthews of Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport who leads out his doubles partner, recently selected in the 2022 Australian rowing team for the first 2 Rowing World Cups. His double partner, Hamish Harding from the Australian National University. He's sitting in second place at the halfway point, just leading out Oscar McGuinness, who is the reserve for that lightweight double scull. Connor Ryan of North Esk sits back in fourth place ahead of Michael McRae of UTS Haberfield, and Blaine Heseltine just a couple of seconds back on Michael McRae in sixth place there. So as pretty much as would be predicted, our top 3 Australian lightweight double scull at the head of the field in 1 and 2. The reserve in 3. Connor Ryan in third. He was a part of the under-23 lightweight men's quadruple scull last year. Michael McRae, a member of the New South Wales lightweight for this Sunday's interstate regatta. He's sitting back in 5th place, just a couple of seconds off the pace there. So our medal contenders looking fairly solid. A bit of a gap then between Oscar McGuinness of Adelaide Rowing Club and then back to Connor Ryan of North Esk in 4th place. So 3 medalists fairly well contained at the head of the field. And Red Matthews just opening out that lead over the rest of the field. 6.9 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark, and I dare say that that has increased significantly in the third 500 metres over his crewmates on the Australian rowing team. So Red Matthews really out with a point to prove at the head of the field here. 9.27 seconds up on Hamish Harding in second place, and not letting up as he storms towards a probable national championship victory in the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull. Red Matthews of the Mercantile Rowing Club and supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, coached by Michael Mackay, and not leaving anything to chance at the head of the field today. Hamish Harding of ANU sitting in the provisional silver medal position, but it'd be Oscar McGuinness of Adelaide Rowing Club, the reserve for the second and third World Cups for the lightweight men's double scull, who's really knocking on the door of Hamish Harding and trying to put in a bit of a contest for that silver medal position. Hamish holding him off very well. Hamish, very good, strong finisher, particularly in the single sculler, very experienced single sculler, winning a boatload of medals in the last couple of years at the Australian Rowing Championships. It'd be Red Matthews crossing in to the Red Boys of the last 100 metres in front of our newly repaired floating signage on the far side of the course. Just possibly easing off a touch now, knowing that he's got the victory in the bag. It'll be Red Matthews. It'll be coming home with the win in the open lightweight men's single scull. Hamish Harding just holding off a little bit of a surge from Oscar McGuinness. Hamish Harding from Australian National University will be in the silver medal position. Red Matthews is the national champion in the open lightweight men's single scull for 2022. Hamish Harding crossing the line for the silver medal, just a length and a half, with half a length of clear water over Oscar McGuinness from the Adelaide Rowing Club. Connor Ryan of North Esk, supported by the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, in 4th place, just outside the medals. Michael McRae of UTS Haberfield in 5th place, finishing just a couple of lengths ahead of a fast-finishing Mac Russell from University of Queensland.
Confirmation of the results in race number 342, the open lightweight men's single scull. A win to Mercantile Rowing Club's Red Matthews, second to the Australian National University's Hamish Harding, and third to Adelaide Rowing Club's Oscar McGuinness. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Herald and Weekly Times trophy for the open lightweight women's single scull. The medals and trophy will be presented by John Keogh, Hancock Prospecting Women's National Training Centre head coach. Third place and bronze medalist from the Australian National University Boat Club, Sophie Gerabratridis, coached by Nigel Harding. In second place and silver medalists from the Australian National University Boat Club, Anika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding. And a gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022 from Huon Rowing Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Georgia Nesbitt, coached by Paul Newbon. The Herald and Weekly Times trophy will now be presented by John Keogh. Please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. We're underway in race number 343, the open lightweight men's coxless pair. In lane 2 from Toowong, Jack Price and Tom Williamson, coached by Leo Karadimitris and Kieran Dwyer. In lane 3 from Barwon, Carl Tomczak and Thomas Hastings, coached by Michael Cushion. In lane 4 from Banks Rowing Club, Guy Velick and Sam Ostendorp, coached by Thomas Krieber and Tony Lee. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Benjamin Bowman and Wyatt Batt, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lowrick. In lane 6 from UTS Haberfield, James Waldersea and William Clark, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 7, also from UTS Haberfield, Peter Waldersea and Jack Message, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman.
So the open lightweight men's coxless pair is underway, the penultimate final of this morning's program. Just the PR3 women's single to go after this one. We're seeing some tight racing already emerging here. So at the 500-metre mark, it was the Toowong Rowing Club, our fastest qualifiers in the race for lanes, Jack Price and Tom Williamson, who were out the head of the field, but only just narrowly 0.11 of a second over Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings from Barwon in lane 3. Then on the near side of the course, Peter Waldersee and Jack Message of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club really taking the fight, asking no questions at the start of the course in those blustering conditions, or asking all the questions, rather, of their competition, and putting themselves in a good position at the 500-metre timing point. Guy Velick and Sam Oostendorp of Banks Rowing Club in 4th place at that first timing point. Then saw Sydney University's Bowman and Batt, and then James Waldersee and Will Clark in 6th place at that first timing point. So some interesting positioning there. We know the 2 UTS crews, they did not race the race for lanes and have such forth been given the not so coveted lanes 6 and 7, so making life pretty difficult there, but not seeming to bother Peter Waldersee and Jack Message on the nearest side of the course of the grandstand. We're doing pretty well at the 500-metre mark. We'll see coming through the 1,000 where they're sitting, so just dropping back 1 spot. So at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Barwon Rowing Club, Carl Tomzak and Tom Hastings, who were sitting at the head of the field, just moving through Jack Price and Tom Williamson of Toowong Rowing Club, who were our early race leaders. Guy Velick and Sam Oostendorp moving up over UTS Haberfield, that crew from Banks, into 3rd place, and Waldersee and Message in 4th. Bowman and Batt of Sydney University Boat Club in 5th, and then James Waldersee and Will Clark, the mighty clubbies from UTS Haberfield, sitting back in 6th place in this A final of the open lightweight men's coxless pair. So a little bit of a preview ahead of our Penrith Cup, the Interstate Lightweight Men's Coxless 4 on Sunday afternoon. The Barwon crew at the head of the field, Carl Tomzak and Tom Hastings. That makes up the stern pair, I believe, of the Victorian combination. And the crew that they are just edging out for first place by about a boat length at the 1,500-metre mark, with just a little bit of clear water, will be part of the Queensland Interstate Lightweight Men's 4. So Tom Williamson in that boat, sitting in 2nd place of this race in front of us, the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless pair. And then moving over to the 3rd place crew of Banks Rowing Club, Sam Oostendorp and Guy Velick. Sam Oostendorp is sitting in the stroke seat of the Victoria Penrith Cup crew. So things boding pretty well for Victoria. Half of their lightweight men's coxless 4 sitting out the head of the field of the open lightweight men's coxless pair this afternoon. And of course the New South Wales combination, Peter Waldersee and Wyatt Batt. Peter Waldersee currently sitting in 4th place in the UTS Haberfield combination, and Wyatt Batt in 5th place, or the other way around rather. Wyatt Batt joined by Benjamin Bowman in the Sydney University combination in 4th place, and then Peter Waldersee joined by Jack Message in the UTS Haberfield combination in 5th place. Wyatt was the reserve and moving in to fill the shoes of Sean Murphy, who couldn't unfortunately make it down to Nationals this week. But it is still the crew from Barwon Rowing Club, Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings, coached by Michael Cushion, who are extending their lead, not to discount efforts by Toowong Rowing Club on the far side of the course. Jack Price and Tom Williamson, they were our earlier race leaders, have fallen back and are just really trying to hang on and put some pressure on the Barwon crew in the dying stages of the race. We have come into the last 100 metres for our leading 2 crews. It'll still be Barwon Rowing Club looking nice and long, calm and collected at the head of the field, pushing away, maintaining that little bit of clear water over Jack Price and Tom Williamson from the Toowong Rowing Club on the far side of the course. The Barwon Rowing Club will be our national champions in the open lightweight men's coxless pair. just a boat length and a half ahead of Toowong Rowing Club's Jack Price and Tom Williamson for the silver medal. Banks Rowing Club's Guy Velick and Sam Oostendorp in the bronze medal position, a couple of lengths clear of the Sydney University combination, Benjamin Bowman and Wyatt Batt for 4th place. The lane 7 combination, Peter Waldersee and Jack Message from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club crossing the line in 5th place. And Peter's brother, James Waldersee, joined by William Clark in the second of the UTS Haberfield combinations, rounding out this final of the open lightweight men's coxless pair.
Confirmation of the results in race number 343, the open lightweight men's coxless pair. A win to Barwin's Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings in a time of 7 minutes 18.94. Second to Toowong Rowing Club's Jack Price and Tom Williamson. And third to Banks Rowing Club's Guy Velick and Sam Oostendorp. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the open lightweight men's single sculls. The medals will be presented by Simon Burgess, Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist and former world champion. In third place and bronze medalist from Adelaide Rowing Club and the South Australian Sports Institute, Oscar McGuinness. In second place and silver medalist from the Australian National University Boat Club, Hamish Harding, coached by David Framano. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022 from Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Red Matthews, coached by Michael Mackay. Please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Underway in race number 345, it's the A final of the PR3 Women's Single Scull. In lane 2 from Balmain Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. In lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Jessica Gallagher, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Michael Mackay. In lane 4 from the Australian National University, Rebecca Jones, coached by Edwin Bean and Renee Domachens. In lane 5 from Banks Rowing Club, Susanna Lutzer. In lane 6 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextell and Robert Glendenning. And in lane 7 from Balmain Rowing Club, Lauren Webber, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan.
So great to see earlier this week, Stuart, that we had a couple of heats for the PR3 women's single scull and had to have a repechage, which I believe is a first for para events at the Australian Rowing Championships. Great to see the depth of para rowing really increasing year on year. And we're joined, we will be seeing in this the A final of the PR3 women's single scull a few hot favourites. So Bronte Marshall, who I believe you're rowing the double with later on in the week from Balmain Rowing Club,
Yeah, rowing with Bronte first thing tomorrow morning. So I think the favourites will probably be Mac Russell and Julia Story from University of Queensland and Drummoyne Rowing Clubs. Very, very quick. Also, the Bundaberg crew, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell, should go out and do quite well. We've seen them, Christian in particular, looking very solid with his sculling.
Yeah, this morning in the men's single final.
So yeah, no, I think coming up, as you say, Chris, it is fantastic to seeing where we've got moving on to the point we've got heats, repechage, then moving on to the final. I think we possibly would have seen that had this event been up in Sydney as originally scheduled. We might have seen that for the men's events as well, with a number of people from the Balmain Rowing Club in particular unable to make it down at the short notice that we had when the event was moved. So, but the fact that we're seeing more of these entries, we're seeing more entries into the double sculls, we're seeing more entries into the crewed events, just means that those opportunities are there and are available for rowers to be able to get in.
Absolutely, and they're obviously being taken up in great numbers. And on the course as well, it's also great to see that we've got a bit of racing happening. So Rebecca Jones from the Australian National University, coached by Edward Bean and Renee Domichens. She's our early race leader at the 500-metre mark over Jessica Gallagher of Mercantile, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport and coached by Sam Fennessy and Michael Mackay. Jess Gallagher coming to the sport in about 2 years ago, I believe, and she is a multiple-time Paralympian in several other sports. So she has competed at the Paralympics in alpine skiing, track and field, and as a tandem cyclist. She's Australia's first ever female winter Paralympic medal, which was at 2010 in Vancouver. And she also won a medal at the Winter Paralympics in Sochi, and a medal at the Summer Paralympics in the time trial tandem cycling in Rio de Janeiro. So story history there. Clear what her intentions are, and she'll be definitely out looking to make the most of this final of the PR3 women's single scull.
I think in a sport full of high achievers, she might just be the highest of achievers.
Absolutely. I think so. I don't think there is anyone around at the moment with that amount of Olympic or Paralympic medals to their name.
The only names that immediately spring to mind that have that level of all-round ability are Elise Perry and Keith Miller. So, Elise Perry, played cricket for Australia, still plays cricket for Australia in the women's team, also played for the Matildas, and then Keith Miller, who he said there was no pressure on the cricket field. He just defined it as a Messerschmitt up your bottom when fighting during World War II. But another one of those people that could turn his hand at absolutely everything. And that's sort of the level that Jessica Gallagher's at.
Yeah, absolutely. And leading this race at the 1,000-metre mark, I believe. So was second at the 500-metre mark from a fast-starting Rebecca Jones, but moving through, hitting a rhythm in the second 500 metres and moving out to a pretty decisive lead at the halfway point. 11-second margin there over Rebecca Jones. Bronte Marshall, Balmain Rowing Club in third place at that halfway timing point. Now, Bronte Marshall and Lauren Webber of Balmain, who is sitting in lane 7 at the moment. Both of those girls came through the rowing program at PLC Sydney, which is one of, I believe, the only, if not one of the very few rowing programs in Australia that caters for a schoolgirl para program. So great to see that those girls being fostered at an early age and brought into the sport and now competing at the national championships, and both those girls have won several medals at the INAS Global Games in recent years as well.
Yeah, no better way to get people in than to get them in early.
Yeah, absolutely.
As soon as you absolutely can. And I think Lizzie made a good point yesterday when we were doing the commentary for the repechage for the women's PR3 women's single scull. The adaptations that need to be made for the different levels of disability aren't all that much, and it's a matter of working with the coaches, working with the athlete to ensure that whatever they do, they're comfortable with, that they're able to do, and just recognising that there will be certain aspects perhaps of technique with what they're able to do that you just work around. You do what you can to be able to work around them. So it's great to see Rebecca Jones go out and do well here as well. She originally came down to ANU back in 2020. Then when COVID hit, she'd gone. Obviously, things got disrupted as a result of the COVID pandemic a couple of years ago. And between then and now, she's actually had a number of health scares which has left her as being eligible for the para class. She's now being coached by Edwin Behan, very well-known volunteer down in the ACT. Without him, our regatta system wouldn't work with the commentary down there. But also she's been coached by Renee Domachens, who is also the coach of Catherine Ross, who we'll see in the PR2s.
Absolutely, a very busy woman down there, Renee Domachens, and was previously as well the Cox of the PR3 Cox 4 at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo last year. So Jess Gallagher, a member of our squad for the PR3 Mixed Cox 4 this year, still at the head of the field at the 1500 metre mark. Pretty decisive lead there, as we'd expect from one of our premier para athletes in the country. So she joins Thomas Birtwistle from UTS, Nicholas Neals, who we saw take out the men's equivalent of this event this morning from Australian National University, Alexandra Viney and Alex Vullerman of Mercantile Rowing Club, who I believe we'll see racing in the pair later. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so in the women's pair, we'll see Alex Vermeulen and Jessica Gallagher.
Right.
Rowing, and then James Talbot and Nicholas Neals in the men's one. I believe Alvini does have a bit of an injury at the moment,
Yes.
but a big shout out to her listening on, I'm sure down
she'll be
in
watching.
Victoria.
Yes.
Well, down in Melbourne. We're in Victoria.
It's all changed too quick. I don't know where I am anymore.
Look, it's Sydney, Canberra, Brisbane. It's all changed, but it's not changed at the front with Jessica Gallagher in the lead for Mercantile. A nice little battle going on for seconds here, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was Rebecca Jones of ANU who was well clear up there. It looks like Bronte Marshall in that favourable lane 2 has just made the most of things. So the lane 2 position is probably not as favourable at the start as it is in the second half of the course, and really hitting her rhythm in the second half in some slightly calmer conditions to push up and move through. I'd say at this stage she might be sitting just in front, or at least equal with Rebecca Jones of the Australian National University. So Bronte Marshall making great work of it in the second half of the race. There'd be no doubt that Jessica Gallagher of Mercantile, supported by the Victorian Institute of Sport, will stride into the last 100 metres of the race to take home the national championship in the PR3 women's single scull. But as we mentioned, a good battle coming here for the minor placings.
Well, hopefully Bronte doesn't exhaust herself too much. She's good to go at about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah, absolutely. You're watching on with a lot of concern here, aren't you? But she does look very in control out the head of the field. Definitely moved through a decisive move in the final 500 metres for Bronte Marshall of Balmain Rowing Club, out the head, or in the silver medal position. Bronte not letting off now either, opening up to a 2 or 3 boat length lead over Rebecca Jones of the Australian National University in the bronze medal position at this stage. So it was Jessica Gallagher for the national championship, and it will be Bronte Marshall from Balmain Rowing Club, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam, to take home the silver medal in the PR3 women's single scull. She'll be followed across the line by Rebecca Jones of the Australian National University, coached by Edwin Behan and Renee Domachens for the bronze medal position. And our last few crews coming down to the line now from the Banks Rowing Club. Susanna Lutz just entering the last 50 metres of the course now. She'll cross the line in 4th place, just outside the medals. And Stephanie Walker of Jemoyne Rowing Club in 5th place.
We'll see Stephanie Walker in tomorrow with Aaron Skinner in the doubles.
In the double, and Aaron Skinner, who came 3rd in the 4th in the men's PR3, the men's equivalent of this race earlier. So Stephanie Walker of Jemoyne Rowing Club across the line in 5th place. And then Lauren Webber, also of Balmain Rowing Club, crossing the line to round out this field of the PR3 women's single scull.
Confirmation of the results in race number 345, the A final of the PR3 women's single scull. In 1st place from Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Jessica Gallagher in a time of 9 minutes 24.7. 2nd to Bronte Marshall from Balmain Rowing Club, and 3rd to Rebecca Jones from the Australian National University. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless Pair. The medals will be presented by Simon Burgess, Sydney 2000 Olympic silver medalist and former world champion. third place and bronze medalists representing Banks Rowing Club, Guy Velick and Sam Ostendorf. They're coached by Thomas Krieber and Tony Lee. In second place and silver medalists from Toowong Rowing Club, Jack Price and Tom Williamson, and they're coached by Leo Karadimitris and Kieran Dwyer. And the gold medalists and Australian champions for 2022 from Barwood Rowing Club, Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings, coached by Michael Cushion. Please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the PR3 Women's Single Sculls. The medals will be presented by Lizzie Chapman, Rowing Australia Passport to Paris Coordinator and Australian Rowing Championships Commentator. In third place and bronze medalist from the Australian National University Boat Club, Rebecca Jones. She's coached by Edwin Behan and Renee Domichez. In second place and silver medalist from Balmain Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And the gold medalist and Australian champion for 2022, representing Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, Jessica Gallagher. She's coached by Samuel Fennessy and Michael Mackay. Please congratulate all our 2022 Australian champions and medalists.
Well, welcome Annabelle McIntyre OAM to this interview. Thank you. Lovely to see you here. And for those who might not know you, I'll just get this out of the way. Annabelle McIntyre, who raced to great success in a pair, both under 23 level and senior level, but with different partners.
Yep.
A member of the Women's National Training Centre and a member of the gold medal Olympic 4 for Australia in Tokyo 2020, which of course was raced in 2021. So tell us, have you always done sweep up until now?
No, so I spent the first couple of years, I guess, of my rowing career sculling, but I just always managed to injure myself. So I never actually completed any of the campaigns that I went on or managed to, underage teams that I managed to make in sculling. And then 2017 or end of 2016, after I'd finally, got recovered from that set of injuries, Rhett was like, oh, we've got a sweeper, Bronnie Cox, who doesn't have a pair partner at the moment. So why don't we chuck you in the boat on your other side and we'll teach you how to sweep. And that's when I started sweeping.
Was such a successful pair. So we should explain that's Rhett Ailiff, who is the head coach at the Men's National Training Centre now, who was your coach back in WA.
Yep, he was the WACE head coach.
That's right, yes. And then, so that was a very successful underage team boat, and both of you successfully transitioned to the Women's National Training Centre. And you've done a few campaigns there in sweep boats, haven't you, over the years?
So I think I started out end of 2017, 2018. So it was the second year of the National Training Centre, the setup there. And I was selected into the Women's 8, but again, managed to injure myself. So missed out on the World Cup series there, but managed to race myself back into the boat for World Championships, where we came out with a bronze medal that year. Yeah. And then the next year was in the women's pair and the women's 8 as well, with Jess Morrison, and that was the qualifying year, and then qualified the boats there and trained for Tokyo from then on.
Yes. And then in Tokyo you had the opportunity to do both the pair and the 4 rather than the 8. Big task.
Yeah, they decided that option was going to be best because of the schedule. So I think if the games had happened in 2020, we weren't going to double up, but due to some changes with training and the big year break, they decided that they were going to double a pair up, and that just happened to be us. I think one of the reasons because we'd had the practice, I guess, before.
Yes. Yeah.
But they because of the racing schedule, they decided to put us in the pair and the 4.
Right. Which was fantastic opportunity, but like all best laid plans of mice and men, it doesn't always go the way you want it.
Unfortunately, yes. And I guess that, definitely took a lot of trust and, especially from Rosie and Lucy, who weren't doubling up and their boat was a 4. So that was, a huge commitment by them to allow us to do both.
Yeah, and I love what you're saying. You're absolutely right. And one of the thing about those Victorians is they are really fantastic at teamwork, aren't they? You see it all the time, the spirit of that. And so I think it's very typical of both of those athletes, Lucy Steffen and Rosie Popper, that they would say, you'd sit down, I would imagine, and talk about it as a team and then make an agreement. Yeah.
Very
Jess,
much.
of course, a Victorian as well. So that presumably helps. And then, of course, Tokyo finally happened, and then a bit windy there, isn't it, on that course?
A little bit windy. Maybe as windy as this, but this is more of a cross breeze, so it's a little bit unfairer, I guess, but definitely similar conditions, rough.
Yes.
Rough.
Yeah. And so tell us what finally happened. You had the race in the pair first, was it, or the 4 first? I'm trying to remember how the regatta progressed.
So it was meant to be pair first and each race on individual days, but due to the race schedule change, we ended up going 4 final first and then pair semi afterwards, and obviously got the win in the 4, and then unfortunately didn't make it through in the pair. But, not many people get to come away with a gold medal, so I guess that's
absolutely right. Yes, that's right. Yeah. And you would have trained really hard and really carefully and mindfully in order to prepare for 2 events. So that I'm
absolutely. Sure. We did our first replication regatta here in Nagambie,
that's right.
They put on. It was amazing weather, like just Monday sort of weather, on repeat every day. And, you know, it was very, very structured, our practice, right down to the timing of the races, how we were going to race. So it was very, very practiced.
Do you like that level of detail that the coaches these days go into in terms of preparing the crew and understanding the schedule and the pressures that you'll be under when you come to race?
Absolutely. And I think it, you know, it really allows you to practice that race day and then and just come to an understanding of what you need to do with yourself. So, you know, we knew that we had to be on the ergo for 18 minutes to get our lactate down to, you know, a reasonable level to then back up 2 hours later. So we did a lot of testing around that. And, you know, that's definitely what led us to success, knowing exactly how to do it.
That is so fantastic, isn't it? And what I'm hearing as you say that, I'm just thinking of all of the people that I know, the support staff, the people that are there working with you as the athletes who go out and do it to help you figure out, help you know how your body reacts, what you need to do to get your best performance. Yeah, there's a big team, and I think sometimes there's a little bit of incredulity about how many people it takes to win a gold medal, but
huge amount
everybody
of people.
is so proud of you and the colleagues that you have in the women's four. So proud of you and Jess in the pair. It's been astonishing to watch you in the last Olympiad, and we all wish you the best of luck for the next as well. It was wonderful to watch the men in their four as well, of course, and then the bronze medalists in the quad. That was just so exciting, and I know we call it the hour of the golden hour of Australian rowing, but it was fantastic, and I have absolutely no doubt you guys are all going to do similar things over this next quad. I think this year, the season coming up sounds very exciting with not just World Cups and the World Championships.
Yeah, no, we'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
fingers crossed there might be a Henley Royal Regatta in there, which is what happened in the
absolutely.
last Olympiad, and it would be so wonderful to get out there and do those as well, and perhaps come away with those medals. They're very special. It's a very special kind of racing. Well, thank you, Annabelle.
No worries, thank you.
Everybody, please welcome me in thanking and congratulating Annabelle McIntyre on an astonishing last 4 years, and really looking forward to seeing her success in the next.
Thank you very much, Lizzie.
And we're back underway after the lunch break. Under-17 women's Cox quadruple scull. The repechage will continue in a normal racing format before we revert to the time trial format later on this afternoon. So race number 346 is the under-17 women's Cox quadruple scull. Repechage 1 with the first two to progress to the semi-final and the remaining crews to be eliminated. In lane 2 is Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 3, Yarra Yarra Mossman Corowa Composite. In lane 4, Pymble Ladies College. Lane 5, Trinity Lutheran College from the Gold Coast. And in lane 6 is Canberra Grammar School.
Thank you, Ray. That was about the shortest lunch break of all time too. We've just made our way through, but great to hear Lizzie Chapman and Annabelle McIntyre. There's some fascinating thoughts from what's unfolding at the elite end of Australian rowing, and especially the Tokyo Games. But we are back underway here with there's a few, dare we call them, normal races before the time trial format kicks in a little bit, about an hour's time from now. This is the first repechage of 4 in the under-17 women's Cox quad scull. Another huge field here in the under-17 women's events, as we've seen throughout this regatta. And they are already through the halfway mark of this race now, it appears. And looks like, as we look for the top 2 crews to go through to the semi-finals, Loretto Marriottfield and Loretto Toorak on the southern side of the course are well positioned. And also lane 5 there, the crew from Wendouree Ballarat, it would be. So they look to be the 3 chances. In fact, if we look at the right page on the draw, it would be better, because that wasn't the Loretto Toorak boat. I was getting quite confused there. It's Canberra Girls Grammar School, lane 2, Yarra Yarra Mossman Corowa, lane 3, and Trinity Lutheran, lane 5, the leading 3 crews in this race, as they are certainly now well through the 1,000, heading up, in fact, towards the 1,500 metre mark. The combination from Canberra Girls Grammar over in lane 2. Frankie Bush, Samantha Burns, Alex Perry-Dalton, Eliza Lilly and Olivia Crawford, the Cox, coached by Vance Kahn, Carolyn Pipers. And that is the race leaders, it would seem, now over on the far side of Lake Ngambie.
And very difficult, as we know, for crews on this side of the course to get into the top 2 placings, but the crew from Trinity Lutheran certainly doing their best. But one would think that the Canberra Girls Grammar and Yarra Yarra Composite crews would be the crews to beat. And Pymble starting to poke through in the middle there as well. And then back to the crew from Canberra Grammar. So a Canberra Grammar crew and a Canberra Girls Grammar crew.
Yes, we had this yesterday, not to confuse the 2 schools. But Canberra Girls Grammar definitely there in lane 2 and Canberra Grammar lane 6. I think you might be right, that Trinity Lutheran right up there in our top 2. Ali Sims, Scarlett Wood, Isabel Clifford, Ruby Hodges and Sophie Clifford there, coached by Eric Rowan. And a rather interesting composite crew there in lane 3. So Adelaide Robb of Corowa Rowing Club, Catherine Wilcock of Mossman in Sydney, Philippa Young from Mossman as well, and Raya Werner of Yarra Yarra in Melbourne. So by spread out along a wide arc from Sydney to Melbourne via Corowa.
Someone's done some research there and thought they could get that crew together and maybe win themselves a national championship.
Yep, exactly. But they would definitely be back in 3rd place now. So Trinity Lutheran and Canberra Girls Grammar, the top 2 here. Then Pymble Ladies still there in 4th, but a couple of links away from a qualifying spot. And then Canberra Grammar lane 6. So this is all or nothing racing here in the repechage, the under-17 women's Cox Quad Scull. A big field needs to be winnowed down to presumably just the 12 semi-finalists to race tomorrow. So 3 crews will be eliminated here and just 2 will go through. So the composite Yarra Yarra, Mossman and Corowa crew, as we spoke about, have started to make their charge late here. About 120 minutes to go, but 33 strokes a minute to the crew on the far side of the course there from Canberra Girls Grammar, trying to respond because Trinity Lutheran in the centre of the course, but here comes the composite crew. So it's 3 crews looking for 2 spots. Lane 3 still with the job to do. The Yarra Yarra composite moving up, but on Canberra Girls Grammar. I think Trinity Lutheran looks safe on lane 5 for the top qualifying spot. It'll be very tight for 2nd and 3rd. Canberra Girls Grammar still just with the bow ball in front as they hit the line, but they might not hold on. It could have been the composite crew there. That definitely was close. We don't have Chris McCarthy here to advise on the photo finish right now, but that is tight. The computer saying Yarra Yarra composite, but let's
by
wait for confirmation.
0.49, I would suspect that may not be 100% accurate. But certainly Trinity Lutheran in 8:07.79 are first. I think we should be calling for a camera for 2nd, but currently it's Yarra Yarra Composite 2nd, Canberra Girls Grammar 3rd, Pymble Ladies College 4th, and Canberra Grammar 5th. And we have that in Brisbane as well, don't we? Brisbane Grammar School and Brisbane Girls Grammar School.
Right.
And one of my pet hates and the pet hate of every boy who ever went to Brisbane Grammar School is when people call it Brisbane Boys Grammar School. Under 17 women's quad repechage 2 is on the course now. In lane 2, Loretto Turak. Lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville. Lane 4, Buckingham and Ballarat City Composite. Lane 5, Wendouree Ballarat. And lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. This may be the girls from Loretto Turak who are staying in the same accommodation as me.
Hope they're sure they're keeping quiet at night. They're a very well-run and successful school program down in Melbourne.
Didn't you used to coach there?
They're now a very well-run and successful program. I can take no credit whatsoever there. Sam Jutney, but a former Queenslander.
Absolutely.
Well, a Queenslander
Yeah.
still in charge of Loretto Turak. And James Rook, the coach of the Australian Women's 8, is coaching, the Cox, I should say, of the Australian Women's 8, is coaching the first 8 at Loretto Turak, who had a successful season making the A final ahead of the schoolgirls.
Yeah, he's very quiet and calm, yes.
A quiet, reserved individual, yes. That's
very good with interviews last year at the Australian Championships. Yeah, Rookie's report was well worth. Sam Jutney, did he go to Melbourne via Hunter Valley Grammar?
I think he did, yes.
I think so. So a lot of these people go from club to club or school to school, and we see them at the national championships. Just got to check which one they're with this year.
Exactly right. And the Loretto Toorak crew there is doing well on the far side. Of course, this is not their first ownership. This is one of their junior Division 1 quad sculls, coached by Luke Brusco, Olivia Hope, Alexandra Fairchild, Charlotte Grant, Maisie Richards and Lucy March, who I think just narrowly missed out on direct progression yesterday in one of the heats of this race. They stood in a very tight battle with Loretto Marriotteville, so the two Lorettos, one from Melbourne and one from Adelaide in lanes 2 and 3. The Adelaide crew, Emily Lang, Fern Rosenbauer, Isabella Deans, Bianca Kohlberg and Emily Dagus, the coached by Rebecca Koch, and they are the top two pretty clearly. Now lanes 2 and 3 here, ahead of the Buckingham
Ballarat
City. Another interesting composite crew.
One from Hobart, and of course Ballarat City from Ballarat, naturally enough.
Yeah,
so,
it looks like a late substitution there, possibly, of India Ross into what would otherwise have been a Buckingham crew, maybe. But so the BCRC rowing with the BRC on lane 4. They would be in third position, so yeah, definitely.
Certainly saw yesterday afternoon in the under-19 women's 8s, I think it was. I saw a crew that looked like it was a straight club crew, a straight school crew, and then I saw a commercial singlet in the 2 seats. So with the illness that's around, I'm thinking that we'll see a lot of substitutions over the next couple of days until the conclusion of the regatta at about 3:30 on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, and certainly, obviously, the same with the interstate crews. There are plenty of suggested whispers and changes and things happening there. So we'll wait probably until Sunday for those crews to be locked in and confirmed. But it will be a great conclusion to the regatta in any case. No matter who puts on the state colours, they will give it their all, and we'll have 10 fantastic races to conclude the regatta on Sunday afternoon, but plenty of racing before then.
I was asked about a month ago in Brisbane when the floods started who would win the head of the river, and I said whoever survives COVID and the floods the best.
Exactly.
And I think New South Wales is a bit the same. Whoever could get on the water and ended up racing on Iron Cove for the first time in about 100 years. And it's an experience they probably don't want to repeat, but when your number 1 course in Australia is unrowable and not likely to be rowable in the foreseeable future, we need to keep the sport going. I understand the New South Wales Masters Regatta was to be in Grafton, is now going to be in Taree, so that'll be handy for the Croakers. Yeah, they'll be able to go down and sell some oars to the Masters.
Yeah, while staying at home at night. We have got a result finally from that previous race. You were right, it was very close. 11 hundredths of a second, but it was Yarra Yarra Composite who took out second place in the previous repechage.
Well done, Richard. You did pick that like a dirty nose.
It's getting late in the week, isn't it?
So good race here for the 2 crews on the far side, Loretto Toorak and Loretto Marriotteville. So Melbourne and Adelaide going head-to-head here for supremacy in this second repechage in the under-17 women's Cox quadruple scull. You mentioned yesterday something about Loretto ×2 meant twice as fast or something. Was that what some of them were?
That wasn't me. It wasn't my quote, but I have heard that one before. Yes, well, there was a composite crew yesterday of Loretto Marriotteville and Loretto Kirribilli, I think it was, one of the Sydney Lorettos. Lorettos do abound, and don't forget Loretto Ballarat, who have prime position at the finish line of the Lake Wendouree course as well, a very successful school up there in Ballarat. And I think they'll tell you that Loretto Ballarat might be a few years older than Loretto Toorak as well. There's a fair bit of competition.
Oh, no rivalry whatsoever, no.
Not at all, not at all. But here it's Loretto Toorak and Loretto Marriotteville, and there's still very little between these 2 quad sculls, both almost certain to go through. But we had a photo finish in the previous race, and we might be about to see another one here. But Loretto Toorak have their boat in front by probably a third of a length or so. Not getting any official times through on these races yet, so we'll have to judge them the old-fashioned way. But certainly Loretto Toorak leading Loretto Marriotteville, then the Buckingham Ballarat City Composite crew. Wendouree Ballarat, they're also in lane 5, another of the strong rowing clubs that row around Lake Wendouree in Ballarat. And then Loretto Normanhurst, we've forgotten them. There's a third Loretto in the race, the crew over in lane 6 from Sydney. Penny Rose Collins, Lucy Ball, Sinead Hickey, Isabel Hare, and Indy Witten, the crew there, coached by Miller Argent
It's down the page order at the moment, isn't it? So it's
It is.
2 from 3 from 4 from 5 and 6. Makes it easy. If you've got a draw sheet like we have, just go down the page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep, and it does.
And that's not going to change, Richard.
No, I think the gaps are growing between the crews, and Loreto Turak look to be extending slightly, but also I would venture saving a little bit in reserve. They'll have a semi-final tomorrow, and hopefully for them a final on Saturday, and I suspect this crew would also be entered in the under 17-8 for Loreto Turak, the event they tend to compete in most years as well. So doing everything that's required here, clear now by 2 lengths and closing in on the finish line in repechage 2 of 4 in the under 17 women's Cox Quad Scull. So we will have at least 2 Loretos through to the semi-final round of this event, and a comfortable win in the end to Loreto from Turak in Melbourne. They take out repechage 2. Loreto Marriotteville from Adelaide will finish second. Buckingham and Ballarat City, yes, with India Ross there from Ballarat City in the 2 seat of that Bowcox Quad Scull.
Winning time 8 minutes 12.06. That's unofficial, of course. 8 minutes 12.06.
And Wendouree Ballarat next from Loreto Normanhurst, the 5 crews in the race.
So 8 minutes 12.06, 7.47 by 7.36, and a further 15.95 back to 4th place. And then at the rear is Loreto Normanhurst. Repechage 3, race 348 on the program, is underway. We've got Ballarat and Clarendon College leading, as you were, Ballarat and Clarendon, Radford College in station 3, Kinross Walleroy in 4, Gippsland Grammar in 5, and St Patrick's College of Townsville in lane 6. That is now a composite crew, because I can see Greta Knott of Centenary is also in that crew.
Yes, she is, along with, looks like Lucy McFarlane of Centenary too. So 2 Centenary rowers and 2 St Pat's of Townsville. So that's a composite from the length of Queensland. 2 from Townsville, 2 from Brisbane in that boat. But
it's only 1,000 miles difference.
It's further away than Melbourne, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
or
so.
Thereabouts. Oh, no, Cairns. Cairns, I know, is further from Brisbane than Melbourne. So Townsville may well be too. But different formation here too. It's the extremities of the course. Ballarat Clarendon doing well on lane 2 once again, but that Queensland composite crew, St Pat's and Centenary, certainly will look to be in the top 2.
Well, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke have really laid down some performances today. They've been in this outside lane, or the outside 2 lanes, in everything they've done, and they've been very competitive and even winning medals. So well done to them. They're obviously tough young ladies, and they're out here and in the lead, Richard.
Well, so, yeah, they're right up there with Ballarat Clarendon. So their job in front of Radford College from the ACT, they're over in lane 3. But the Ballarat Clarendon crew, Phoebe Ma, Maya Salmi, Tia Kirsanovs, Delaney Troon and Molly Cooper, coached by John King and Matt Olver. Just to seek a definitive ruling too on the pronunciation of Ballarat Clarendon. I know on their boat shed in Lake Wendouree it does say Ballarat and Clarendon College. But in all the recent literature I've seen, they're always entered as Ballarat Clarendon.
Oh, well, being as old as I am, it was always Ballarat and Clarendon College, but I'm not sure. We might ask Andrew Gearin.
We should, yes. If the ampersand possibly has been dropped over the years, I don't know. But in recent times, they seem to have been known as Ballarat Clarendon. But yes, we'll seek a definitive ruling from the Oracle there. I suspect. So it is opposite sides of the course here. St Pat's, Centenary lane 6. Ballarat Clarendon, or Ballarat and Clarendon as it may be in lane 2. Then Radford College and Kinross Walleroy there in 4th place. Quite close to the top 4 crews. Then back to Gippsland Grammar, the school from Sale in Eastern Victoria, Roger Wilson's hometown at one point in Sale. He's always happy to see a Gippsland Grammar crew doing well, but in this case it's going to be Ballarat Clarendon and St Pat's Centenary, the top 2 going through to take a spot in the semi-finals of the under-17 Women's Cox Quad Scull. Ballarat Clarendon get the win, and St Pat's Centenary will finish in 2nd place. 3rd is Radford College from Kinross Walleroy and Gippsland Grammar School.
Winning time 8 minutes 18.35. The margins 1.94 by 4.13 by 3.50. repechage 4 of this event is now underway. It's race 349. In lane 2 is Commercial Rowing Club. Lane 3, Queenwood School. Lane 4, Loreto Toorak again. Lane 5, Furbank Grammar. Lane 6 is Radford College. And lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst. There are a lot of familiar schools who are doubled up here. Loreto Toorak having a second crew in this race, and Loreto Normanhurst having a second crew as well. And a club crew there from Commercial: Rose Ricks, Abby Wex, Melena Wilcox, Bethany Harvest, Mandela Chaudhry, the coxswain, and David Van Das, part of the very big squad that David Van Das is coaching for Commercial Rowing Club.
Yeah, so I'd venture, as I thought before, that some of these crews will be doubling up in the under-17 8 as well. I think the 2 crews from Loreto Toorak, possibly also Loreto Normanhurst, with 2 crews across these 4 repechages. And the Commercial crew rowing in a Nudgee College boat there over on the far side of the course. So suddenly dark blue boats everywhere. The dark blue of Nudgee, who I guess do almost share their facilities with Commercial at West End on the Brisbane River.
And the rowing master at Nudgee College these days, James Burton, was a long-time Commercial member.
Of course he was, yes.
So probably sharing some resources, albeit I understand Nudgee have had their shed approved to be built at Deepwater Bend, up from Dolly's Rocks.
Okay, that's
you blokes from the south side of the river wouldn't know where Deepwater Bend was.
All we knew that Nudgee had this secret training venue up in the north that we weren't allowed to know. But that shed's been a long time coming, hasn't it? So
but allegedly it's been approved.
Excellent. No,
it's such a secret, that training venue, that I used to row on it whenever Lake Kawongbar went dry. So it's definitely a last century.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Deepwater Creek.
Deepwater Bend.
Deepwater Bend. That's a very creative name too. They've given a lot of thought to that one.
It's still part of Brisbane City. It's not part of the Moreton Bay region. It's the wrong side of the river to be the Moreton Bay region.
Or the right side, potentially, if it's been approved by the council.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
But we digress. But it will be the 2 dark blue boats here. So, yes, Commercial Rowing Club over in 2. And Loreto Toorak in 4. Zoe Kritikides, Annabelle Bamford, Molly Conquest, Bianca Court, and Sophia Woods, coached by Alexander Clark. Again, yes, junior quad scull here from Loreto Toorak, just heading off Queenwood currently in 3rd place. Annie Sieve, Addison Rolls, Heidi Boyd, Zoe James, and Angela Han. They're coached by Kieran Glynn, Ray Boyle, and Gemma Campbell. And then on the other side of the course, it would be Radford from Furbank Grammar and also Loreto Normanhurst, the remaining 3 crews, but unlikely to see the progress come from that side of the course, I would say, and looks increasingly likely as if the very dark blue, as it looks there, of the Nudgee College boat being rowed by the Commercial Rowing Club, and the not quite so dark blue of Loreto Toorak will be the 2 to go through.
And the Commercial crew coached by David Van Das. I believe he's from the Czech Republic, David Van Das. I'd have to have that confirmed, but I believe his heritage is from the Czech Republic, and doing a terrific job at Commercial with the support of Joe Cook there. And the club's on the way up again with their younger members. It had become, like so many clubs, had become almost a masters club.
Yeah, but the cycle, the wheel turns once again amongst the Brisbane clubs. The Czech Republic to host the Worlds this year.
They do. The Czech Republic does host the World Championships this year. I wouldn't write off this Loreto Toorak crew yet. They're coming home very nicely indeed in the slightly lighter blue.
They are, yes, and in between those 2, the crew from Queenwood probably just a little bit too far off the pace to move through. But yes, Loreto Toorak and Commercial from Brisbane both look set to move through. But that Loreto boat there in the centre lane certainly has the speedo. I think they're probably trying to make sure they stay well clear of Queenwood as well. Second place, very important in this 4th and final repechage. And still Commercial just on the far side, look to have it under control. So Commercial it is from Loreto Toorak, still about a boat length of difference between these 2 crew. The coxswain of the Loreto Toorak crew certainly urging the crew on late as Queenwood close, but don't quite close enough. Well, they're going to get very close, Queenwood. Commercial win this race. Loreto Toorak by a canvas for 2nd place, and Queenwood will finish in 3rd. And then we go back to Radford College 4th, Furbank Grammar And Loretto Normanhurst battle out 5th and 6th, with the verdict likely to narrowly go the way of the Furbank combination.
So the under-17 men's Cox quadruple scull repechage number 1 is underway. We have Nudgee College in lane 2, St Joseph's Nudgee College in lane 2, Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 3, Radford College from the ACT in 4, Centenary Hunter Valley Grammar Composite in lane 5, and Brighton Grammar School in lane 6.
Looks like we haven't got an official time on the previous race through yet either, but for some reason Commercial have dropped off the timing screen, but that definitely was the first crew across the line. So this is now the first of 4 repechages in the under-17 men's Cox quad scull, and it's rapidly approaching us here with, yes, as Ray said, a crew from Brighton Grammar in lane 6. Charlie Forster, Tom Jorgensen, Kyle Roos, Patrick McConville and Julian Cullen. Brighton Grammar won the Melbourne Head of the River last year for the first time in a long time, but didn't make the A final this time around. So the Nudgee College crew over in lane 2, Max Strickland, Ronan May, Will Enders, George Curry and Orlando Reid, coached by Lockie Wills, who's also a Nudgee old boy, and now the boatman at Nudgee College, and all athletes in that crew are in year 10, so potentially only 15 or 16 years old, rowing here in the under-17 age category. So a young crew there from Nudgee College, coached by their boatman, and well-placed too, you would think, Nudgee over in lane 2. Hunter Valley Grammar in 3, Radford College in 4, and Centenary Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 5.
We've just been advised that this will be the last head-to-head racing. Conditions are very difficult at the start line, and therefore the race on the course will be now in a time trial format. This will be the last race to be finalised here today. The time trial format will kick in. It may well be the race behind it. There are 2 races on the course at the one time, and we will look for clarification on that. The crews in the race behind may be just rowing down to turn around to go back and do a time trial. But we've just been advised that we will be reverting to the time trial format very, very shortly.
And obviously, as has been the case today, conditions in the first half of the course are a lot more challenging than they are here in the second 1,000 metres as well. So the officials, as always, acting with the safety of the athletes in mind, and have made that decision to bring forward the time trials by a few races. So we'll have that soon. But we do have at least one last race in the traditional sense on the course, and Nudgee College it is, leading well over on the southern side. And again, they are coming down pretty much in lane order, which probably does support the decision to go to time trial racing as well. So Nudgee College from Hunter Valley Grammar or Radford College, close there for second and third. That is important again as far as qualifications concerned. Fourth would be Centenary and Hunter Valley Grammar in the yellow boat there in lane 5, and Brighton Grammar in lane 6.
Nudgee are not backing off, Richard.
But no, Nudgee, I think it's almost a time trial of their own out there. They've got the rest of the field well behind them, so they may need to, because if some of these repechages are time trials and some are straight races, the time may yet be important for Nudgee College. So they're going out to post a good one here at 35 strokes per minute too on their own over on the far side in what looks like very good water for rowing here in the closing section of the course, but we know it's not the same up at the start and in the first 1,000 metres. So Max Strickland, Ronan May, Will Enders, George Corey and Orlando Reid read of Nudgee College, with just a few strokes to go towards the line. A good race behind them for second and third. Hunter Valley Grammar just still with the edge on Radford College, but it's Nudgee College who go across and take out the first repechage of the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull. Nudgee first by about 3.5 lengths there over Hunter Valley Grammar, who will hold on for second place in turn by 1.5 lengths back to Radford College. Fourth will be the Composite Crew, Centenary and Hunter Valley Grammar, and fifth the crew from Brighton Grammar School.
6:52.8. That's moving along in not great conditions.
Yeah, that's a...
So they did certainly have the best of the water, and that last 500 or so they were able to actually get their work on, and but 6:52.8 is pretty good.
Prince Alfred College leading here through 1,500 metres in what seems to be the last race on the course. The lane 2 combination there from PAC. Edward Chappell, Hugo Knight, Sam Stenell, Louis Dawson and Alex Hamoud there leading pretty comfortably for Prince Alfred College, with just 4 crews it looks like on the course in this last of our traditional races before we switch to time trial format, presumably for the rest of the day. So Prince Alfred College there. Our race leaders still, we are missing one crew in this race, so it looks like I can see the looks to be the colours of Corowa there in third place. So that might be Darramarlin College, the other crew as well, and Caulfield Grammar over in lane 4. So it's top 2 to go through in any case.
May well be that this is not in fact a race. It may be just these crews coming back, so we won't be too definitive.
Yeah, no, it is F2, Prince Alfred College there, so it looks to be that they are at least going to take this one out. Edward Chappell, Hugo Knight, Sam Stenell, Louis Dawson and Alex Hamoud there, the cocks of the crew from Prince Alfred College in Adelaide. It'll be lane 5. Yes, it is Darramarlin College, the second qualifier. George Bowditch, Joachim Asian, Patrick Edwards, Ben Rickard and William Poles, coached by Marty Capon. And then Corowa, that's Corowa Rowing Club from New South Wales. Eric Hogan, Spencer Holland, Brody Julian, Lockie Hogan and Harvey McFarlane there in third place. And fourth will go to Caulfield Grammar. So it appears the Radford College crew missing there from the start. So yeah, Corowa just to the north of the Murray. So it's in New South Wales, but they do compete as part of Rowing Victoria predominantly, and have been pretty successful at school level in recent years as well.
A bit like Murwillumbah.
Murwillumbah and Tweed Heads, I think, too, rowing up in Queensland. They're, again, much closer to Brisbane than they are to Sydney.
Well, actually, in bizarre sports like baseball, I think Lismore is part of Queensland as far as baseball is concerned.
Joe would be proud.
Yeah.
So we do have now a break in racing. I can't tell you exactly how long, but the time trial format was due to begin at 2:30. That's now been brought forward by several races. So as soon as we have information on when racing, in a sense, will resume, or when boats on the course will resume, we will bring that to you. And, of course, plenty of pictures for those watching on the live stream too as we go through the time trials this afternoon. But
and we're expecting them to race in lanes 3 and 4. And if there's any overtaking, move to lanes 2 and 5.
2 and 5, correct.
So it's going to be interesting for everybody.
It'll be something different, that's for sure. I don't know how much exciting commentary we can add to the pictures, but the times will mean something in rowing, which is different for the traditionalists, but it is important we obviously get through the race. There's no spare time in this regatta, especially today, so we need to get these crews across the course in some form, and that, as I said before, the officials always have safety paramount in their decisions, and that's why they have decided what they have, and as soon as we know some more about timing, we'll bring that to you.
We will. And in the meantime, we've been asked to play a special request with the music that's coming to you down the course. And why not say this over the live stream as well? You know, so many of us who are involved in rowing are away from friends and family for a long time. But one person in particular we have a lot of her athletes out here on the course racing today. Christine McLaren from the South Australian Sports Institute, wonderful talent coach and para coach, is away from her husband yet again on their wedding anniversary. But today is very special. 25 glorious years of marriage, despite rowing getting between the two of them. And Christine, Dougie has asked that we play a very special song for you today on your 25th wedding anniversary. He sends you very much love and tells you, in the words of Crowded House, you better be home soon.
So we believe the first time trial may be underway, and the concept is that a crew will start in lane 3. 30 seconds later, a crew will start in lane 4. 30 seconds later, another crew will start in lane 3. And 30 seconds later, another crew will start in lane 4. So hopefully there shouldn't be an occurrence of someone catching another crew, therefore forcing them to go off and give right of way to the chasing crew. If you're in lane 3 and you're about to be caught by a chasing boat, you should go to lane 2. If you're in lane 4 and about to be caught by a chasing boat, you should go to lane 5. So that concept is very clear in my head.
It
I hope
good,
you understand
yes.
what I just said.
It sounds perfectly sensible, and I guess we'll see how it plays out over the next couple of hours. This is certainly different commentary experience too. I think we might test the resources of our knowledgeable team of people here over the next few hours to make this seem interesting, but we'll do our best. The first 3 crews certainly are underway. I saw the high-vis caps, which would be Centenary, who must have been the 3rd crew off. So we are continuing with the crews here in race 352. So
we could talk about high-vis caps. Now, the old school you used to coach at.
Yes.
St Margaret's had high-vis caps, did they not?
They did, and the other school I used to coach at, Churchy, actually they shared a unique shade of orange, not unfamiliar to what we've got on this week, in fact. But
and then the
for
Southport
safety
school,
purposes.
the Southport school,
more,
yes. Yellowish,
more yellow,
lemonish.
Yeah, well,
high-vis cap.
Yep. And Centenary have gone for the same orange. I think there were some experiments done, because you'd recall there was an issue with a Citycat and a St Margaret's 8 back in the late 2000s and something.
Was there not a single sculler who disappeared underneath a Citycat?
That indeed, yes, that was true. But the scarier one certainly was the 8 being cut into thirds, basically, by a Citycat early one morning down out near Breakfast Creek. So much better boat lighting exists as a result of that incident too now. But the orange caps, I believe, were determined to be the most easy to spot from the distance on a foggy Brisbane morning from a fast approaching Citycat. So
what about your time in Melbourne, Richard? Do we have any high-vis caps on the Yarra?
Not that most of my coaching in Melbourne, fortunately, was done in the afternoon, which was a much more sensible time to do it, especially in the daylight saving months that I know that Queenslanders still don't believe in for various reasons.
My curtains faded.
And yes, the cows won't wake up. I know it's complicated. So, but Centenary obviously have assumed the orange too now, just to fit in. TSS, by the way, I mentioned, I think might have been to Chris yesterday, have gone with the numbering system on their caps, so similar to the Australian cricket team and the McVilly Pierce pin. They have, I'm assuming it's just first 8 numbers, but I noted a number of Southport boys walking around with a number in the high several hundreds, I think it was. So they all must receive a number when they make the. It's their IQ. Well, Lizzie, you don't want to get involved in Brisbane GPS school politics, I can assure you.
Let alone Sydney school politics at the moment. Yeah.
We may have several hours to fill, but I'm not sure we've got enough time to go there. But
if we can resolve that, we should be sent to Ukraine. I should.
We could solve a lot of problems. But here comes the first crew in this time trial, and I think it is a fairly local crew, St Patrick's from Ballarat.
The home of the great Chris Cobber O'Brien. Christopher Kevin O'Brien is a St Pat's man of Ballarat. Yep, he is the performance director for Gymnastics Australia, Cobber, as he's affectionately known, not officially known. But yeah, that's where he began his coaching, I believe, at St Pat's in Ballarat. And his father still does some coaching, I believe. Kevin O'Brien, legend that he is in Ballarat.
Yeah, still a big program there, and a wonderful boat show on the banks of Lake Wendouree, as all the Ballarat schools have got. I continue to be just amazed by the facilities there that the Ballarat schools have, and the products that continue to emerge from their doors. So St Patrick's, Ballarat, it should be. Here then Newington and Centenary. This is the crew of Ned Bennett, William Charles, Paddy O'Brien, Angus Murfitt and Noah Kargararan, the Cox, coached by David O'Doherty. Now they're
Now, Richard, you're telling me Paddy O'Brien is rowing for St Patrick's College.
Indeed, he is. Yes. You couldn't script it any better, could you? So
He's certainly not going to be rowing for a Lutheran school.
No,
that's for sure.
No, I don't think so. Well, a neat finish to the race. I can't call it a race, can I? But anyway, they'll hold the mantle of being the first crew across the line in the time trials at the 2022 National Championships. That is something that they can take back to Ballarat. What it means for progression, we can't quite tell you so far. But obviously, the fastest time is what you want to have. So St Patrick from Ballarat will come across.
Okay.
And looking quite good there at the end of the 2,000 metres. So they have completed their time trial. Newington will follow them home. William Fuller, Mark Grelakis, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones and Will Nicholas there, coached by Marty Nicholas and Carl Schmidt. And we've had one crew across the line, and as we'll have to, I think, regularly do this afternoon, we're rotating commentators quickly here. Ray Ebbett out and Chris McCarthy in time to watch Newington come across here and finish their time trial and wait and see what the other crews do.
So I am wondering if we're getting live timings as they cross. So
It'll be, if it is, it will require some fast maths because I suspect we got a time on the first crew. St Pat's unofficially 7:06.24, but we won't be able on this system to receive an elapsed time, I don't think, for any but the first crew in each of the scheduled races. So it'll be a bit of guesswork after that. Centenary from Brisbane, Charlie McBride, Cameron Dugdale, Angus Proctor, Matthew Burgess and Chloe Robertson. The next crew coached by Michael Swainston and Peter Hayes. Do you have a view on shades of high-vis caps, Chris, and what particular orange you'd call this in the Centenary crew?
Oh, I don't know about a name for an orange. Nice tangerine, perhaps?
Tangerine's true.
I'd say so, actually. A nice tangerine colour. It's not just confined to the Brisbane schools. A few schools in Sydney, mostly just for training. I don't think I've ever seen anyone race in them. But St Joseph's College in Hunters Hill, and then their neighbours, St Ignatius College in Riverview, both training with some high-vis caps. And I believe Sydney Boys High School as well. So definitely, Brisbane's not the only city to have a river cat. And an aggressive river cat driver has startled many a young GPS rower, I think, on an early morning on the Parramatta River.
Yep, no doubt. I think that's almost part of the job description, unfortunately, for some of them. But so Centenary are across. Scotch College of Melbourne will be the next crew. Thomas Davies, Lachlan Lawson, Teddy Simons, Hugo Schiffer and Angus McCallum. And then behind them, Northern Beaches Secondary from Sydney, William Robertson, Kobe Reeves, Adam Yates, Harry Coddington and Tees Ostdike in that crew. So the challenge for these quads, I suspect, Chris, is to maintain the pace over the full 2,000 metres.
Not to get a bit lost. So the crews that have gone out and prepared a nice race plan and are going to stick to it, those are the crews that will probably not suffer quite as much as a result of this transition to a different race format. Seeing the Scotch College from Victoria out and passing us now, crossing the line. Looking very tidy indeed, actually.
Yeah, Scotch College, the winners of the Melbourne Head of the River. Not that crew, this is under 17 event, of course, but be one of the favourites too for the School 8 to follow. So Northern Beaches Secondary here about to come across, and they'll be the fifth crew home of the five originally scheduled for what was race 352, but they continue now with the crews in 353 as well. But you make a good point, Chris, because a lot of coaches are always stressing on crews and athletes in general to row their own race and not be affected by the competition. So this is the perfect chance to do exactly that. The competition suddenly is 30 seconds behind or 30 seconds in front, and the crews really do have to focus in their own boat and try and maximise their boat speed over 2,000 metres.
Yeah, Absolutely, and just seeing pictures from the start line there, we'll see where the crews are actually starting. So it obviously is impossible to, with only 2 lanes operating, it will be pretty difficult for us to get 5 crews off from a standing racing start on the off the start fingers. So this time trial is in fact being run off approximately 1,900 metres. We can see the starter's boat there sitting 100 metres into the course, just in the centre of your picture if you're joining us on the live stream. And those crews then racing from the 100 metre mark onwards all the way down to the relatively calmer waters of the finishing red boys here at Lake Ngambie.
So Cathedral Townsville, the next crew across here. Charlie Patrick, Henry Chin, Darcy Hock, Nathan Whitehead and Genevieve Bolster. They are coached by Kimberly Brown on the somewhat dangerous waters up in Townsville, replete with crocodiles, or so it's rumoured at least.
It does make the city cat and the river cat threat seem rather unimposing when you're rowing away from crocodiles.
Not sure if a high-vis cap is going to save you in that situation, unfortunately. But, so Canberra Grammar next. James Robertson, Magnus Tranter, Dylan Outram, Harry Budd, Joshua Heyman, coached by Ben Johnson and Dafford Gwyn Jones. No crocodiles on Lake Burley Griffin, to the best of my knowledge. You can reserve judgment about what resides in the rest of Canberra. But again, we probably shouldn't go there. Scotch College of Melbourne, Ben Ferguson, Charlie Wilcox, Ted Burney, Louis Emmett and Sasha Demetriou. Second Scotch College crew in this race. So again, suggest these would be Year 10 quad sculls from Scotch College. They may also be combining in the under-17 School 8, but that event I think commences tomorrow.
I do wonder if Louis Emmett, perhaps the younger brother of Marcus Emmett, who spent, I think, about 3 or 4 years in the Scotch College First State, winning Henley Royal Regatta along his way, and I do believe now over, I may be wrong, I'm sure I'll get a correction, I think he's at Yale now.
One of many rowers now plying their trade in the US system. I think 161 or something.
I was blown away by that
mentioned
number.
the other day.
Yeah, exactly. I think a couple in particular, University of California in Berkeley, is more Australian accents going around than American. So Australian and European, I believe, there.
Northern Beaches secondary across here. Now, we learnt yesterday, I think, Lizzie, this is the one school with a collection of campuses, or Camp High? I think is it Camp High? No, it's making me thirsty. It does indeed. Yes. Never far from the mine. But Northern Beaches Secondary College, yes, from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. Harrison Burke, Chase McLean, Tobias Elias, Jack Groves and Floris Elias. They're the cocks of that crew. Now, we believe they're going off at 30-second intervals here, Chris. If that was the case precisely, that Northern Beaches crew look to have lost a bit of time to Scotch College in front of them, but we're not totally sure that they are precise 30-second margin. So we would caution against taking too much from the relative position of the crews on the course. We do also understand that these next 3 or 4 crews will come across. There will be another slight pause in racing as we just wait to send the next events on their way. So the next few crews to come across will be the last we'll see for a few minutes at least. But this should be the North-esque composite crew to begin what would have been race 354, repechage 1 of the under-19 women's quad scull. That's Jessica Welsh of Kentish, Emily Hepburn from North Esk, Layla Hucker from North Esk, and Morgan Brown from North Esk, all coached by Trevor Barrett and Graham Scattergood. So they are across the line.
High fives all around in that crew as well. They are first across the line.
Happy
so well
with their,
deserved.
that's right. Happy with their time trial. Be hard to know how to react at the end of the time trial. You've done your race. You're at the finish, and you just have to wait. It's not obviously the way rowing usually works out, but they're being flexible and agile at the moment. So this is yet another example of that. There was a scratching from the lane 3 crew in this race when this draw was first printed. So obviously not in the time trial. That's the Penrith Mossman Newcastle Grammar composite crew, I think. Yes, Claudia Callahan, Josephine Armstrong, Grace Burke, Madison Joins, coached by Katie Healy, Brad Smith and Lindsay Callahan. We've gone to the under-19 women's quad scull, so from Coxed quad sculls for under-17 to Coxless quads for the under-19 events. And minded and good to hear we've still got some listeners here. Ian Edmonds messaging in from Queensland that there are only freshwater crocodiles up in Townsville, so really nothing to be concerned about at all. So thank you, Ian, and hope you're doing well up there. And good to hear at least one person still staying glued to this gripping live stream of a sequence of boats coming down Lake Ngambie. Radford College are across the line. Olivia Hickey, Zoe McIntosh, Claudia Kendall, Hannah Sampson, coached by Maggie Noonan, Sam Donnell and Craig Muller. And then there should be, and there is a little bit down the course, a commercial centenary composite combination. Emma Searle of Centenary, Hannah Drysdale of Centenary, Caitlin Brooks, all from the Centenary Rowing Club in the western suburbs of Brisbane, and Eva Formosa Kerr from Commercial, coached by Cody Ellum Allen and David Vanders. And again, Chris, if they've started 30 seconds behind, they're a lot more behind now, but that may not be accurate.
Well, we did see pictures from the start earlier, and the very reason that we are running the time trials is that the conditions are extremely windy down there, and lining up a Coxless quad in conditions like that, especially when you're on your lonesome, they're not having any help from the finger, from the boat holders on the starting pontoon. So we are seeing crews just sort of going when they're ready, and they are starting about 50 metres before the actual start line. So I think the 30-second gap is something to be taken with a pinch of salt. I don't think we can really comment too much on the actual relative position of any of these crews as they come down based off of these margins. They are sort of just going off whenever they're straight and good and ready.
Exactly, and presumably going through a racing start of some sort before actually approaching the start of the timing point, so the crews want to be at race pace when they hit the timing mark at the start, and then try and maintain that through what would be the best part of 1900 metres through to the end of the race. So this last crew soon to clear the course. It is Commercial and Centenary. And then, yes, there'll be another slight break in racing while our officials prepare for the time trials to come. Under 19 men's quad scull repêchages are next. A few club events too, the beginning of the club regatta this afternoon, and then a lot of school races to get through still later in the day. The many heats, as always, of the schoolgirls and schoolboys single scull. I think the quad sculls and the eights, also the school eights, in the late races of the day as well. So plenty still to happen, but a bit of a pause on the course for now at least. So back with you as soon as racing resumes. As far as the scheduled program is concerned, we have moved through to what would have been the end of race 354. So next crews on the course should be those who were set to race in 355, beginning with the Yarra Yarra Sydney UTS Haberfield composite crew. We will also try and get some clarity on the progression system at this point and what it means. Presumably the faster crews from these heats will go straight through to the semi-finals, and the rest then to a repêchage. But of course that all depends on the weather improving for tomorrow, so we don't have to stay with the time trial format. So plenty of speculation around, but as soon as we have some facts and as soon as we have some boats on the course, we'll be back to bring that to you. So quite the brief break, it appears, Chris, after all that, and we've got a couple of boats back on the course.
Just keeping us on our toes here in the commentary box. All of a sudden, there are boats racing once again. So the second repechage of the Under-19 women's quad, we've got the first two crews underway. The first crew of that being the Yarra Yarra Composite with Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield. That's Paige Critchlow of UTS, Amelia Cooper also of UTS, Ella Huber from Sydney Rowing Club, and Zara Kafuri from Yarra Yarra. That crew is coached by Hallie Chapman, David Okert and Brendan Longman, and they're away and probably approaching the 500 metre mark as we speak. The second crew to get underway was Mersey and ANU Composite, Olivia Yeats from Mersey, Philippa Gray from ANU, Meg Castles and Sophie Grave, also of Mersey. They're coached by Dave Tippett and Edward Bean.
A good example there of the start, Chris, we can see too. So the crew doing their racing start just clear of the start fingers and racing towards what appears to be the start line where that tinny, I'm assuming, is anchored or moored about 100 metres away from the start. So yes, they are time trialling over about 1,900 metres here. And the next crew starting here too. There's still the start list up on the screen there. So these races we think still being run as individual heats. So it's the times amongst the 5 or 6 crews or 7 crews in some cases in the race that will be compared. So this is what would have been the second repechage, the Under-19 women's quad scull. And that would be the University of Queensland now on their way, as well as the next crew in, that was the UTS colours there, but no, it's not. The sun, the light
underway.
playing tricks on us slightly there. But in any case, the next crew comes in, does a 90-degree turn, and they'll be on their way shortly. So thick and faster action of sorts anyway. The good news is, so you don't have to listen to Chris and I talk amongst ourselves all afternoon. I believe we've got a couple of interviews lined up for this afternoon. You'll hear the wonderful English tones of Lizzie Chapman back in the interviewer's chair before too long, with a couple of special guests to help pass the time this afternoon, along with all of this time trial action.
That is, of course, if the greater rowing public don't want to hear many more conversation about high-vis caps.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Crocodiles.
It is hard to believe. Freshwater crocs and yes, who knows? You kind of feel like doing a test match commentary here, don't you? You've got to fill 7 hours in the day with 90 overs and a lot of spaces in between. So not sure if we're cut out for cricket commentary, but we'll find out.
Definitely
we'll find out soon enough. But so the crew are approaching. We're actually getting some splits here too, Chris. So we can tell you that Yarra Yarra Composite, Yarra Yarra Sydney and UTS went through halfway in 3:33.10. And what that means?
I couldn't tell you, Richard.
No, in fact, it's not actually a 1,000-metre split, of course,
Yeah,
because
it's
they did start 100 metres past the line. But Mersey ANU, the next crew in the race, Yates, Gray, Castles, Grave, and David Tippett able to be in the coaches there. But those margins are not going to make any sense. So there'll be some fancy work with the spreadsheet required, I reckon, tonight to work out what this all means and establish who the fastest crews are.
So after some deliberation between ourselves, we're thinking that the timing that we have in front of us is accurate and representative of what is happening down on the course. So we had at the 1,000-metre mark, or the metaphorical 1,000-metre mark, I suppose, the Yarra Yarra Composite was leading this second repechage by 5 seconds.
So yes, the Yarra Yarra Sydney UTS composite crew looking to complete this row now. About 350 or so metres to go there. Paige Critchlow of UTS, Amelia Cooper of UTS, Ella Huber of Sydney Rowing Club, and Zara Kafuri of Yarra Yarra, coached by Hallie Chapman, Dave Orchard, and Brendan Longman. There, that combination. And then the remaining crews are away. So Mersey ANU, University of Queensland, Wendouree Ballarat Composite, and also Ballarat City.
So the first crew to complete the second repechage of the Under-19 Women's Quadruple Scull, the Yarra Yarra Composite, with UTS Rowing Club and Sydney Rowing Club, is now storming towards the line in the last 50 metres or so. That we aren't going to take too much from the gaps between crews, but it does look quite large. So they did only just miss out on qualifying directly through to the final yesterday from memory. So possibly one to watch, and they cross the line in a time of 7 minutes 25.55, and should get some splits a little bit later on. So that crew, the bow pair of that crew, or the middle pair of that crew rather, so Ella Huber from Sydney Rowing Club and Zara Kafori of Yarra Yarra, they won both the New South Wales and the Victorian State Championships in the Under-19 double scull. So teaming up with the crew from UTS there, and hopefully one to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, and they were, well, yes, the Lane 2 crew, so they were the highest ranked crew in that repechage. So one would expect them to be, well placed to progress, but they're across certainly comfortably now. And we look at the crew here from Mersey and the Australian National University. So Olivia Yates, Meg Castles and Sophie Grave all from Mersey. Philippa Gray of the ANU. And they're in the last 6 or 7 strokes of their time trial now. Again on, looks from this end of the course to be fairly good water for rowing, but as I've said many times, we know it's not the case up at the start end of the course. So hence these time trials we're going through this afternoon. So Mersey ANU across. Next crew here from the University of Queensland, Manaya Bishop, Eliza Bridgefoot, Tyler Hutton and Alice Reedy, coached by Gus Rodero. Also across the line.
Alice Reedy or Alice Reedy, Richard?
It's going to take us all week.
Someone
to
needs
answer
to
that
come
one.
up here and just let us know what's going on.
So then now the Wendouree Ballarat, another composite crew, well, 3-state composite crew here. Louisa Wagner of Torrens, Sophie Butcher of Torrens, Anastasia McFarlane of Corowa Rowing Club, and Daisy Simpson-Kerr from Wendouree Ballarat, coached by Isabel Day, Paul Blanchfield and Rodney Dick. So they'll be the next crew across in a few strokes' time. And Ballarat City there as well. With about 300 or so metres to go for the Ballarat City combination. So I think Ballarat City over the line there too, Chris. So race 355 for the crews in race 355 all concluded the course, and we know it was a time of 7:25.55 unofficially for Yarra Yarra Composite, but the rest is a bit hard to make sense of right now.
Yeah, a little bit going on with some split times and some other times on our screen, so I'm sure we'll have that deciphered for us later on this afternoon. In the meantime, though, the men's equivalent of the event is just starting to get out of the way. The first crew off the starting block, or off the 100 metres away from the starting block.
It's a worry when all these cliches we're so used to saying just suddenly don't work, do they?
Completely redundant. Yeah, so that's the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Oliver Maroulis, James Fredrickson, Jackson Gersoy, Maxim Maloney, coached by Charlie Patterson, Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck. That's actually a St Joseph's College crew in disguise. Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney won the under-17 Cox Quad for Sydney Rowing Club last year in a composite with, I can't quite exactly remember who. And then continue on their rowing with St Joseph's College in Year 12 and coming back to represent Sydney Rowing Club at the National Championships this year. And didn't have the best race in the heat, but definitely fastest qualified to this repechage. So it'll be interesting to see them put down the best time that they can in this time trial.
So this is, yes, the first of just 2 repechages in the under-19 men's quad scull. And one crew's been scratched later on. That was Melbourne High. So we have a field of 9 remaining. Presumably 6 of those will end up in the final. But quite how they get there, we still need to ascertain. But obviously, if you get a fast time over the course now, you will certainly increase your chances of doing so.
The winner generally gets to the finish line first, and the faster time will generally progress. And
the crew that rows the distance
sport.
the fastest will win the gold medal. I know, and then we go and make it. We go and make it so complicated, but
simple sport.
Yeah, this is simple in its purest form too. Interesting watching some of these crews off the start too. These are obviously a coxless quad sculls now, so obviously when every second counts, the need to steer straight and remain in the centre of the lane is fairly critical. That was a pretty good start by what would have been, I think, the St Augustine's crew. The one before the Nations Park composite went off at a bit of an angle, so had some early corrective work to do, which is not helpful in a time trial scenario. The crew just away there, we think. Chris is the predominantly all Queensland composite crew in lane 6 there from Trinity Lutheran, Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, and also Commercial. So Sydney Rowing Club approaching. This is the St Joseph's combination.
In disguise.
In disguise, yeah, in pretty distinctive disguise there in the sky blue of Sydney Rowing Club. So 3 crews in quick succession. In fact, 4 crews in quick succession here. Now we are going to vacate our chairs in the next couple of minutes to let Lizzie Chapman and a special guest come in and have a discussion about not just the time trialling on the course, but various other issues of importance to the rowing. Well, even more exciting things, could you believe, than this, which we've decided, thanks to John from BMA through the headphones. This is possibly going to give State of Origin a run for its money next year. This sort of intense competition. You could just imagine 1 million people tuning in on a Wednesday night to have a look at this time trialling. I know I would watch it. So and I'm sure you would too, Lizzie.
Sydney Rowing Club coming across the line. That's Oliver Maroulis, James Fredrickson, Jackson Gersoy, Maxim Maloney, coached by Charlie Patterson, Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck. So that'll be the first crew of the first repechage across the line. in a time of, we'll find out.
Time of wait and see.
Time of wait and see. Of course, the times are something that we have to take with a grain of salt because they are 100 metres shorter. I did see their split time of 3:05 to the 1,000 and thought, boy, that's quick.
Yes.
And remembered that it's 100 metres shorter. So.
Yeah, and here's a half Queensland, half Sydney crew too. Ignatius Park College, Bundaberg and Northern Beaches Secondary College. Sam Merry, Zane McGregor, Samuel Klotz, Noah Lau, and coaches Harrison Parks, Rodney Dick and Isaac Shepherd. So lane 3 is across. St Augustine's will be next. Joshua Wilson, Brandon Smith, Oliver St Pierre, Bo Nicholas, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermuck.
I believe that was the Quinella of the under-19 men's pair this morning. That crew, maybe one different. Joe Lynch instead of Bo Nicholas.
That's when they were rowing for Mossman.
For Mossman,
the pairs.
exactly.
Yeah, so the 2 Mossman pairs. No, good. The rotation system is working well. And next it will be the Queensland composite crew here. Jack O'Toole of Commercial, Callum McClure of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Troy Heron from Trinity Lutheran College, and Robert Vanderpoel of Trinity Lutheran, who are coached by Eric Rowan, David Vandis and Lincoln Handley. So the crews will keep coming in this repechage. Chris and I are about to vacate our seats, but the next crew across will be the St Augustine's New South Wales Composite with Newcastle Grammar and Sydney Rowing Club. Gippsland Grammar, if these crews have started 30 seconds apart, Gippsland Grammar coming through really strongly here. Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith and Billy Osborne, coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. So we might have our first overtake coming up here, although I think the course will be a little bit too short.
A little bit too short. There is almost a race breaking out, but no, not quite. We are strictly time trials around here. But yes, if they, I would suspect that they might have started a little bit closer together. It doesn't appear like the Gippsland Grammar crew is particularly gaining on the St Augustine's Newcastle Grammar Sydney Rowing Club crew, but anything is possible. If that is a 30-second gap, then those are 2 very quick crews.
So going across now, Finn Woodward, Alexander McDougall, Patrick Stanley and Tane Potts. And they'll be followed across in pretty quick succession, about 2 lengths in it, so about as intense as it's been for an hour or so. Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith and Billy Osborne across the line. So we quickly look at these next 3 crews coming down, which will complete this repechage. Nudgee College, Harry Dixon, Chad Willett, Griffin Shostakowski and Jonah Nelson. Behind them will be the Red of Rockhampton Grammar School in combination with Nudgee College, Fletcher Hewitt, Jack Mitchell, Carl Stanky and Jed Napper. And then the next crew behind that will be Trinity Grammar, Jasper Lawrence, William Thatcher, Oliver Fraser Peckham and Edward Devlin. So we will have a change in voices here for the next little while. You should still be able to keep up, I think, with some vision of these crews as they cross the line. But more importantly, the times will be crunched by the experts upstairs, and we'll eventually work out how these crews will progress through to the semi-finals and on in the under-19 men's quad scull. So we'll hand you over to Lizzie Chapman.
What an exciting video. Well, I'm joined here in the commentary box by retired Brigadier Alison Cray, and Alison's very involved with the ANZ Indoor Rowing Challenge. Alison, welcome.
Thanks, Lizzie. Great to be here.
And could you tell us a little bit more about that competition?
The Anzac Indoor Rowing Challenge, for me, is pretty special. It's important. It's a great way for rowers to pay their respects to the men and women who've served our nation over 100 years. We've lost 102,000 plus people in conflict from Australia alone over a century of service. So the Anzac Day Challenge is really our way to pay our respects. Rowing Australia, Rowing New Zealand coming together to just ask us to row from dawn till dusk, 2,504 metres as a nod to the 25th of April. It's a competition though, so an opportunity for people to get involved, pay their respects. Pretty exciting. I've done it for a couple of years, and I think it's important. It makes people remember for that split second, and it's a really nice way to honour people.
It's a lovely way to honour people, yeah, you're absolutely right. We've had, obviously a proud military tradition and a great connection, I think, between the military and rowing, in that so many people in the military do row on water. But I think we've also had quite a few people from the military from Australia compete in the Invictus Games, haven't they?
That's right. And look, I guess that long association, on reflection, Australians rowed ashore at Gallipoli, and some of our notable Australian rowers from our rowing community rowed ashore at Gallipoli. So that long history is really important. We competed for and won the King's Cup in 1919 in the Henley Peace Regatta. We commemorated that again in 2019. And then we've had military from New Zealand and Australia compete in the Invictus Games over the last few years, most notably in 2018. I was really lucky to help some of the indoor rowers and coach them both in 2017 and 2018. But 2018 was pretty exciting. I guess people who are traditional rowers don't like ergs much, but indoor rowing when it's live, really exciting.
Electric, yes.
Just electric. The military who get involved in it just get so much out of it. It really helps them with their rehabilitation if they are injured, but also just gives them that competitive edge. And now there's a whole community that's growing up around indoor rowing within the military environment through Invictus Games and Warrior Games, but also indoor rowing is a really big deal overseas in the Northern Hemisphere. World Indoor Rowing Championships. We have our own Australian Indoor Rowing Championships competed for in October each year. So this Anzac Day Indoor Rowing Challenge is really an opportunity for people to get a taste.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so what a great introduction to it, really, for those who haven't had a go before, particularly if there's a military tradition or history in their family, yes. So Invictus Games, specifically for those who have been injured as part of their military service.
That's right, Lizzie. Those people will have had some form of been either wounded or injured, either a physical impairment or a psychological injury.
Yep.
And so it's a way for them to rehabilitate, a community to allow them to compete and get a sense of themselves, and it builds their confidence. There's a system that they go through to categorise their impairments so that they're competing with people with similar impairments.
Yep.
Just as we have in rowing,
Yes.
where we have para-classification.
Yes, and you're a para-classifier.
I am. I'm a technical classifier,
Yes.
both for Rowing Australia nationally and internationally with World Rowing.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah,
That's
thank
really
you.
wonderful, and we're really proud to have you as part of that international community as
Thank
well.
you.
It's so important, isn't it? Yeah.
I think it really is. Para-rowing is really meaningful. It gives athletes the opportunity to compete like for like, as you said. It allows people to really push themselves and be high-performance athletes.
Yes, absolutely. And the wonderful life skills that we learn from rowing, which are so important for all of these under-17s and under-19s, the hundreds of them that seem to be here that we're watching right now doing this time trial, the same sort of life skills that are so important later in life if you do incur something traumatic. In particular, that's my experience anyway, working with para-athletes, which are things like identifying your skills and your weaknesses, your strengths and your weaknesses, working on both, having a plan, having goals, dreams, aspirations, aspirations, but turning those into a meaningful plan and then getting out there and trying to achieve them. And then in the course of that, this wonderful para community we have, and as you've rightly said, we have a similar indoor rowing community, a similar Invictus Games community. So yeah. So World Rowing Indoor Championships, you might be interested in that, folks. So why not get a taster by joining the Anzac Day Indoor Rowing Challenge, available to all of you, and you can find out more information on the Rowing Australia website. Alison, thank you very much. It's been wonderful to interview you. I know you really well, but it's lovely to interview and hear you talk about these things. Good luck with the rest of the season.
Thanks, Lizzie, and make sure you get out there and do the indoor rowing. We want to beat New Zealand in this Anzac Day Indoor Rowing Challenge. So clock up those Ks on the erg.
Yeah, good call to action. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Very interesting discussion there, and absolutely would agree to get in there and beat those Kiwis. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, and as Alison just pointed out, there's possibly some of them listening though. Hopefully they've gone to bed by now.
Sun sets much earlier over
Do you know,
there,
it's so
I'm
wonderful.
sure.
So Alison and I worked together at Sydney University Boat Club a long time ago when I actually coached her. And one of the things I love about rowing is you think you know someone, and then you talk to them about a different aspect, particularly about their involvement in the rowing community, and you find out a whole new slew of things about them, don't you? So,
exactly
and
right.
we didn't even touch her military career. She is a retired brigadier.
Yes,
So,
yes.
yeah.
I think you could have filled in the rest of the afternoon if we'd wanted to. But
Mate, you know me. As my husband said, I could talk under wet cement. So that looks like Sydney Rowing Club coming across the line now. I'm going to get me bins out and have a look. That's crew number P2.
P2. So we are on straight away to Heat 2 of the under-21 men's.
Oh, so that's actually a composite between Nepean Rowing Club and Sydney Rowing Club, with Gordon Applecrin of Sydney Rowing Club in the bow seat, Will Delaney of Sydney Rowing Club in the 2 seat, Declan Glendinning in the 3 seat, and Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club, who medalled in the under-21 men's single in the stroke seat. They're coached, of course, by Jonathan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And coming up now towards the finish line is crew number P3. So that's the UTS Haberfield crew of Ned Power, Luca Stefanovic, Henry Blackwell and Mitch Caponis. They are coached by Alex Field, Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti and Hallie Chapman. And Elliot, of course, is the main coach of Marcus Delamata, who medalled in the men's under-23 single scull. So we've got some fairly well credentialed coaches and athletes coming down thick and fast now, with P4 now coming up to the line, the composite of Ballarat City and Melbourne University. Wesley Hudson from Melbourne Uni in the bow seat, William Tozer from Melbourne Uni in 2, Will Gilbert from Ballarat Cities in the 3 seat, and Will McKechnie is in the stroke seat. They're coached by Grant McKechnie and Matt Ryan, who of course leads that under-21 squad at Melbourne University Boat Club. And then a bit of a gap back to the University of Queensland. Now that's not to say that they're slower.
No,
it
we're
might
assuming
well
they
be
didn't
that
quite.
something happened on the
Yes,
start.
I don't know they all started, because those three crews we just saw went through very
Yes,
quickly
and
together.
that's kind of what I was expecting to see. If they're starting off 30 seconds apart, that they'll come over the line roughly 30 seconds apart as well, which of course is what we do in the winter high performance time trials, or no, not winter, the high performance time trials in each of the states. We set everybody off in time trial order in their small boats in September, October, November and December, a monthly time trial, and that then informs the selectors, the coaches and the athletes themselves as to what they might want to specialise in as we come into racing season.
Yeah, so they're certainly not unfamiliar with the time trial
No.
process. These athletes will go through it several times a year.
No, just a
not
nasty
usually here at the biggest
shock
regatta of them all.
for the poor people organising the regatta.
Yes.
But all credit to them. We've quickly regrouped, and this is looking, this is going very efficiently indeed, if you ask me. Plenty of people on the bank. Wind seems to have settled down to be nice and steady, so the conditions relatively fair. And as we said, we're using lanes 3 and 4, and if any overtaking is needed, which is unlikely but always possible, then using lanes 2 or 5. We just move out of the way, which again is exactly what we would do if we were doing a time trial format. Overtaking crew has right of way. This is a good way for me to make sure all of you under 17s know what you're doing when you do the time trials.
Exactly, yeah. One
September
extra
onwards.
an extra practice opportunity here. So here comes the fourth and final crew from race 361, the composite Queensland and Tasmanian composite crew. In fact, Samuel Mounter from the Tasmania University Boat Club is in that boat, along with Ben Horsnell of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Edward Miles from UQBC, and Noah Roseman also from University of Queensland, coached by Michael Russell, Duncan Free and Lincoln Handley. So those four crews across the line.
And of course, I'm sure you've talked about this already, but
we haven't talked about a lot that's useful,
relevant.
Lizzie, so it's quite possible we missed that, but we've talked about high-vis caps and freshwater crocodiles. But sorry, go on.
But what is really important in a time trial is, and what is difficult also, is that you haven't got somebody right beside you. So that's the big difference, and that means that you really need to push yourselves, don't you? So that it means the talk within the boat becomes really important, and self-talk becomes really important too. You've got to really put yourself on the line and get out there.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Just before we go on, yeah, the ever-vigilant Ray Abbott has pointed out the crew we just called as a Queensland Tasmanian composite men's under-21 quad scull, in fact, was a women's quad scull, which is taking flexible and agile to new extremes. But that was the centenary composite crew of Elizabeth Gregory, Jessica Malcolm, Olivia Georgilopoulos and Sophie Malcolm, who's having another row. Sophie Malcolm won two medals this morning, a gold and a silver. So that's the N4 crew, who was sharing a boat, we understand, with a UQBC crew. So that's why they didn't take their normal place in the race. So that does conclude all the crews so far up to date. But yeah, you're exactly right, Lizzie. The change of mindset required for these crews to undertake expecting a race with 5, 6 or 7 boats side by side, suddenly having to do it on their own. It's an interesting test of their mindset. I think some crews, those that are really good at focusing their own boat, will do a good job, because as coaches we always encourage crews to block out what's happening around you on the course. But some, maybe the younger crews who appreciate the noise and the excitement of race, might find it rather odd.
Really difficult,
we'll find out.
But again, those who might be aspiring to national team representation, it's important they know that we finish the side-by-side trials for both the underage and the senior teams with a time trial, a speed order trial, and sometimes that is exactly what we're doing now. So fairly close together, but progressing down the course on your own and having to prove that you really are fast enough to justify selection.
Racing against the gold time or the prognostic, the 100% time to prove how they compare. So yeah, great practice for that.
Now we've got an interesting case going on here where we've got some crews that actually are quite close together in the club women's double scull.
If you weren't paying attention, you'd think a race was going on.
Exactly. So we have got Ascombe, which is the crew of Portia Koskar and Audrey Abewick-Reamer, coached by Susanna McMahon. Ascombe School for Girls, they were the first named crew in the event. They are crossing the line now in the correct lane. Nice. Then we've got Mossman, Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke, who are pretty fast, and I think they've had to
We've had
move
I
into
think
it.
we've had an overtake here over
Yes,
certainly
yeah.
over Caulfield Grammar.
Correct. So it's the Mossman crew that have overtaken Caulfield Grammar.
Yes.
So they've had to move into an inside lane in order.
Well, no,
I don't
Caulfield
know.
Grammar,
Caulfield are really
Caulfield Grammar have
lifting now.
done the correct thing and moved across. But Banks have gone past Mossman too. So Erica Smith and Ainsley Raggett, that is, it should be a Q6 on their bow. It is. So they've potentially gone past 2 crews here, Banks. Smith and Raggett in 6.
Oh,
then it
that's who it
was
is.
the Mossman combination, the lane 4, I think, for Mossman there.
Yes, Q4.
That's Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke. And then Caulfield Grammar, Bailey Lochi and Miller Pierce. So if they start in advertised order, and we're still not completely sure, but it's usually the case, then that Banks crew has done very well. And Mossman too have gone past the Caulfield Grammar crew. And Caulfield have done exactly the right thing by moving across from lane 4 into lane 5 and allowing clear passage to the overtaking crew.
So we have the 2 mercantile crews coming now. We are missing the crew of Catherine Wilcock and Claudia Callahan. So again, it could be an instance of shared boats, I guess. So
Yep,
they're missing.
yep.
So we've had Ascombe Caulfield Grammar, who are Q3, Mossman, who are going to be lane 4. We're missing Mossman lane 5. We've had Banks from lane 6, and here come mercantile crews 7 and 8.
Yep, so this should be Eliza Planenchik and
Yes.
Claudia Clements
Yep.
in lane 7. Sam Fennessy, the coach there. In fact, both of these mercantile crews, Bridget Somerville and Cleo Nash in lane 8, the next crew across the line as well. So except for Mossman, who I can't see on the
They're
course.
coming now.
They are there? Ah,
Yeah.
yes, there is a crew
Interesting.
well back there. But again, they may have started out of order. But in any case, there's another crew chasing Mossman. It probably does look to be the colours of Brisbane and GPS there, who are the next advertised crew on the list, Marnie Evans and Kate Morris.
So this would have been the second heat of the club women's double scull. And there were to be 2 heats with 6 in both heats. So we're hoping for 12 crews to come across the finish line. No, more than 12. 14 crews.
14, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So a good field here. So, and the progression was first of each to the final. So whether the fastest 2 times go straight through to the final, and then the remainder go into what would
Some
have to
form
be
of
2
repechage?
repecharges still, with 12 crews sort of fighting, or maybe even 3 repecharges. At least we know there won't be 3 semi-finals in this event. So that's
And
that's a good step.
interestingly, in Great Britain, where the levels of rowing, the numbers in rowing are huge, they start most regattas with time trials to figure out who then goes into which race. So maybe this isn't bad, that we're actually having a practice.
This is
Yeah, on rowing courses, on regatta courses, yeah. So you might
So
go
a
to
race
Dorney
distance
Lakes, for
time trial, or-
example, and you would have a
Yeah.
time trial first, and then you'd be put into your different events. I would imagine it is, yes. Yeah.
So we've got another overtake having happened here, Lizzie. That's Brisbane and GPS. So R2, the bow number, Marnie Evans and Kate Morris, coached by Catherine and Alan Borgia at the Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club. And the other Mossman crew, it is, yes, Q5. So that's Catherine Wilcock and Claudia Callahan, coached by Katie Healy. We think coming down out of order, but in any case, they have been overtaken seemingly by Brisbane and GPS. So Marnie Evans and Kate Morris across to begin the next heat. Yes, so 2 crews in a row from Corio Bay, the Geelong-based club, where the new Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre has gone up on the Barwon River course recently and has been used, the new boat shed beside Geelong Grammar and Geelong College for the other Geelong schools to collectively use, so Sacred Heart and Cardinia International College and a few other schools rowing from the Jeff Sykes Centre, newly built, opened only a few weeks ago, and nice function room upstairs too with views out over the Barwon River, which we
Nice.
used a couple of times last weekend.
That
So
sounds
it's,
lovely.
Yeah, it's a great addition to
Jeff
Geelong
Sykes.
and named after.
And it looks as though the Adelaide University crew of Alako Tunney and Siobhan Rowe, coached by Jurek Hazelgrove, of course, have overtaken the Corio Bay crew of Eliza Ahern and Evie Timms-Honor. So they've done well with this time trial. I bet he's not loving it in the boat park right now. Yes, he probably could. And we've had depending on what order they're sending them off in, this is the ANU crew that would have been lane 7 of Catherine Kahn and Dion Grant, coached by Nigel Harding, approaching the finish line now. Behind them is the Newcastle Grammar crew. Yes, Melbourne Uni next. So I would imagine for our viewers this is a little bit different, but hopefully by letting you know who's coming, you can put a bit of a cheer in for the last 100 metres for your favoured crew. Here they come onto the screen now, those Melbourne Uni girls. So, Richard, that is the conclusion then of all of the girls. Have we got everybody? Yes, everybody, all 14 competitors in the club women's double scull have now completed their time trial. And we are moving on now to the club men's double scull. So there were to have been 3 heats of that. So we've had a few withdrawals. So we will bring to you now viewers who we think we've got. So definitely have UTS Haberfield, the distinctive black and white and teal of UTS Haberfield just coming onto your screen shortly.
Carl Koverick and Angus Dunstan. It's like they're changing the pictures to
just to test
make
us.
you
There we
sound
go.
like
Thank
you don't
you.
know what you're talking about,
Thank
Lizzie.
you,
But that
presenters.
is definitely the UTS crew there who will be across in a few strokes' time. 2 crews here from UTS Haberfield. I think lane 5, the bow number 5 crew moving pretty quickly. The second crew
Yes.
in view here, but that is Koverick and Dunstan of UTS.
There was supposed to be a crew from Mossman in lane 3. They have already withdrawn, and we haven't got Sydney University there.
No,
So
and
this
this
UTS
is-
Haberfield crew.
That is UTS, and Ballarat City follow them, so I don't know if Sydney Uni are in this race either, but that is Gerard Bresniak and Jack Dawson of UTS Haberfield, and then Ballarat City. Hamish Rowlands and Riley McDougall there, lane 6. The next one across the line, that's just the 3 crews. We'll see if Sydney Uni T4 do appear or not. And that would be Cranbrook, I think, in lane 3. Lizzie, the school from Sydney.
Yes.
Over there on the far side of the course.
That's right.
Jasper Dawson Damer and James Scott Brown, coached by David Cameron.
Former single sculler for representative of Australia, David Cameron, and now turned teacher. Coaching for a while now at Cranbrook School. Of course.
And they're really racing the finishes. There's a lot of crews don't quite look to have been sprinting at the end of the race in these time
No, that's
trials,
very
but-
true. So lulled into a bit of a false sense of
but-
security.
And
yeah.
Cranbrook have a crew right there beside them too. I wonder if that's helping, but this is they're certainly racing all the way to the line here, the Cranbrook combination, which is really good to see as times for once are really, really critical here this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. So the ANU crew, I don't know if we've called their names, Lucas Hare and Lucas Hempton, coached by Dion Grant, who we saw scull past in the double scull just now, and William Hatcher. So a very good, looks as though they had a very good row. Hot on their heels, a crew from Banks, bow number U6.
So Mark Putter and James Meads, who've been very busy over the course of this regatta. I think the single and double scull events, now in the club race as well.
And followed by Pine Rivers, lane number U4.
It's Michael Hart and Henry Borger, again coached by Alan Borger and Catherine Borger.
I'm just amazed that Ray Ebbett hasn't leapt to his feet.
If there was a trophy to be presented, I think he'd be down there doing it, but knocking people out of the way, as was the case this morning. But maybe waiting for the final first of all. We'll see how this crew goes.
Somebody has deliberately distracted him. Bow number U7 just coming onto our screens now. Townsville James Cook University.
Zachary Skip and Riley Williams, yes, from Townsville up in North Queensland, will be about to cross the line as well.
Coming into view now are UTS Haberfield crew V3, Cameron Ogilvie and Tate Van Heemst, who again are coached by Alex Field, Hallie Chapman and Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. So here they come into view now. It's very handy, very smart with their black short sleeves underneath their zoot suits, and again lifting as they come into the finish. So I think what's happening is people are getting an idea now of what they need to do, and that will be coaches as much as athletes. So a good finish for UTS Haberfield there in the club men's double scull. Coming into view now, the crew from Corio Bay of Lee Hall Sullivan and Arun Tremel. That's a nice boat they've got there. That's an ex-national team boat with the kangaroo on it. Very nice.
Very distinctive looking boat there for Corio Bay. So they'll come across next. The Sydney crew had already scratched from this race, so it should be Adelaide next of all.
V7.
V7 is the University of Western Australia. In fact, they're Kai Binion and William Hines. So they may have gone past. That's not Adelaide. That's it is Adelaide, yeah. So that's the other crew. So they may have changed order too on the way down the course.
The Adelaide crew, of course, of Cooper Peter, Joshua Lassock, with their coaches Darren Potts, Simon Lane, and the real Ron Mobbs. Hello, Ron. And we have, by the looks of things, because the next event is the school single scull. So here we have the Sydney Uni crew that we were missing from earlier on. This is crew T4.
Ah, yes. So that's Joshua Hewitt and Sam Bristow, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lorich there. So this will be the last of our club crews for now, Lizzie. I think the Australian Schools Championship's about to begin with the many heats, the many entrants in the school girls and the school boys single scull to be next on the course. So it might be a good time to swap seats once again. We'll hand over to Chris McCarthy and Stuart John moving in next. And I believe we've got a couple of interviews interspersed throughout the afternoon to continue proceedings as we await for the schoolgirls single scull to commence next.
Due to the disruption with the afternoon's rowing program, I'm actually going to interview Lizzie Chapman. Welcome, Lizzie.
Thank you very much, Fraser. A great pleasure to be here with you.
Just for a change. We're normally here at 8 o'clock in the morning and from then on. But your history in rowing is very, very rich. Of course, you began in Great Britain.
I did.
As a schoolgirl? Or
Not at all, no. I was mad keen on rugby. Finished school, didn't do any sport at school at all. I was involved in music. Went overseas, I was training to be a teacher, had an opportunity to do a year overseas teaching, and came, and when I was over there, saw women play rugby.
Right.
And
well
that
ahead of
really
their
lit a fire
time.
for me. Yes.
Well
yes.
ahead of their time,
Yes, because
yeah.
this is a very long time ago. Ancient history we're talking here.
Last century.
Came back to Great Britain specifically to try and play rugby, and went to live with my sister in London. Ended up playing for the University College London, one of very few women's teams there. Ended up playing for England and captained the England team, and was bemoaning my levels of fitness to the chap who is now my brother-in-law, who said to me, well, if you want to get fit, you need to come and do the circuit training at rowing. Now, he was rowing for the University of London. My sister was rowing for Guy's Hospital London. They all did circuit, so I went to do circuit training. And then some bright spark said to me, oh, you should have a go in a boat. So they put me in something called a skiff, which is a Victorian rowing boat.
Yeah.
And I loved it, absolutely loved it. Carried on playing rugby. And then somebody in skiffing said to me, come and have a go at Kingston Rowing Club. There were a whole group of us from different skiff clubs. And we went along and we jumped in a four together, and I completely fell in love. So I played rugby for probably another season, maybe two, but very quickly took to rowing, and really enjoyed it, and found I had a talent for it too.
So Kingston Rowing Club, whereabouts is it?
Yes, so that is in Surrey, just outside London.
Yep.
Yeah.
And but you're a Thames tradesman?
Yes, now there's a story, because I rowed for Kingston. In order to get into the national squad, I needed to go up to London and row at Thames Rowing Club, which was the big women's
you
rowing
wouldn't
club.
be able to come from a regional area.
Yeah, exactly right. So went and rowed there, and then I made the 1988 Olympic squad, was selected into the women's 8, and then just before we were due to leave for Korea, the powers that be decided they weren't going to send a women's 8 after all. So it's incredibly disappointing. My parents were really supportive, because obviously I'd given up work to do that, and I went back to work, and great friends of mine from Kingston Rowing Club said, come down and try dragon boating.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because that's where all the people who'd retired from international rowing and international canoe paddling had decided to go. So went and joined the Dragon Boat Club, got selected for the Great Britain Dragon Boat team, went off to do the World Championships and a couple of warm-up regattas, and that's where I met Mr. Alan Bennett,
Oh my
who was
goodness.
coaching rowing in Singapore at the time.
And the rest,
Yeah.
they say, is history.
It's history. He took me to Thames Tradesman. Great fun. Made some really good friends there, including Christine McLaren at the South Australian Sports Institute. We
Happy
rowed together.
anniversary again, 25 years today.
That's right. And Dougie, her husband. We had a lot of fun down there, yes. And that was...
And I've seen photographs of Thames tradesmen reunions here in Australia, but they're nowhere near as big as the ones I've seen from Henley, the Henley Royal Regatta.
That's right, yes. Yes.
So they appear to be massive reunions.
Yeah. So we every year I consult with people and say, right, when are we all going to meet? And we meet under a particular tree in the Bridge Bar, from which you cannot see any racing at all, and have a good catch up. Yeah, it's a wonderful club. As you would tell by the name Tradesman, it's sort of built on
working
tradies.
man's club.
Absolutely, and just wonderful people. But isn't rowing full of wonderful people? Just,
Well, it is. It is.
yeah.
That's for sure. Not everybody that's in rowing is a doctor or a lawyer. There's no doubt about that.
No, that's absolutely true. But Thames Tradesman was where I cut my teeth as a coach, because my sister, the same sister that married my friend Michael, who suggested I do circuit training, she rowed for tradesmen for a while, and she was in the novice women's group, and there was no coach. Nobody wanted to coach the novice women. So I thought, well, it can't be that hard.
Yeah.
So I got myself a pair of oilies, as we call them,
Yep.
put some wellies on, and got into a rubber ducky. Nearly killed myself, slipping off the side of it, but figured out how to drive it eventually, and learnt a bit about coaching, and we had a lot of fun. Lizzie's lot, as we called them. But not long after that, we moved over here to Australia with AB's coaching career, and that's when Jennifer Luff took me under her wing at Ascombe School. Yeah.
That's amazing. And you mentioned your mum and dad before. Unfortunately, your dad passed away only 12 months or so ago. And you've
Yes.
been back home recently. Had the pleasure of meeting your dad a couple of times, having a drink with him at the Henley Royal Regatta.
Yep.
Now, you said he lived at Marlow?
He did, yes.
So moved from where?
From High Wycombe, So we travelled a lot when we were younger, but my parents decided to move back to the UK for us to complete secondary school. We're all fairly close in age, me and my two sisters. And I met Michael, my brother-in-law, through school, through drama, actually. Drama
There's
and
always
music.
drama in rowing as well, yes.
And he rowed for the local boys' grammar school, which was based at Marlow Rowing Club. And both of my sisters ended up rowing. And then, as I say, when I returned to England, I ended up rowing too. So that was the connection with Marlow when my parents decided to move there. It's a lovely town. Paul Thompson, our high-performance director, is very familiar with it too, a high-performance rowing club these days, particularly for women and para-rowing. And my parents loved it and got very involved in the rowing community.
And home of Sir Stephen and Dr. Lady Anne.
Absolutely, that's correct.
Yeah.
Anne was my pairs partner a very long time ago, yes, back in 88 and 87.
Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah, I didn't know
yeah.
that. And I'm led to believe Marlow is the most expensive real estate in England outside of London. Is that
So
right?
I believe, yes. It's a
And
bit
just-
sad, really. I would like to live there or
Yeah.
have a place there anyway. But yeah, it is. But it's beautiful. That's why. Yeah. So those who haven't experienced the Henley Royal Regatta, if you can't get across there to actually go and attend it yourselves, you can actually see it on drone footage through the website, and it's a fantastic regatta to watch. It's side-by-side racing, a straight course on a wiggly bit of river, and really challenging.
And if you're going, take a blazer and a tie, gentlemen, and ladies
That's
take.
right.
Well, you can wear trousers now, but take
You
a
can, yes.
a dress that comes below,
Below
the
the knee.
knees. Yes, that's
Absolutely,
true.
that's
It'll be
right.
the most fun you can have standing up. That's for sure.
And now there never was, never were women's events at Henley Royal
Yeah.
Regatta in the beginning. So there is also the Henley Women's Regatta, which is 2 weeks before. One of the other reasons for there being a Henley Women's Regatta is that Marlow Regatta is also 2 weeks before Henley Royal and was a qualifying regatta for Henley Royal. And so women didn't have anything to race in at that particular weekend. So the ladies who are older than me, who are coaching and administrating whilst I was rowing, made the decision to start that regatta, and it's a fantastic international regatta now. And I know a few Australian girls' schools go over and compete at it, and fingers crossed our Australian rowing team might go back and win those events, some of those events there this year as well. But yeah, fantastic regatta.
And do they still have the Henley Festival immediately following?
Yes,
yeah,
they do.
because the first time I went in 1992, my wife and I stayed on for a few days after the team went home, and we went to the Henley Festival. Saw Johnny Dankworth's band and all sorts of things
Oh,
like that.
fantastic. Great
Yeah.
fun, isn't it? And then there's Henley Town and Visitors Regatta and a Masters Regatta too. So full festival of rowing
Yeah, and
in June and July.
first time I stayed there, the fellow I stayed with he'd done the landscaping for Pete Townsend's house, and then most recent time I was there, of course, I walked past the late George Harrison's estate.
Yes.
And yes, it's an amazing place. So, Lizzie, you've had a lot of fun working in sport, but you're going to have a break now because we're going to bring in 2 sets of fresh eyes to bring us some more exciting time trials. So thanks for your short history. I never knew about the rugby, so
There you go.
fascinating. So keep up the good work with rowing.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Razor.
So back to the racing now. We've got the first heat underway and the first few scullers from that heat of the schoolgirl single scull. So our Australian Schools Rowing Championships has officially begun, and just crossing the line now, Sophie Butcher of the Torrens Rowing Club from South Australia, and Leela Hucker of Launceston Grammar, and then St Pat's Townsville's Or rather, it was actually a little bit of an upset in that one.
I think it might have been Sarah Burke from St Pat's Townsville
and then
going ahead.
Leela Hucker from Launceston Grammar. So we don't really know how they're starting. They may have arrived to the start out of order, but it does look as though we maybe had someone overtaken from our 30-second intervals, which would prove very interesting indeed. And coming up to the line now, we've got Loretto Marriotteville's Emily Lang, coached there by Rebecca Koch.
And then coming down the course now, we've got Asham, Kitty Elias, coached by Thomas Parker, and then it looks to be Lily Rose Hall Kraus with the Virtual School Victoria.
We spoke about composite crews from Western Australia and Sydney training via Zoom. Maybe these are the pioneers. I can't say that I have ever heard of Virtual School. But out here and representing in the Australian Schools Championships.
I know they've got the School of the Air in Queensland, but that's a little bit more remote.
A little bit more,
territory.
Yeah, exactly. So it is Lily Rose Hall Kraus from the Virtual School in Victoria, coached there by Ronald Alexandra and Lynn Broad, who's just striding into the last 100 metres of her 1900 metre odd time trial here in the heat for the schoolgirl single scull. Just next to her to follow her across the line will be Ascom's Kitty Elias, coached by Thomas Parker. It's quite good to see such a strong representation from Ascom down here at the Australian Rowing Championships, traditionally a pretty small program, school in the eastern suburbs of Sydney.
As we just see Kitty Elias coming up to the finish line, and then behind her is Hunter Valley Grammar's Molly Walkerton, coached by Rowan Hislop and Mark Partridge.
So I've just noticed some keen, with our keen commentary eyes looking at the draw ahead of us, that there are a few schools here that we may not have heard of before, and we may see them rowing in some different colours or some half put together sort of zooties, and that would be because the Australian Schools Championship obviously only open to Australian schools, or schools in general. I would assume that an international school would be allowed to compete, but only allowed to a school, not to a club competitor. So, for example, in the next heat, we've got Ella Huber of Burwood Girls High School, coached by Brendan Longman, and I think the coach gives it away. So Ella Huber is actually a member of Sydney Rowing Club, who we saw compete in a quad earlier today. I think she's actually had 2 runs down the time trial course this afternoon. Be probably the first athlete to do so, and making a pretty good job of it out there on the course now.
Yeah, and you do see that. I know that we see it down in Canberra, particularly for the Head of the Lake Regatta. You do see some of the non-traditional schools that have athletes put in. Marici College generally have a few, Narrabundah College as well. So it's the real opportunity, I guess, to make certain that even if you're not from a traditional rowing school, that you still have the opportunity to compete as a schoolboy or a schoolgirl. Because just because you don't come from those major schools, you've still got that chance if you are still a schoolboy or a schoolgirl.
Yeah, exactly. And looking forward to seeing names, plenty of names from schools that we know don't have established rowing programs down here competing in other events. But if we have a look at the coaches' names, that often gives it away. One that I'm familiar with, Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar in Penrith, is actually Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Toos Cutler. And we do see that little swap every now and again at some of the New South Wales regattas.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit later on as well. Anika Siritic, rowing for the Academy of Mary Immaculate. So not a traditional school. We've seen her in a couple of club events, from one of the Victorian ones from memory, and also up at New South Wales Titles a little bit earlier on in the year. So, as you say, Chris, a few different schools on display at the moment. And I think you might find that that was Ella Hoover just coming across the line for Burwood Girls High.
It was, yep. So
the distinctive light blue oars of Sydney Rowing Club.
yeah, exactly. So just looking to check out her school colours, and seeing that what we'll see with a lot of these athletes is maybe a one-off Zudi or a more of a generic one representing their school colours rather than some 776 BC teamwear that we see in many other schools. So I think we've just wrapped up our second heat of the schoolgirls single scull. Last sculler across the line there, Loretto Marriotteville's Isabella Deans, coached by Peter White. And a little bit of a break, but not too much. Our officials are keeping things moving down at the start line despite the definitely challenging conditions down there. And we'll have our first two scullers from race number 370, the third of 6 heats of the schoolgirls single scull. The first sculler that we were to see come down the course, Elizabeth Holtower from Redland School. It does look like she has scratched. It does look like we've got Caitlin Brooks from Kenmore State High School, and then Scarlett Woodbury of Cathedral in Townsville coming down the course now.
Confirmation, Caitlin Brooks for Kenmore State High, member of the Centenary Rowing Club, and has also taken part in the Under-19 Women's Double Scull and the Under-19 Women's Quad Scull.
It's very good use of the rowing manager search function there, Stuart. I can see you busily typing away as we go.
This is where you need a big mobile phone screen.
Yeah, absolutely. So just crossing the line now, we've had Izzy Petruni of Geelong College, also of Melbourne University Boat Club. And then just shortly after was Bianca Kohlberg of Loretto Marriotteville. So pretty strong showing from Loretto Marriotteville from the South Australian Loretto School in the schoolgirls single scull. A few competitors thus far and a few more to come in our next 3 heats.
Izzy Petruni, member of Melbourne University, competing in the Under-21 single scull as well as the Under-21 quad scull. So the schoolgirl event, probably a little bit closer to the age, but we'll take the learnings from the Under-21s and bring that back to the schoolgirls.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're definitely seeing a lot of that here, where girls coming down with their club program and then eligible to race for the school. So just getting another hit out in what is a very hotly contested and coveted event, the schoolgirls single scull. 6 heats, all of 7 competitors, so at the maximum possible entries for this event, and that will require semi-finals and a whole lot of semi-finals and finals on Sunday morning, all the way normally down to E or F finals to open proceedings.
It looks like there might be 4 semi-finals, races 501 to 505, so if the tri-finals weren't throwing some of our fellow commentators out, then certainly the 4 semi-finals is going to have some people reaching for the antihistamines.
Some would refer to a semi-final possibly as a quarter-final if there were 4 of them, wouldn't we? But alas... So on the course now, approaching the 1500 metre mark is heat number 4. 4 of 6 of the schoolgirls single scull. We've been doing a little bit of sleuthing up here in the last couple of minutes as our gap between races. We actually, rather than our results of our sleuthing, it does look like we might actually have a race breaking out here on the course. We've got 3 crews across. So the rule was that so crews are competing in lanes 3 and lane 4. If you are in danger of being overtaken, the crew who is going to be overtaken, so the slower moving crew, has been instructed to move over to the outside lane, so lane 2 or lane 5. And I don't think it'll surprise anyone that it looks like Sophie Malcolm, representing Brisbane State High here, but we know from this morning's antics, winning 2 medals in the space of about 3 hours' time, is a member of Centenary Rowing Club. And it looks like Sophie Malcolm has forced another sculler, whose identity I'll confirm shortly, out into one of those outside lanes for an overtake. So,
I think it might be Sabrina Koskar from Asham that's just had to Askham, that's just had to move across to the side. Anika Siritic from Academy of Mary Immaculate normally rows for the Ariara Club down in Melbourne. So I think she's sitting in the, well, I say in the lead, but it is a time trial. But Sophie Malcolm for Brisbane State High, absolutely flying. Brisbane State High, one of the GPS schools up in Brisbane, along with along with Gregory Terrace, Nudgee College, Brisbane Boys Grammar, Brisbane Brisbane Boys College, Brisbane Grammar, and a couple up in Ipswich and Toowoomba, which don't row for obvious reasons.
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to find a rowing venue in Toowoomba.
Look, I think that there's a couple of dams north of Toowoomba up near Crow's Nest.
A little bit, yeah.
But it would be a little bit tricky, yes, to try and find somewhere in the centre of town.
I do feel like we've had some scullers from Toowoomba Grammar here before.
Might have done. I know in my time at Toowoomba Grammar, I don't think we had a single rower.
Yeah.
But that was a very long time ago.
So Sophie Malcolm having a great little time trial out here and rowing through some of her competitors. So she would have been sort of 4th to take off from the start, and but taking the line honours here in this 4th time trial heat of the schoolgirl single scull. We've also seen Sabrina Koskar of Askham School crossing the line here, and Anika Siritic of the Academy of Mary Immaculate on the far side of the course.
As well as, looks like Erin Cara from St Catherine's School in New South Wales as well.
Yeah, so one of the few competitors here who is competing for their school program in a traditional sense, and so she's.
Then I think this might have been Ella Spalding from St Brendan Shaw, normally rows for the Mersey Club.
Yeah.
That's just come through now, bow number Z5.
Coached there by Dave Tippett and Merv Tippett. And then to complete out our 4th heat of the schoolgirl single scull. We've got Madison Joins of St Paul's Grammar. You can see in the iconic yellow blades of Penrith Rowing Club, leading out Angelica Chia of Norwood Morialta High in the centre of the course. Having a great row. So on the course in front of us, just coming down through the finishing area now, is the 5th out of 6 heats of the schoolgirl single scull. So we've just had Imogen Graham from St Ignatius in South Australia. She's normally a member of Torrens Rowing Club, and we can see those red and white oars there. And she'll be followed across the line by,
Looks like
I believe, Lucy Yabsley of Askham School. Is that right? That is correct.
Yep.
Coached there by Thomas Parker. So pretty good showing from Askham. I think we've had a sculler in every single heat here.
They've had quite a few come through. We've also got coming down just past the, just coming up towards the Red Buoy, it looks like Louisa Wagner from Adelaide High, also normally with the Torrens Rowing Club, and Amber Tulloch from Our Lady of the Sacred Heart.
So another sculler from the Torrens Rowing Club rowing for her school. So that's Louisa Wagner of Adelaide High crossing the line now. And then Amber Tulloch of Our Lady of the Sacred, coached there by Drew Holman and Jane Robertson, rounding out that 5th heat of the schoolgirls single scull. And then with the 6th heat rapidly approaching us now, we have our first sculler across the line will be from St Patrick's College in Townsville, Lily Bragg, coached by Harrison Parks and Hayley Nielsen-Burke. And she'll be followed across the line by Askham's Sophia Miller, coached by Thomas Parker, but have seen her here doing quite well in the Glebe Rowing Club colours as well. So not rowing with the Askham program as much, spending more of her time rowing with Glebe, but donning the Askham colours here for a run down the course in the schoolgirl single scull.
And then following Sophia Miller from Askham, you'll have Daisy Simpson-Kerr. She's rowing for Damascus, but normally with Windery Ballarat. And then Lulu McEwen from Geelong College. They are bow numbers B3 and B4. A reminder that we are on time trials for this afternoon's racing. And a chance for all of our crews and scullers to be able to get out, set a good time, and then move through to the repechage and the semi-finals. So that will come in a fair bit later on today once we get through all these, get through the rest of today's racing. We are on to the heat number 6 of the schoolgirl single scull before we move on to the schoolboys after that. So a little bit of a race breaking out here, Chris. It's
Yeah, it does look like that way. Scullers are meant to be confined to lanes 3 and 4, but I think one sculler at least, moving across to make way for their competitor. It looks like Abigail Cox of Cathedral Townsville has moved up on Damascus's Daisy Simpson-Kerr, coached there by Paul Blanchfield, and pushed her into the following lane to give her some clearer water. Just a little incident with the boys there in the last 100 metres. Looks like Daisy Simpson-Kerr of Damascus College having quite a good row in the centre of the course there.
The last two remaining are Fern Rosenbauer from Loretto Marriotteville and Abigail Cox from Cathedral Townsville.
And that's Fern Rosenbauer of Loretto Marriotteville closing out the schoolgirl single sculls. And we'll move on to the schoolboy single sculls in a few minutes' time. But for now, Stuart and I will take a quick little breather and we'll hand over to Ray Ebbett for a bit of an interview.
So thanks, boys. They're just taking a quick break from the time trials, and I've been joined in the commentary box by Rowing Australia's head coach, men. Is that what you're called? Rhett Ailiff. Welcome, Rhett.
Thank you, Raymond. It's a pleasure to be here.
So, Rhett, it's how many days in the job now? Are you like the president, you've been in for 100 days or something like that?
No, not quite. No, we'll be 100 days probably. Started the start of December.
Yep.
So Christmas break through there and, yeah, in the job.
So it's an interesting transition. You know, you were on the national team with Western Australian Institute of Sport, you know, back in 2008. You coached an Olympic gold medal winning crew, and now you're in charge of the whole men's program for Rowing Australia. What do you see as the challenges, but more importantly, the opportunities?
Well, firstly, Raymond, it's an honour, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I really feel like the men's rowing program is strong, healthy, and the biggest challenge for me is to continue to create depth.
Yep. And that's where you've got to work with Hammer closely as well.
Hammy Fernandez, Jason Lane coming into the role, and then all the clubs and institutes around the country to keep an eye on the athletes outside the centre and make sure they keep progressing and feel like they've got opportunities.
Yep.
And then, of course, within the centre, it's to build on Ian's legacy of solid performances through the cycle. A gold medal and a bronze medal at Olympic Games is
not to be sneezed at.
Not easy to achieve, and so we've got some big shoes to fill.
So how many in the NTC currently?
We'll have 24 on scholarship.
So the maximum is 25?
Yeah, we may have 25, depending on what happens in some underage things, but yeah, we'll have 24 for sure, and 3 of those are lightweight men.
Yep.
And we'll try and build through the World Cups, and then we'll assess at the end of the year.
So, as old mates who were on teams together for a long time, I hadn't rung you to say well done. I knew I'd get an opportunity to see you here. The thing that's impressed me, Rhett, is I know you've reached out to guys who were in the system and didn't continue last time. And you've said the opportunity's there.
Yeah, and my experience says we need to create depth.
Yep.
And depth means more numbers. And if you've got guys like Adam Backer and Harley Moore and Rob Black who are gold medalists at under 23 level, and they decide to not row, then we're missing an opportunity. I shouldn't say that. They are missing an opportunity to fulfil a dream they may have.
Yep.
And we've got Campbell Watts and Dave Watts and people like that I'd like to have them available for the next Olympic cycle, provided they have the motivation and drive to be part of it.
Yep.
So, yeah, to create greater depth and to have more people challenging for seats in boats, we'll have faster boats.
So how many crews, men's crews, do you think you want to have at the World Championships this year?
If we do what we think we're going to do, we'll probably have almost a full Olympic boat class, maybe missing one boat.
Yep.
Is our intention.
Well, that was what we did in Beijing, remember? We had every boat bar one, and we got 2 gold medals and a silver. So that was a pretty fair return on investment. But sometimes are we better to concentrate on a smaller condensed group? You're saying build the depth so that come Paris, we'll have depth across all categories.
Correct.
Yeah.
And if we can qualify all the boats, that's great. That's more people having the opportunity to go and compete for a medal at the Olympic Games. And then we need to make sure we keep our eye on the prize, which is we want to win races at the Olympic Games, as both John Keogh and Ian Wright did for people in the system.
Yeah. So now you're working with Paul Thompson, and it's Tomo's first role as well as a performance director. So obviously you and he have had some pretty interesting discussions in the 100 days you've both been in the job.
Sure, and he coached my wife at the Olympic Games.
So there you go.
So that's a long way back, but Paul brings great knowledge, great expertise, a real passion for the sport. Back in his starting country of where he coached, so it's exciting to have Paul back and sort of supporting me in a new role as well.
Yeah.
But and you can see that Paul's bringing new energy, great ideas. He'll challenge and check and maybe change a few things, but that's exciting.
Yeah.
But for me, more importantly, having Mark Prater and Lyle McCarthy as, my two co-coaches, is really exciting because they will check and challenge me and keep me on the right track. So hopefully I'll make better decisions for the men's squad.
Yeah, the fact that Lyle's come back adds another gold medal winning coach.
Yep.
And Mark Prater, I thought did an outstanding job with the quad scull.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he did a fantastic job, and he worked with an eclectic group and some people from in the system, outside the system, and they raced. They had an awesome preparation, and they raced exceptionally well at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, well, I have told him a couple of times what a great job I thought he did, and given that he had a 7-foot tall bloke and 3 5-foot tall blokes, I thought it was pretty amazing. So have you determined what you're going to coach, what Pratt's is going to coach, what Lyle's going to coach?
Yeah, so our intention for this year is for Lyle to coach the men's sculling.
Yep.
And at the moment, that's a single and a double. For Mark to coach the men's 8 squad.
Yep.
Which will include a pair, and for me to take the men's 4. And we have a lightweight men's double. We're looking to bring a coach in to support that crew. But if that doesn't come off, then I'll look after the lightweight men's double as well.
Yeah, so that's a role Don McLaughlin played, but
Last
didn't get
cycle.
to travel with the team.
No, he travelled with the team.
Oh, did he? In the end?
But they didn't qualify.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Of course. Yes.
Yep.
My apologies for that.
Yep.
So it's an exciting time, and you're here working with Hamey and Jason and John Bowes, looking at the athletes who we don't know much about. But I understand the crew that won the under-23 men's pair today was your idea.
Well, Rowan Lavery's been in the centre. The last time we went to the under-23 Worlds, he came 9th.
Yep.
And now he's going very well, and he could very well sit in our men's 8. But to have him have a chance to be successful at his own age level is an opportunity that I think we need to explore if he would like to. And Miller was obviously rowing with a senior A athlete.
Yep.
So putting them together gave them both an opportunity to race and be eligible for selection. They won the regatta.
Won it well too, I've got to say, and they look like they have been rowing together for 2 years.
And that's a scratch crew that got put together. And thanks to both Scott Rowe and Noel Donaldson, and this is where we need to use the IP in the network.
Yep.
They actually coached that boat, trained it, put it together. All I did suggest was they lighten the gearing after the heat because it was on the senior men's.
Yep.
And we put it back, and
they are still under 23s.
They're still under 23s.
Yeah.
So no, we need to work collaboratively, and we need to make sure that every person that wants to go at the highest level has opportunity if we can provide it.
One of the things that you bring, Rhett, is you're not afraid to ask. You just said the IP and the network. You got a good relationship with Noel Donaldson,
Absolutely.
Johnny Dreesen,
Yep.
Tim McLaren,
Yep.
people like that. And I think it's really encouraging for me as someone, now at arm's length, but still watching with great interest, to see that you are prepared to ask to these people who've been, talk to these people who've been there before.
Sure.
Johnny Dreesen, he's forgotten more than most people in Australia will know about coaching a quad.
So one of the things we said to our guys at the New South Wales Champs is go and talk to your coaches. Go and talk to your mum and dad. Go and talk to other rowers. Get the information. But before you implement it, come back and talk to your coaches managing you. So don't hide from the information. Take it in. Just don't implement everything until you've at least discussed it with your coach. So we want these people to influence, support, give information.
But it might need, the information might need a bit of synthesising, might need a bit of cleansing before we accept it all.
Filtering.
Yes, filtering. Good work. Yeah. You could end up with, a consultant using all of these buzzwords.
We've got a few consultants in our program. Simon Keenan's a consultant.
Oh, is he?
He
Really?
writes lots of... Caleb Antill's a consultant. These guys are all consulting. So we've got to manage some pretty intelligent people. Rowers are fairly intelligent people.
Yeah, mostly they are. There's no doubt about that.
Apart from you and I, Raymond.
Apart from you and I, Rhett. Yeah, that's true. And Alex Hill, I'll say this, you don't have to, probably our most outstanding male athlete, has got a bit of an injury at the moment. That'll be managed and he'll be back.
Yeah, nothing that can't be fixed. He's had it before.
Yeah.
Just with the sculling and the load. He's a sweeper that's gone around the corner with his left arm, and now the left arm has to go out to the other side.
Yeah.
A little bit weak in the shoulder. Yeah, got some nerve impingement, which can be fixed.
Yeah, yeah.
But not ready for here.
So for 2022, Alex Hill in a single scull.
That's our intention, for him to be racing the Worlds in the single this year and see where he can get to. It'll be a great learning curve for Hilly.
Yeah.
Good opportunity, and who knows where that might end up.
Mate, we've been together for a long time, you and I, in the national team, about 12 years. So I wish you all the best for the year going ahead, thank you for your time.
That's exciting to be here, and good luck everyone racing this afternoon.
Thanks, Rhett. Cheers.
Thank you, Ray and Rhett, for that interesting look again into the higher levels of the Australian rowing system. We are continuing, of course, with racing on these time trials this afternoon, and it's now the schoolboys single scull, Stuart, who are out in the course.
Yeah, look, so we've got Alexander Williams coming up towards the finish line at the moment. So he is being followed by bow number C6. So that is Scotch College Adelaide's Adam Holland, coached by Andre Pistonic and James Seppelt.
The Kinross Walleroy sculler in the blue boat there was the first across in this set of races, or this first heat as it is of the schoolboys single scull.
Yeah, Alec Hoskin there, the first one across.
So he may have overtaken Alexander Williams of the Geelong College.
Yeah, so we've got Adam Holland of Scotch College Adelaide just coming up towards the finish line now, followed up by St Luke's Anglican's Samuel Klotz, bow number C5. And then we've got a bit of a gap, and then it's once again looks like we've got a little bit of a race breaking out further down in what would be race number 375. Remember, these are time trials going on at the moment. That would be heat number 2 of the schoolboys single scull. So Jesse Roshin from Marist College ACT, a scratching in that first group of races that passed over the line.
And possibly also the Christian Brothers sculler there, Jordan Wilson. I don't know if we saw him come across. So just the 4 it may have been in that first heat of the schoolboy single scull.
Pembroke School's Cooper Peter, coached by Simon Lane and Darren Potts. Another worthy addition to the first name, surname collection.
We haven't yet come up, there is a word, there's a term for that, for first names and surnames are interchangeable. I don't know what it is, we were discussing this earlier today. So
Well, I actually had, I've got some fairly young nieces and nephews, and one of my brothers was going to call his son Harrison. And with the surname of John, there is not a hope in Hades that anyone would get Harrison John the right way around.
No, that could be, yes, messy existence. But this is definitely, yes, laying to the Pembroke School. This is Cooper Peter.
And then Chad Willett from Nudgee College without the bow number on at the moment.
Trying to make it really challenging for us, as if time trials aren't challenging enough. It's a bow numberless Nudgee College sculler, but it is It's the fairly recognisable form of Chad Willett, who's not used to following lots of boats across the line, it must be said.
Normally has some in front of him, so to speak. We've just got the Christian brothers, Jordan Wilson, coming down at the moment in about lane 6.
And possibly he has
C7.
done the right thing here and moved well clear of the faster scullers behind him. So
only a
good
few
work.
strokes to go there for Jordan Wilson. Couple of big strokes and he'll cross over the line in his time trial.
Now, I have had confirmation too, Stuart, from our officials that the time trial format relates to each particular race as it is listed on the program. So the individual races are still effectively being held. It is simply a time trial for the placings within that event. So effectively, the top 2 times in each heat of the schoolboys single scull will go through to the semi-finals, the remainder to the repechage. So it's not as if the whole field is being ranked together. The races remain as listed. The progression is unchanged, and it's simply the times will be sorted as if they had all raced on the course together.
Yeah, so first and second in each of those heats then will go through to the semi-final, with the rest going through to the repechages. And the semi-finals are races 508 to 512.
Which will be very late on Saturday, I think, maybe.
And that would be about 5 semi-finals.
5 semi-finals, that's a lot of...
Three.
Well, I feel I'm being set up now, but they're not semi-finals. I think in this case there will be minor semi-finals too. So because we have exhaustive finals, we have down to I think D and E finals and maybe even F final in the schoolboys single scull. We do need additional what are notionally called semi-finals. He says with his hands in the air in inverted quotation marks, but still that is where this big field will progress in the schoolboys single scull. Look at this finish.
Yeah, Mark Curry from Press Hill, absolutely flying. He's already overtaken one person. He's up past Ballarat Grammar's Xander Borham. So a very good run, and you have to say that he's a pretty good shot of being able to progress through from heat number 2 of the schoolboys single scull. We're just seeing Gippsland Grammar's Regan Farley, coached by Nick Bartlett, and Harry Roach coming through.
And that was Xander Borham too, was it, of Ballarat Grammar between in the red boat, who's across the line as well.
Very distinctive red boat, that one.
Yes, it's certainly.
That's almost Queensland maroon, I think.
It is very close, although for a Ballarat scull, that would be a brave choice of colour.
We've got Curtis Wilmot from Gippsland Grammar.
Speaking
that's
of distinctive
down.
boats, yes, the green of Gippsland Grammar.
Yeah, and then he's been chased down by bow numbers E2 and E3. So that's Hunter Valley Grammar's Zinc Bosco in lane E2, and then Aquinas College Perth's Harry Selfinger. The coaches of Zinc Bosco are Mark Partridge and Rowan Hislop, with Harry Selfinger coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. Gippsland Grammar's Curtis Wilmot, coached by Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. And he might just be in a little bit of bother. He's sort of stuck. He can't get out of the way, but he will be able to go through to the final. There is a fantastic mullet down there at C7 as well. We're seeing some hairstyles from the past.
We are getting, yes, all perspectives here. That's a great look.
That's very circa Shane Warne back in the early 90s when he made his test debut.
Yeah, a tribute possibly. That is quite the look.
We've got Kew High School's Archie Critchell coming down in the black and white stripes, and he's been joined by bow number E6, Brisbane Boys College's Thomas Stevens, coached by John Pettigrew. Archie Critchell's coach is Christian Strakevsky.
Kristevsky, there's a good choice for a surname without many vowels in it too. But yeah, Tristan Kristevsky. I think these two scullers also members of the Hawthorn Rowing Club. Both Max Curry of Pres Hill in the previous heat, and the Kew High School sculler there, Archie Critchell.
And then the last one that's just coming up to the Red Boys at the moment is Noah Lau from Ignatius Park, and he's coached by Harrison Parks.
And he's been busy this week already, the Ignatius Park Townsville sculler. Number of events already now in the schoolboys at single scull. So 3 heats concluded, 3 still to go. It is, as you'd expect, a big field in these school single sculling events.
Yeah, we're just seeing about 4 rowers, 4 scullers all in a row coming down the course at the moment. So just getting on confirmation there of the bow numbers. So that looks to be F4, Hayden Mounter.
I think I was going to say it's a Nudgee College boat, but is it actually a Hutchins boat, maybe?
Yeah, look, F4 coming down the course.
So
Hutchins, Hayden Mounter.
Hayden Mounter, yeah.
Coached by Andrew Palmer. Thomas Allwright, we've seen him come down quite a few times so far this week. We've then got Nudgee College's Hamish Leddy following him there in lane 3 in the very distinctive blue Nudgee College Zooty with the big N on the back. And then behind him in bow number F2 is Hutchins Jacob Fiedler, coached by Andrew Palmer, Thomas Allwright, and then it would look to be Redlands, yes, that's Redlands Finn Woodward, coached by Charlie Patterson, making up our group of 4 rowers just coming through now. So Hutchins Hayden Mounter, a very strong row there. He came through, he would have potentially come out if as per the bow number order.
He's passed 2 of them.
He's passed 2 of them, so a very good shot of progressing straight through to the semi-final in the schoolboy single scull, as we just see Hamish Leddy from Nudgee College come through now, followed up by Jacob Fiedler, and then Finn Woodward from Redlands also having another good row, made up a lot of time between himself and Jacob Fiedler.
Yeah,
and then our final 2 rowers to come down. So we will have the
Hunter Valley Grammar, I think. There.
Yeah, Hunter Valley Grammar's Caleb
white
Chadwick.
boat.
And then Angus Vermey from Hutchins. So a few Hutchins rowers in this event, in this race.
Yeah, 3 in the 1 heat here. So it'll be the top 2 times from these 6 who'll go straight through to the semi-finals of the schoolboys single scull. And they will, race on Saturday, whereas the remaining 4 scullers will go to the repêchages, which will be, I would imagine, late on tomorrow's program, tomorrow afternoon, as the school racing continues. But,
So we are seeing, you can see those wind gusts blowing across there, Richard. Probably about the 200 metre mark where you start the red boys. So still tricky conditions out there at the moment. It's not particularly easy. The winds are sitting at about 35 kilometres an hour from the south. So it is still
coming, yes, right across from the far side of the course here. A photo finish might be need to be called for here, but as these 2 go through, it will be the red boat of the Hutchins sculler in the end. So Angus Vermey makes up the 30-second difference and just finishes ahead of Caleb Chadwick of Hunter Valley Grammar. But yeah, certainly plenty of ripples on the course here, even down at the finish section. And we know this has been generally the best part of the course for most of the day. So rougher still, we'd assume, up in the opening 1,000 metres as well.
Coming up to the red boys now is Charles Clark from Matthew Flinders Anglican College up in Queensland.
A reminder that training is not permitted.
So this is the lane 2 sculler from the Matthew Flinders Anglican College in Queensland on the Sunshine Coast. Charles Clark, coached by Christy Stoddart.
And speaking of all things with beaches, Northern Beaches Secondary, Zane McGregor, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelke, just coming up through the red boys at the moment. So Zane McGregor from Northern Beaches Secondary just coming up towards the finish line now. Coming up towards the red boys will be Somerset College's Callum McClure, coached by Pierre Richards and Lincoln Handley. And then we'll move on to Newcastle Grammar's Vincent Mitteff and Trinity Lutheran's Troy Heron, coached by Sam Duncan and Eric Rowan.
So 2 Gold Coast scullers here with Newcastle Grammar in between. Lincoln Handley and Pierre Richards, the coaches here of Callum McClure, as he does close in on the finish line now. He'll be the 3rd across the line in the 5th heat time trial here of the schoolboys single scull. And like the rest, he will wait on the times to be calculated.
Troy Heron from Trinity Lutheran has actually moved ahead of Newcastle Grammar's Vincent Mitteff. He's looking very good. It's a lot of good boat run as he's coming through. So Troy Heron, as I say, coached by Sam Duncan Eric Rowan, and rowing very well in these tough conditions.
Yeah, we're reaching the finish line now. Is the sculler from Trinity Lutheran, so you expect a good time coming up for Troy Heron, and then it will be Vincent Matef of Newcastle Grammar. And I'm sure many are keen to know when these times will be available for tomorrow's draw. I would urge caution. There is a lot of calculating and checking required by our officials once these races have concluded. So the draw for tomorrow will be available as soon as it can be, but wouldn't expect that to be at the conclusion of racing this afternoon. So please, we do urge patience from all with your plans for tomorrow, as we do wait for the fairly complex calculation and checking of results to take place this afternoon.
Absolutely. Trinity Lutheran, speaking of them, we've just seen Troy Heron absolutely fly through. Robert Vanderpoel, also coached by Sam Duncan, Eric Rowan, he's having a good run as well. There's some good boat speed coming up from the guys in Townsville. I guess if I had crocodiles on the river, I'd be learning how to row very quickly as well.
Now, Trinity Lutheran on the Gold Coast of Queensland, as is Somerset College, but it has been a great growth area for rowing in southeast Queensland in recent years. The establishment, I think, probably 15 or so years ago now, of the Gold Coast All Schools Rowing Association, and they ran a lot of regattas amongst themselves. So there's been great growth in rowing in that part of Queensland too over the last decade or two, I think it's fair to say.
We've just seen Marist College ACT's Darcy James, coached by Taylor Thomas. Another first name, surname in there. It's all, I do enjoy seeing them.
It does, yes. And possibly his coach too, Taylor Thomas. Put that one on the list as well.
Cranbrook's Callum Dunn in bow number H4 in the yellow boats. Looks like he's been pushed very, very hard by bow number H5 Adelaide High's Noah Buxton. So Noah doing a good run at the moment. He's been able to make up a lot of ground. And then it does look like we do have a bit of a gap back to Geelong College's Sam Thompson.
The Cranbrook Sculler's going to... He's lifted late, actually, and looked to be in danger of being overtaken, but he'll go across a length and a half clear. So Callum Dunn of Cranbrook, then it is Noah Buxton from Adelaide High, and it should then be Sam Thompson from the Geelong College. He originally listed as the lane 6 sculler, who'll be the fifth and final sculler home, and then a bit of a gap on the course behind him. That is the last of the 6 heats in the schoolboys single scull. So just repeating, the top 2 times from each of these heats will progress to the semi-finals, the remainder to tomorrow's repechage. And we do have a full set of exhaustive semi-finals and finals in the schoolboys and schoolgirls single that take place over the course of Sunday morning.
Yeah, that's the last of the single sculls for the schoolboys event. The next event that will be coming down the course will be the schoolgirls Coxed Fours. So should be some good racing coming up.
There should be some good racing coming up, but we're having a time trial.
Well, some good time trials anyway. It might be some good racing. We've seen it. We just saw it there with the Cranbrook rower. He was being pushed towards the end. And
he was able to respond. And yes, it is interesting to see the different approaches these crews are taking, the scullers are taking at the moment, and some relatively inexperienced school scullers here as well. I think the crew boats will be a bit different with 4 or 5 boys and girls in the boat to push each other along.
Yeah, look, and it's, well, I guess for the ACT rowers, it's not something we're completely unfamiliar with. One of the things they do down in Canberra during the winter is a winter time trial series where everyone's actually handicapped. So a couple of seasons ago, we actually had someone like Luke Fletcher who'd come back to the ACTAS program. He was taking part in the winter time trials, where you could actually beat Luke Fletcher on handicap if you were able to beat your handicap. So something set up by Rowing ACT Life members Mark Kwiatkowski and Alison Chin, and it is something that's very popular. And I know after the first COVID lockdowns in 2020, we had a very high number of entrants for the winter time trials. Everyone was just so eager to get back and compete after so many events were cancelled.
Of course. Yeah, no, it is a good way to test yourself out between different categories of boats as well, and get a fair comparison there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, another interview in between the exciting time trialling that's going on. I'm joined in the commentary box by Alex Nicol, and Alex is the Pathway Athlete of the Year for Rowing Australia. Congratulations, Alex, and welcome.
Thank you, Raz. It's great to be here.
Yep. Now, you're a member of Sydney Rowing Club?
Yes, I am.
And school, Newington?
Yes, went to Newington, finished in 2017. Went straight to Sydney Rowing Club straight after. So.
And you row both sculling and sweep?
It's a little bit of both, mainly sweep on stroke side, mostly doing a bit of sculling on the side, so mostly in the sweep.
I've got a bit of advice for you, mate. You know, you cut a bow sider in half and make 2 stroke siders. You should consider changing sides. Well, there's a bit of consternation behind us there, by the sound of it.
Yeah, that's right.
But you did do some sculling, and did you scull at school or only when you joined Sydney?
I would do a fair bit of sculling at school. I was half decent at the scull, but I was probably prioritising the sweep anyway.
Yeah.
Did mostly my sweeping outside of school. A little bit of sculling mainly in the training and beginning of seasons and working up for pair partners and stuff like that. But mostly in the sweep, to be honest. I think hopefully an opportunity in the scull comes along one day.
Yeah, well, it's a wonderful boat, and Australia's got a rich history in it, that's for sure. So who's coaching you at Sydney Rowing Club?
So my coach is Donovan Check. Great coach. A lot of fond memories of what we've done so far in the pathway 21s and 23s. So some great achievements and some really fun things to look back on.
So as athlete of the Pathway Athlete of the Year, you're integrated into this whole pathway system. So you've represented before?
Yes. I've been lucky to be on the 21 team, being a part of the club, having got me there, and the 23 team last year as well. I was in the pair with Alex Potter, who's currently at Yale.
Yep.
He's in the first varsity 8, so he's doing really well. We were racing in Barrington. We raced in the pair in the 4. We ended up winning both, and that was a great experience. So.
And what a beautiful place it is too.
Oh,
Lake
it
Barrier.
was.
Was that your first time there?
Yes, it was. Absolutely picturesque.
Yeah. And I understand you've won the Y-Folds at the Henley Royal Regatta?
Yes, that's true as well. I mean, that's obviously something I've definitely left out. Amazing experience. Probably the highlight of my career so far. So
I think I've been to Henley about 4 times, and I just, get amazed every time I go there. And now it's even gotten longer. It's going to be 6 days this year.
That's right.
And Lizzie Chapman's in the back of the box cheering. That's another extra day. There's only so much Pims can be drunk in a week, Lizzie.
You're not wrong there. You're absolutely not wrong there.
Yeah. So, and a wonderful little town it is. So, the pathway, so you're working not directly, but you're associated with Hamie Fernandez and now, of course, Jason Lane. And John Bowes will be dealing with your pair partner who's gone to Yale, did you say?
That's right,
yeah. So John's on his way in May to go and catch up with all of the guys in the US, all the guys and girls in the US who are over there doing college?
Yes, that's right. And it looks very bright over there at the moment, actually, with the underage team and for the American athletes. They've got some great people over there, so it's actually really exciting to see.
So the under-23 World Championships and under-19 World Championships are both at Varese?
Yes, so I understand, yeah.
Yeah,
So
and you've not been there?
No. It's been unfortunate. Both my under-23 years
ruined by COVID?
Ruined by COVID. So unfortunately I haven't had that experience as of yet. So really looking forward to getting the opportunity to travel again.
If you're looking for advice on pizza or gelato, I can help you in Varese.
Is that right?
I have been there about a dozen times.
Okay.
So, yeah. And depending on the way things work out, I may well be over there watching you at the World Championships this year if things work out the way I'd like them to. So what boat do you want to get into for the World Championships?
Well, firstly, hoping to make the centre as soon as I possibly can. Unfortunately, we didn't get that done this year.
Yep.
But definitely looking for that come the end of this year in the December in the next trials. But the boat that I really want to be in is the 8. Australia hasn't won the 8 at the Olympics yet, so that's, I know, is a big goal.
And the bloody Kiwis have won it twice.
Yeah, that's right. So we got to at least get one. So we got to win the 8, and that's the boat that I want to be in. So,
well, it's a wonderful goal to have. So how's the ergo?
Oh well, yeah, gee, the ergo is it needs work, but it's hopefully it'll be enough. coming into the next trial. So that's something I'm definitely working on.
Okay, so that'll be October. But in the interim, we're trying to get to the World Championships. Would that be an 8, or do you think there might be a Cox 4 and a Coxless 4, or only a Coxless 4, obviously, at the World Championships?
Well, so I'm seniors, so we've
okay,
missed out on an
you're seniors now.
opportunity. Yeah, so
you look so old. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Rosa. But no. So yeah, I have unfortunately missed that opportunity. So hopefully that comes up in the future.
And you're not unique in that regard, with the world just wrecked by COVID, and the opportunity to go over there just didn't happen. So did you do the couple of tours last year to Adelaide and Wyaralong?
That's right. No, I definitely did that. A part of the 23 team, we were lucky to go to Wyaralong. I was selected in both the pair and the 8. The 8 got to race in Wyaralong, and we managed to race against the Olympic 8 and under 21 guys as well, and performed well. Get some good fast times. I mean, I know Wyaralong does that, but
I actually was there on the Friday, I think it was, and I thought the under 23 8 looked pretty flash, actually.
That was us. So we're hopefully. Well, we were hoping to. Obviously, we weren't going to go anyway, but if we were to go over, we'd get some pretty solid results. So and then after that, we went to Adelaide as well, obviously for the World Cup 3 simulation. Unfortunately, half our 8 got taken up, having been in Victoria at the time, and they were locked down. So unfortunately, they couldn't make it to Adelaide. Potter and I raced the pair, and we got some good results, and it was a great experience to actually just be there and race the Olympic team. So.
Yeah. Well, you're a member of a great club, steeped in tradition. You've got a very, very good coach. We wish you well with going forward, and keep improving that ergo, and we hope you make it into the NTC when it comes for the new induction in October. All the very best, Alex.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolute pleasure.
Cheers. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the racing, or at least the progress on the course of the cruise now in the first heat of the schoolgirls Cox 4. So we've completed the 6 heats of each of the schoolgirls single and the schoolboys single to proceed through to tomorrow's repêchages, and for the top 2 in each, the semi-finals on Saturday in that event. And we are now on to the 3 heats of the schoolgirls Cox 4. So there is some action down at the 2,000 metre start. You can just see the conditions there, looking at the blades of that crew that is rowing up through the start line now. It is certainly still challenging there at the 2,000 metre start, Stuart, and I think we're glad we're here in the enclosed confines of the commentary box rather than at the 2,000 metre start.
Look, you can hear the whistling coming through past the commentary box, and you can see the dust absolutely blowing up all around. And then down towards the start, you know, you do have if it's not Whitecaps, it's probably half a step below it. So not much of a difference there at the moment. But 3 different heats we've got of the Schoolgirls Cox 4s. Remember that the times are based off the heats that you were supposed to be in. So this particular heat of the Schoolgirl Cox 4 would see Pymble Ladies, Kinross Wallaroi, PLC Sydney, Farn, Canberra Girls Grammar, and Queenwood. So the idea is to try and at least finish in the top 2 of the time trial.
Yep, no, so the races will be ranked in order from the finishing order of the, in this case, 7 crews in the first heat. Top 2 to the semi-final, the remainder to the repechage. But as we did say before, we do urge caution in waiting for the results to be confirmed, and I guess more importantly for tomorrow's program to be confirmed. There is a fair degree of maths and checking required. It is, of course, largely a computerised system, but it's important to make sure the results are correct, so officials will work through that carefully in coming hours, and the draw for tomorrow will be released as soon as it is possible to do so. Looking at these conditions, Stuart, I think it's probably fair to say it's as windy now as it has been at any point throughout the day and throughout the regatta. So I think it probably does vindicate the decision that the officials made almost preemptively earlier today when it didn't look as bad as this, but the call to go to time trials looks to be the correct decision. And we're hopeful, looking at the forecast, things might be a bit better tomorrow and increasingly so over the course of the rest of the week. Looking forward to a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, look, the forecast at the moment, I mean, tomorrow in the afternoon there will be a bit more wind, but nothing as strong as this as forecast at the moment. Saturday, the winds start to drop down a bit, and then some beautiful conditions for Sunday for the Interstate Regatta.
Well, we did promise you, come to Victoria, you'll get 4 seasons in 7 days, if nothing else. So we can't say Ngambia has not delivered on what was promised.
But the wind conditions at the moment, about 40 kilometres an hour from the south, so that is properly fresh.
Yeah, which is pretty much straight across the course here from those watching on the live stream, looking over those inflatable Rowing Australia banners. It's basically south or a little bit east of south if you look over that direction, but the wind pretty much coming straight across the course here. So these boats are approaching us now as we get towards the business end of this first heat time trial. It should be Pymble Ladies, the first crew that appears into view. Certainly Kinross Wallaroi. The coloured boats are very useful in this situation. The light blue of Kinross, clearly the second boat on the course, as they should be listed to start there in lane 2, and behind them then PLC Sydney. So 3 Sydney crews in these first 3 boats that will soon appear into clearer view as they continue to be sent away down at the start line in the 2 heats to follow of the Schoolgirls Cox 4.
You might have some controversy there, Richard, if you call Orange part of Sydney.
Oh, this is true, yes. New South Wales, of course, but racing very regularly in Sydney. But,
very regularly. Looking forward to, we'll see the distinctive green ribbons of the Canberra Girls Grammar crews as they come down. Always a way of being able to spot where they are.
It is helpful when the crews, I'm sure that's why they do it, to make it easier for those of us in commentary trying to work out crews from 2,000 metres away. So the bow numberless crew, it appears, but it is certainly the Pymble Ladies combination of Macy Lay, Tilly Morgan, Stephanie Wood, Polly Sargent and Eliza Gothard, the cox of that crew, coached by Ole Teets, Lucinda Wycombe Fiends, the 2 coaches there. of that Pymble ladies crew.
Behind them are the Kinross Walleroy crew of Hannah Richardson, Lucy Scammell, Annabelle Woods, Lucy Searle and Georgia Robson as the coxswain. And then again, Richard, a nice little battle breaking out here behind them. So we've got a bit of a gap. Pymble ladies just coming up towards the finish line. Kinross Walleroy approaching the Red Boys towards the finish. And then we've got what looks to be a bit of a battle between PLC Sydney and Farn.
Yeah, the Farn School from Tasmania competed in a number of boat categories, I seem to recall, last year at Lake Barrington when the regatta was virtually in their backyard. As we see Pymble ladies go across here now, so lane 1 is home and Kinross Walleroy soon to follow.
So Farn in the very distinctive orange boat, almost matches our shirts as the, the volunteer shirts.
Look, we've established over the course this week that picking colours is not my strong suit, but yes, I'd even call that almost an orangey brown type colour, that one, but it stands out if nothing else, and that's always important.
It would be popular in the Netherlands.
It would be very big. You could see a Dutch 4 racing in that boat, couldn't you?
Absolutely. So that Farn crew of Annabelle Fry, Molly Crosby, Hannah Riches, Laura Cooper and Sophie Rolls, coached by Sam Manson and Chris Parnham. Coming up towards the finish line, they've overtaken the PLC Sydney crew of Elias Steele, Sarah Bebbington, Arabella Rutherford, Bailey Winton-Murray, Lily Dukakis as the coxswain and coached by Felix Dew.
Farn, the head of the river winners from Tasmania. That regatta only held, I think, it was the weekend before last, so a week and a half ago now. So the Farn School victorious there in Tasmania. And then it is PLC Sydney and Canberra Girls Grammar with 2 crews.
Yeah, the I5 crew, Emily McHugh, Sophia Champion de Crespigny, Abby Davis, Lauren Goldie, Catherine Hardman is the coxswain, and they're coached by Kaz Pipers. A very fast time there. They seem to make up a bit of ground on those crews from PLC Sydney and Farn, and also leaving their classmates from Canberra Girls Grammar and also Queenwood behind a little bit as well. So Canberra Girls Grammar second 4, Claudia Bridgewater, Caitlin Natty, Amelia Farrell, Alex Perry-Dalton, coxed by Eliza Miller and coached by Kaz Pipers. Under a little bit of pressure, so they'll need to up their rate if they're to hold off the Queenwood crew of Eliza Cook, Charlotte Botha, Phoebe Campbell, Chloe Driver with Lucy Anderson as the cox and coached by Kieran Glynn, Ray Boyle and Alan Bennett.
Half the Queenwood 8 that won the head of the river. Sorry, it was third at the head of the river, I should say, Queenwood, but it is half of that well-placed Queenwood crew coming across now to conclude the first heat. And the good thing with this time trial racing is the second heat follows extremely quickly afterwards. Only about 200 metres to go for what may be another crew, is it, from Canberra Grammar?
Canberra Grammar.
Canberra Grammar, not to be confused, of course, with Canberra Girls Grammar.
Absolutely, you do not want to get that one wrong. Jay Jarangi, Adomi Plattis, Hallie Noyes, Zoe Bond, Amelia Mukherjee as the coxswain and coached by Kendall Brody and Isabel Coleman. Canberra Grammar were, and a lot of people in Canberra still do this, they refer to them as Canberra Girls, Canberra Boys, but Canberra Grammar is a co-ed school, have been for about 5 years or so, I believe. So it's so we have seen them really sort of build up their women's rowing program, in particular Zoe Bond obviously doing quite well. And also Madeline Vag, we've seen come out and do some really good things in the under-21s.
Yep. Okay, so a strong and growing program there as well. So Canberra Grammar are across. St Michael's Collegiate should be next.
Yeah, that's St Michael's Collegiate crew of Elise Bird, Rosie Forsyth, Ada McCoy, Heather Curry, Rose Curry as the coxswain and coached by Neil Stump and James Dalton. And then they're being followed very closely by J4 Loretto Normanhursts, Olivia Lucas, Madison Webster, Elizabeth Powell, Alexandra O'Brien, Sarah Simon as the coxswain and coached by Jeff Patterson.
for those who may have not missed that announcement made on the ground system only, but please, due to the increasing winds, can you take your tents down now? We need all tents to be lowered or disassembled and the canopy removed, as you've been doing each night of this regatta. But with the wind here continuing to increase, please lower your tents now and remove the canopy. Thank you. Shelford Girls Grammar School, it is here, about to cross. They were third in the Victorian Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta a couple of weeks ago. So the third-rate crew effectively in Victoria in this class of boat. Ava Morgan, Georgia Kent, Harmony Ying, Izzy Kennedy and Millie Lee, coached by Jules Whitehead. And that was, of course, Ballarat Clarendon, I should say, the red colours, who have gone past Shelford. And Ballarat Clarendon, a very, very strong crew of Katie Jackson, Lucy Richardson, Ellie McClure, Ruby Lovell and Bailey Tucker, coached by Nicole Plakinski. They won their heat in the under-19 for a couple of days ago. And they were second at Nationals last year and winners of the Head of the Schoolgirls, Ballarat Clarendon. So they're across, and now Shelford as well, who were the third-place crew behind Ballarat Clarendon at the Head of the Schoolgirls. And now Loretto Kirribilli, the defending national champions, coming home as well.
Yeah, Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Lauren Moran, Alyssa Fickers, Mietta Jones is the coxswain, and they're coached by Lachlan Allen and Charlie Rose Iron. A nice little row there in the distinctive blue, yellow and white colours.
I reckon we've seen a couple of the favourites there for this race too in the finals to come, Stuart.
Absolutely. And coming down the course now, we've got K3, so the Wilderness School, Annalise Ruse, Millie Jackson, Zara Hoadley, Georgina Birchall, Olympia Andre is the coxswain, coached by Amy Malling. They're passing the Radford College crew of Ellen Mihailovich, Bridget Kelleher-Cole, Nikita Crabb, Hannah Hardy, Stuart Ward as the coxswain, coached by Maggie Noonan, Sam Donnell and Craig Muller.
Yep, so you'd think they may have picked up 30 seconds or so, assuming they're starting in about approximately those intervals. So a strong race there from the Wilderness School from Adelaide. They're across now in the K3 bound number, ahead of K2, Radford College from the Australian Capital Territory. And then another of the the Ballarat School, I should say, Loretto Ballarat this time, in the distinctive yellow colours. Zali Clark, Talia Whittle, Lana Dodd, Bridget Bales and Sophie Boyd, the crew that finished second at the Head of the Schoolgirls, behind Ballarat Clarendon crew a few ago and just ahead of Shelford Girls Grammar School. So Loretto Ballarat will be a crew also to watch as we head through this event into the semi-finals and hopefully the final as well.
And I think at the moment we might have the school boys coming down very quickly behind the last of these schoolgirl events.
And some serious overtaking opportunities then coming up, Stuart, if these girls' crews don't keep moving anyway.
It's like the number 52 bus. You wait for a while and then you've got multiple come through at once.
Exactly. So 4 crews to come home here. It should be Loretto Ballarat are across. So there's Wesley, Tara and Kinross.
So Wesley College at the moment in bound number K5. So that's Zara Boynton, Isabel Shoebridge, Bella Mariu, Bella Muzinski, coxed by Marina Elia. So they're the ones that are out in front at the moment in the purple. Behind them, Kinross Walleroy in the blue, Audrey Gill, Millie Lane, Ayla Ryan, Georgia Sweetapple, Jade Caro as the coxswain, coached by Andrew Gannon. And then that will be the...
That's Brisbane Boys College.
That is Brisbane.
Who've gone past them. So that's the first crew in the next race. So a mixed gender event. It's amazing what you get when these time trials. But Wesley College, the APS Head of the River champions for both 2021 and 2022 across. And then it's the BBC crew, who are L1, so number 1 from Heat 1 of the school boys Cox 4. Xavier Rubens, Joseph Thine, Mitchell Owen, Liam Crook and Beau Palmer. And then Kinross Walleroy, K7, that's Audrey Gill, Millie Lane, Ayla Ryan, Georgia Sweetapple and Jade Caro, coached by Andrew Gannon. So we still need the Tara School
Tara
crew.
School are just coming across now with the orange boy number, so they're coming up towards the finish. Gemma Simpson, Emma Malka, Caitlin Irving, Charlotte Oitma, Amelia Jones is the coxswain and coached by Graham Gardner, Jack Crampton and Kate Crampton.
A canvas ahead of St Peter's College. Flynn Carroll, Ryan Fowler, Hamish Scott Young, James Ratosa and Thomas Whiteman, coached by Nathan Bowden. Who said you couldn't make time trials exciting? Just send them all down together.
Absolutely. Ballarat Clarendon coming up towards the finish as well in the orange. Jock Quartermain, Lachlan Clark, Jasper Niehoff, Nelson Troon, Bonnie Poltoon is the coxswain and coached by Ian Peel. And just as we start to get our breath back after having about 6 boats all come through in very quick succession, King's School, MacArthur Bucknell, Harry Staniforth, Rory Menzies, Dimitri Duda and Lawrence Cleve coming down closest.
They've gone past Geelong Grammar, it looks like. Geelong Grammar L4 there would be Dibden Fitzgerald, Thomas Parank, Archibald Allen, Fred Mackay and Claudia Sowerby. But the King's School pulling away there. That may well be half of their Head of the River winning 8 from the race on Sydney Harbour a couple of weeks ago.
So a little bit of a gap in the program now. We can catch up breath, Richard.
Just
have a bit of a think. Just the merest of pauses.
Yeah, it certainly is thick and fast action. So for those who derided the time trial format, it's not only providing fair and safe racing, but also a bit of entertainment here late in the day, especially as these bigger boats make their way down the course. Some 8s to follow too in the next event, so they will get faster yet. So we move through the 8s and the quad sculls and then the school 8s as well to conclude the day.
Hutchins School just coming down now. Tom Gibson, Tom Bailey. Haven't we seen them a few times so far this regatta? Falcon Palmer, Archie Stewart, Angus Watling is the cox, and they're coached by Andrew Palmer and Thomas Allwright.
And then it's Geelong Grammar again, who again look like they may have been overtaken. 2 Geelong Grammar crews in quick succession, but this one is Luca Clark, Samuel Stringer, Harry Willis, Lloyd Vidotto and Saskia Haslau. The L6 crew, it will be next across the line. So Hutchins through now and Geelong Grammar to follow.
So M1, the St Augustine's New South Wales crew of Tom McGee, Tane Potts, Dougal McKenzie, Joe Lynch, Ryder Taylor is the coxswain and coached by Bjarne and Judith Ungermack. They are in the green Zooties, green striped Zooties, and they're just coming down towards the Red Boys at the moment, to be followed very closely by M2, Canberra Grammar, William Hawkins, Cash Kazakov, Jamie Beauregard, Jack Gardner, Lily Feeks is the coxswain, coached by Chris Polychannon and Edwin Herr Thompson. So Canberra Grammar School just coming up to the Red Boys at the moment, coming up towards the 250 metre mark.
Damascus College of Ballarat, I think we have there. Cooper Reid, Rohan Chiloto, Joshua Matheson, Alexander Weston and Madison Millikins, coached by Paul Blanchfield.
Yeah, they're in the, it's the blue, yellow and maroon.
That's it, yeah, Damascus
diagonal
College,
stripes.
just outside Ballarat. They don't quite have the waterfront access that a lot of the Ballarat schools do have. Ballarat Grammar, Loretto and St Pat's and Ballarat Clarendon and Ballarat High, of course, the other school involved. There's 6 strong rowing schools in Ballarat, including Damascus College. And this crew is approaching the finish line now. And then it's Geelong Grammar, the next crew in the race. Tom Ross, Archie Payton, Harry Cooper, Jamison McNamara and Clementine Ryan. Pretty decent crowds on the bank here too, Stuart. We know there's apparently about 1,000 or so people watching us still on the live stream, so at least 1,000 true believers out there, and good crowds here on the bank here at Lake Ngambie. I don't know how many of my relatives who are forced to tune in to get the numbers up, but they all count. They all count regardless. So hello to everyone up there in Queensland with nothing else to do on a Thursday afternoon.
Scotch College, M5, Harrison Cameron, Sebastian Credites, Lachlan Clark, Sterling Keogh and Thomas Finlay just coming down the course at the moment, followed very closely by their compatriots, also from Scotch College, Alessandro Maro, Campbell Finlay, Josh Mitchell, Benjamin Marchant and Maxwell Finlay as the coxswain.
This was the event, I think, Stuart, 4 or 5 years ago. Scotch College took out the trifecta, every spot on the podium in the, I'm sure it was the schoolboys, maybe the under-17 4, but it was a remarkable performance from one school to sweep the medals in a Cox 4 event.
And we've seen, it'll be interesting to see if any state can match what New South Wales did at 2019 in the interstate regatta, where they swept the 8s races. The
Indeed,
King's
yes.
Cup, the Queen's Cup,
Yep.
the youth men's and youth women's. Now, Their final schoolboys Coxed 4 is coming down. It's Christian brothers Sam Jackson, Cooper Hoskin, Lachlan Hancock, Marcus Arbin, Jordan Wilson is the coxswain, and they're coached by Daniel Ralph. And then also it's time for the big guns. It's the under-23 women's Cox.
Even more exciting.
8. Yes.
We will get well over 1,000 viewers now, surely. You've got to think. Christian Brothers, by the way, is it's the name shared by many schools around the country, but this is, we believe, Christian Brothers Adelaide. Sam Jackson, Cooper Hoskin, Lachlan Hancock, Marcus Abon and Jordan Wilson, coached by Daniel Ralph. They've been in several events already over the course of the regatta, but Christian Brothers, yes, Catholic school in Adelaide.
And the first of the 8s coming through. There's some big names coming through in these first few here, Richard. So we've got, it's Rapid Charge 1 of the under-23 women's Cox 8s. The first crew, Sydney University, NSWIS and ACT High Performance Program. Olivia Natty, Maddie Vagg, Sophia Whiteman, Grace Turner, Nikki Greenland, India Hobbs, Emily Shepherd, Ella Menzines, Talia Barnett Heppels is the coxswain, coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Now that is a big name 8, and they are being chased down by this looks to be the University of Queensland crew of Elizabeth Newell, Carly Furman, Phoebe Robertson, Alexandra Rooney, Izzy Drew, Ellie Reddy, Lucy Hope, Nancy Duncan Banks, Chelsea Ashby as the coxswain, coached by Gus Rodero. They're 2 big 8s.
2 good crews, and I think this time trial format almost suits. This would have been a race for lanes. This is the under-23 women's Cox 8, so we've left the school events for now, just for a couple of races. So this would have been, in fact, a repechage, I should say. So they're racing for just 2 spots in the final. So they have to go hard here, these 8s, and they haven't got the other crews to line up against side by side. So it's really all or nothing. And these 2 crews, you're right, they would have had the inside lanes doing a pretty good job. So Sydney Uni and the University of Queensland, the first 2 across the line, but only 2 will go through to the final. So 3 crews will be eliminated in this repechage, and it will all come down to their times. And we won't be able to tell you straight away anyway.
No, not at all. But coming down now is a bit of a licorice all sorts. It's the Griffith University, UTS Haberfield, Brisbane and GPS and Toowong composite crew. So Olivia Cook and Olivia Georgopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Lily Fisher and Pia Malouf from Toowong, Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, Taylor Kerpinotis from UTS, Sarah Fard from UTS, Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Sadie Ridgway as the coxswain. They're coached by Duncan Free, Hallie Chapman and Peter Howard.
And whose green boat are they rowing in?
I don't know, but it's very distinctive, isn't it?
If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was a Sample houseboat, but they're not here at this regatta, so it can't be that.
And then coming through behind them very quickly, it's an Adelaide University, West Australian, Adelaide Tasmania University composite of Daisy Manning from Tasmania University, Tanika Webb from West Australian Rowing Club, Grace Seppelt from Adelaide, Claire Roman from Adelaide University, Holly Cannon from West Australian Rowing Club, Aquila Ambrosino from West Australian Rowing Club, Jemima Richer from Adelaide University, Cleo Wilson from Adelaide University, Kiana Hall is the coxswain and they're coached by Jack O'Day and Sean Finlayson. And then we have the Melbourne University Swan River and Sydney composite, Brooke Doolan from Melbourne University, Zara Lavery from Melbourne University, Leah Franklin and Georgia Hughes from Sydney Swan River Rowing Club, Katerina Bitsios from Melbourne University, Neve Graham from Sydney Rowing Club, Lola Quinn from Swan River, Juliet Roysmith from Melbourne University, Hannah Coap is the coxswain, coached by Mark Beer, Mitchell Nelson and Lachlan Carter. And in fact, I think that one that just crossed the line was the Mercantile under-23 men's.
Yes, we've changed genders, changed events very quickly.
So I think that Melbourne University composite might not have come down.
No, because here come Melbourne Uni's men's 8 as well, about to cross the line here.
So the Mercantile crew was Dom Frederico, Charlie Clark, Liam Burke, Zach Crawley, Harry Ahmed, Joshua Bertolossi, Flynn Stimpson, Austin Reiner, Hayley Vervont as the coxswain, coached by Michael Mackay, Brendan Scott, Melbourne University and the Victorian Institute of Sport of Harry Fox, Lucas Matic, Charlie Petroni, Hamish Wynne-Pope, Fraser Miss Campbell, William Ackerman, Nick Smith, Rowan Lavery, Lachlan Goller as the coxswain, coached by Matthew Ryan and Tom Manifi.
Distinctive colours here of the West Australian Rowing Club in the centre of this next crew, so it would be the Fremantle and West Australian composite crew. Liam Davis and Alex Giccelli of Fremantle, Aria Almasi, Blake Wyatt, Apollo Solomon, Alex Baroni, all of the West Australian Rowing Club. Liam Walker and Ben Scott, son of Rowing Australia chairman and Olympic silver medalist Rob Scott there in the stroke seat of the boat. Cooper Anspach, the cox, and Tom Gatty, the coach, and a brightly coloured bow on that boat too coming across. And we can confirm the green boat we wondered about. It is called Team Somerville, so not much doubt about which Brisbane school that boat has come from after all. The bright green boat of the Queensland and UTS composite crew from a few boats ago.
So Ipswich Grammar?
That great rowing school, yes, exactly.
For the Sydney University and Swiss crew of Hugo Hobbs, Joshua Hewitt, Tom Anderson, Joe McCauley, Hamish Danks, Kieran Riak, Henry Ryan, Brian Gibson, Ben Dewhurst as the Cox just passing through the line. They're coached by Christopher Holliday, Thomas Lowrick and Donald McLaughlin. And then coming down now is a Melbourne University Mossman composite. Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermack from Mossman, Benjamin Simmons, Thomas Hearding, Joe Bryant, Felix Oliver, Tom Murray, Nicholas Vlacha-Dimitropoulos and Sam Babbage as the coxswain, coached by Matthew Ryan. Those last rows are from Melbourne University Rowing Club.
They're across the UTS Haberfield composite crew, the three-state multiple club combination here. Luca Roncolato from UTS, along with Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson and Marcus Delamata. Also Gus Laufman of the West Australian Rowing Club. Riley Rees-Turner of Swan River Rowing Club, and there's so many names in this boat. The print has run off the end of the page, so I can't tell you who else is in there, but the UTS Haberfield, Tamar, Swan River and West Australian Rowing Club composite combination is across, and this might be going back to...
this is 07, which is
not on the page either. No, they have really run off the page here. So it looks like there's some canned in there, definitely, yes, in the red and white, and Pine Rivers in the green. Have we got there, right? No? Yes. Yeah, so let's call it a predominantly canned rowing club crew. In any case, they're across to conclude what is a quite entertaining race for lanes. I must say this time trial format does produce in the under-23 men's Cox State. And one more to go here before we return to our school races. The regatta will conclude today with the heats of the school girls and the school boys, Cox Quad Sculls, and then some pretty good races always in the school girls and school boys Cox 8, although obviously all concluded over time trial format this afternoon, right through to our last scheduled race at 6:15 p.m. Notionally listed at least. But first of all, we do have a race for lanes in the Open Men's Quad Scull. So all crews will go to the final here, which makes the time trial rather more interesting again, although assuming we return to normal racing, it's the preferred lane could be important. So the lead crew here appears to be North Esk, Tamar, Buckingham, the all-Tasmanian composite crew on lane 4. Joseph Wilson of Buckingham, Joel Nakarinen of Tamar, Jack Barrett of North Esk, and Connor Ryan from North Esk, coached by Brendan Long, Brett Crow, and Trevor Barrett. And they are certainly racing well all the way up to the line here. This Open Men's Quad Scull, the North Esk Composite and Tasmanian Institute of Sport crew, and then behind them would be the Commercial Composite crew. So an all-Queensland combination this time round of Elliot Appel from Toowong, Jack Armitage from Commercial, Blaine Heseltine of University of Queensland Boat Club, and Adam Backer of Commercial. Blaine Heseltine's certainly been busy in a few events today, now stroking this Commercial Composite crew as well. And then the third and possibly only other boat in this race looks to be, again, a predominantly Queensland composite combination, with a 50% Queensland combination. Jackson Free and Cormac Candy Leverett from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise Club, along with Marcus Delamata and Oscar Williams from the UTS Haberfield Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. They are coached by Alex Field and Lincoln Handley. So we believe, yes, the ANU Composite crew listed in lane 3, otherwise known as the Australian men's quad of Jack Cleary, David Bartolo, Cameron Girdlestone and Caleb Ansell, are not able to race in this race for lanes, but we understand they will take their place in the final of the event on Saturday's program, as it will be. So a non-selection race, so no, not a compulsory race for lanes, and a time trial as well. Also no appearance from UTS Haberfield there, who were listed for lane 2, but the other 3 crews across the line. So the schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull heats are now on the course. The first of a big field here. Once again, 6 heats of the schoolgirls Cox Quad Skull, which I reckon will lead to many semi-finals later on today, Stuart. So on that happy note, I'm going to leave you and run to the exit, and Chris McCarthy will come back in to continue the commentary.
Our thanks to Richard Dorstein for that. Can confirm their semi-finals are races 521 to 528. So we have 4 semi-finals coming up. And once again, he's reached for the antihistamines, broken out in hives. Very unhappy with that as we welcome Chris McCarthy to the box. And, Chris, I guess your view of calling 4 semi-finals.
Well, I will clarify that there will be semi-finals A, 2 semi-finals A-B and 2 semi-finals C-D. So out of those semi-finals, the top 3 will go through to the A final in the first 2. The bottom 3 will go to the B final. And then the second 2 semi-finals, the top 3 will go through to the C final. Bottom 3 will go through to the D final. Everyone gets a final at the Australian Schools Championships. So the semi-finals do work a little bit differently to the standard Australian Rowing Championships, all the other ones that we've seen so far this week.
I'm going to hand you Stephen Hawking's book and see if you can decipher that next as well. First crew coming down are the Royston girls crew of Grace Jansen, Louise Cheer, Charlotte Crozier, Charlotte Ball, Philippa Preston is the coxswain, and they're coached by Matt Wilson. The first from each of these heats in the schoolgirls Coxed Quad Skulls will go through to those semi-finals, the rest going through to the repechage. So a good little row there from Royston girls. Radford College coming up next in the distinctive maroon. We've seen the big blue Radford flag with the maroon R flying a little bit earlier on in the regatta. The crew is Olivia Hickey, Zoe McIntosh, Claudia Kendall, Hannah Sampson, Jude Barlin is the coxswain, and they're coached by Maggie Noonan, Sam Donnell and Craig Muller. Ballarat Grammar just coming up to the finish line. Perry Eaton, Amber McClure, Ella Flamsteed, Kayla Walker, Genevieve Pittard is the coxswain. So a good row there from the schoolgirls from Ballarat Grammar.
Reliably informed that Lowther Hall from Melbourne, Richard Dorstein doesn't know quite where, but definitely in Melbourne. It's a big city, he says.
So the Lowther Hall crew, it's an Anglican school in Melbourne. Bridget Bukasic, Sophie Cryan, Claudia Craig, Grace Ivers, Chloe Sharp is the coxswain, and they're coached by Jeff Walker. Just coming across the line now, and then moving down a little bit further, it does appear to be Gippsland Grammar.
Gippsland Grammar with a pretty strong showing this afternoon. Seen quite a few of those distinctive green blades and a few distinctive green hulls in the schoolgirl and schoolboy single scull events.
Zara Rose, Beatty, Jessica Norman, Tali Oates, Ruby Lindria, Ruby Christian is the coxswain, coached by Nick Bartlett, Harry Roach and Harry Broad. Remember them coming down to Canberra for one of the regattas, and they went home with a big swag as well.
Right. So the rural schools coming to visit, not unlike Kinross visiting in Sydney. Sure.
Absolutely. We'll get Kinross down every now and then as well. Certainly when Sarah Cook and Toby Ware-Candler were there, we would get them to come down. Sarah, of course, a former ACT representative before moving on to New South Wales. Now they're both back living in the ACT.
Bit of an overlapping of races here. That was the crew from Damascus: Lillian Leonard, Nia Madigan, Tara Orchard, Charlie Gartland, and their cox Sienna Lanio. And they were just across the line before the first crew from our second heat of the schoolgirls coxed Quads Skull. Coro Anglican girls, Sienna Villanis, Annabelle Phipps-Parsons, Maddie Pavlovich, Mia Smith, and their cox Kiara Thompson, coached by Annika Spears. Cora having a good race across the line there, and they're coming out of thick and fast now, followed by Redlands Michaela Sanger-Larson, Katrina Kroll, Charlotte Scamps, Sophia Maxwell, their cox Zara Naismith, and coached by Ingrid Holtauer and Uses Beaton. They're just ahead of the crew from Loretto Ballarat, Anna Howard, Daisy Darbin, Lara Antrobus, Bridget O'Brien, and their cox Madison Lane, and a second Redlands crew. For this second heat, Georgia Vershaw, Alana Mansfield, Briar Carter, Elizabeth Holtauer, Charlotte Harmon, their cox, and their coach, Lucy Mason. So a bit of an interesting connection there. The coach of the first Redlands crew, Ingrid Holtauer, is the older sister of Elizabeth Holtauer, who is racing in the second Redlands crew there. The crew from Strathcona, Jemima Taplin, Jacinta Caruso, Chloe Ameling, Amy Gratian, and their cox, Jackie Evans, just crossing the line now. Should be rounding out our last heat. One crew left from Gippsland Grammar. So one crew left to cross the line from Gippsland Grammar. It's Amy Horleen, Ella Durand, Hannah Roberts, Freya Hamilton, their cox, Camden Byer, their coaches Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. However, I have called those 4 names, but only 3 in the boat. We did have an inkling of this earlier in the week, so if they've had an athlete out with a medical issue, but they think they may be well enough to race the final. If they do turn up and race the heat, even if it is only with 3, they are allowed to progress through to the repechage, or presumably through to the repechage. And if their 4th member is well enough, then they may race as a full crew again.
Newcastle Grammar coming up behind them in heat number 3 of the schoolgirls. Cox Quad Skulls, Jasmine Whitford, Josephine Armstrong, Grace Charge, Amy Georgia Barnett, Vincent Metif is the coxswain, and they're coached by Brad Smith. And then followed up in the red by Rockhampton Grammar, Greta McCosker, Asher Stewart, Georgia Brennan, Carolyn Sparks, Austin Alloway as the coxswain, and coached by Robin Fay and Caitlin Hoskins. Remember, this is a time trial. It is difficult to measure yourself off. I guess, Chris, would it help if people shouted very loudly from the shoreline?
I think it would, and I think we've got no problems with that at the moment. We've got a really nice atmosphere going down here at the course at Lake Ngambie. And probably, I haven't really been following it, but probably some of our highest viewership on the live stream as well. We've got almost 1,000 people tuning in to us from around the country, perhaps around the globe as well. And That's been quite a steady number over the last hour or so for the start of the Australian Schools Championships here this afternoon.
Queenwood's just coming up to the finish at the moment. Brooke Lancaster, Olivia Dont, Sienna Williams-Bush, Emerson Stock. Sienna Fraser is the coxswain and coached by Max Stanistreet, Ella Davidson and Ashley Fitch. And then coming up behind them, Somerset College, Amelia Fink, Natalie Brown, Georgia Daly, Eliza Strong. Lillian Tan is the coxswain. They're coached by Olivia Sina.
So now coming across in the third heat of the schoolgirls at Cox Quadruple Scull, Melbourne Girls College crew, Lucinda Upthog, Gwyneth Upthog, Kate Umshare, Kimmy Nguyen-Toy, and their cox Sophie Close, their coach Graham Smith. Just crossing the line the last couple of strokes now.
And then coming past the 250 metre mark from Lowther Hall, it's Elena Skiathetis, Ruby Ivers, Cameron Pearce, Lauren Vukusic, Eloise Horsley is the coxswain, and they're coached by Tessa Brady Welsh.
So just crossing the line now, we've got the first crew from our fourth heat of the schoolgirls, Cox Quadruple Scull, the crew representing Strathcona. Matilda Stolz, Sarah Blakely, Lucy Parsons, Belschneck, and their cox Lexi Patience.
Behind them, coming up towards the Red Boys, are the second crew from Strathcona, Ava Freeman, Lily Douglas, Sophie McIntosh, Olivia Graham, and Esther Jung as the coxswain. Melbourne Girls College. Coming up towards the Red Boys, it's Sarah Lay, Imogen Otter, Olivia Burns, Bradley, Gemma Watson and Sienna Fenton as the coxswain. And then we've got a couple of crews that are starting to come down now towards the 250 metre mark. So just confirming those crews. So T7, the Irana crew of Amy Manning, Zoe Wiseman, Eleanor Johnston, Pamela Padovan and Katia Rufalagas is the coxswain. They're coached by Mike Brady. As mentioned previously, a newish addition to the ACT schools scene. And then coming in on the left-hand side of them in bow number T6 in the yellow boats from Bridgetine College, Emma Searle, Hannah Drysdale, Rose Hudson, Lucy Quinn, Juliet Hudson as the coxswain, and they're coached by Cody Ellum Allen and Tanya Bremer. And then we are seeing the Kinross Walleroy crew T3 in the blue. They're Lucy Scammell, Hannah Richardson, Annabelle Woods, Lucy Searle, Georgia Robson as the coxswain, and they're coached by Andrew Gannon. Coming up towards the finish line now, heat number 5, Schoolgirls Cox Quad Sculls, Canberra Grammar, Penelope Robson, Sophie Mackay, Paloma Blythe, Tilly Klein, Poppy Richard is the coxswain, and they're coached by Isabel Coleman and Kendall Brody. And then joining up behind them will be U3 Pimble Ladies, Bianca Auld, Chloe Luxford, Amy Nato, Lucy Miller, Manny Lynn as the coxswain, and they're coached by Ole Tits, Lucinda Wycombe Fiends.
So Kendall Brody coaching the Canberra Grammar crew at the front there, and ahead of her former posting as head coach or head of the senior program at Pimble Ladies College the last couple of seasons. So a little bit of rivalry there.
Melbourne Girls Grammar coming up now. Emily Antoine, Lily Wallace, Matilda Heyman, Sophie Johnson and Audrey Suras as the coxswain. And then it does look to be a little bit of a gap back, and then Kinross Walleroy coming up. They're just past the 1,500 metre mark and approaching the 1,750. That will be Jemima Scammell, Tessa Wong, Sally Carter, Ella Kirby, Jade Caro as the coxswain, coached by Alexandra Cropley and James Perrin. We just see Melbourne Girls Grammar. A few big strokes left to go, and they will cross the line in their heat of the Schoolgirls Cox Quad Sculls.
Kinross Wallaroi School crossing the line there. The crew containing the bow seat, Jemima Scammell there, hoping to draw some inspiration from her sister Isabella Scammell, who won the under-21 women's coxless pair this morning alongside Caitlin McManus Barrett, Sydney Rowing Club. They'll be joined across the line by Shelford Girls Grammar shortly. A couple of boat lengths clear of the crew from Brendan Shaw in Devonport in Tasmania. I was noting earlier today to Keith Jamison, the president of Sydney Rowing Club, how great it was to see that we've got so many crews from Tasmania who last year wouldn't have known who Brendan Shaw was. I think there's probably a couple others that I wouldn't have known where those clubs were from last year, from local Tasmanian clubs, and seeing that has really injected some energy into their programs and seen them come up to the Nationals again this year. And as a Sydney sider, I did love having Nationals at the Sydney International Regatta Centre every year, but even I must admit that there is obviously some big advantages to the sport on a national level. Of moving the national championships around and making it a little bit more accessible for a few more clubs to come, even if it is only every couple of years.
Yeah, and we are starting to see some investment from various state governments around the place to be able to invest in rowing infrastructure. So obviously very important, particularly in the lead up now to the Brisbane Olympics in 2032, where we've got that opportunity to row around the country in some fantastic venues and change it up a little bit, even though, and also make it, as you say, Chris, so it's for everyone, it's the chance to have a home regatta. I'm sure the West Australians are looking forward to the scheduled Perth Nationals next year at Champion Lakes, and don't have to cross the Nullarbor.
Yeah, it'll be first time for quite some time for all the clubs from Perth that they haven't had to wrap their boats in glad wrap and take the 3-day pilgrimage across the country.
Highly recommend flying. The first time I went to Perth, I caught the Greyhound from Brisbane.
Oh, yeah, I will be flying.
Melbourne Girls College coming up towards the last 250 metres. It's heat number 6 of the schoolgirls Coxed Quad Sculls. Mia Harrison, Zoe Corr, Victoria Trenton, Georgie Watson, Lily Ritson, Morrison as the coxswain, coached by Jessica Hare. They're past the 250 metre mark now and coming up towards the Red Boys. And then coming up behind them will be a very distinctive green Zooty of Trinity Lutheran.
That's the crew of Ali Sims, Scarlett Wood, Isabel Clifford, Ruby Hodges, their cox, Sophie Clifford and their coach Eric Rowan from Trinity Lutheran there, making the best of things in conditions that definitely just getting more challenging by the hour down at the start. Not too bad here in the last 250 metres. Definitely not too bad up here in the commentary box, which is where I've elected to stay all day for fear of being blown into the water at this stage. But, so kudos to all our athletes out there doing it tough and getting it done in our time trial rounds this afternoon.
Chris, I think somebody's going to be at us with dust bombs by the time we finish.
So. So if you are wondering an insight into the commentary box, the little gaps that we're having in between speaking, it's not that we're totally bored, it is that we are fairly reliant on lane numbers at the moment, so our crews aren't quite coming down in their schedule order. As it is a heat, it's not too important at this stage. So we're relying on the bow numbers, and some of these Zooties are relatively unfamiliar to us, especially some interstate ones that myself and Stuart may not have seen. So just crossing the line now is Ballarat, Clarendon, Phoebe Marr, Miami, Salmi, Taya Kirsanovs, Delaney Troon, their Cox, Molly Cooper, and their coach, John King. A little bit of a race forming here behind them between the crew from Furbank College on the near side of the course, Sienna Morgan, Cassandra Sisses, Frankie Diva, Steffi Jackson, their Cox, Oriella Fife, and their coach, Sophie Bendel. And
Albert Park College coming up next to them, Mackenzie Dalton, Eva Levashova, Tish Speed, Georgia Stacey, Phoebe Koo as the coxswain and coached by Virginia Lee. And then that should leave us with Fintona, a school down in Melbourne, so a home national regatta for them.